All right. Let's go big for a second. Is this what we're doing for Variety Day? It is. I started reading this script, and Boorman is not a bad writer. He was probably not the person to pick to write a Lord of the Rings script. But he is a good writer. He has made good scripts. He's made good movies. I'm a fan of his. I have heard that this adaptation is absolutely batshit, and I've been really looking forward to reading it. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. He condenses all 3 books into one giant film, and he takes a lot of liberties with that. So anyone who's a fan of the lore of Lord of the Rings might enjoy seeing the decision points he makes to try and cram all those huge novels together. And a lot of this screenplay ended up in his movie Excalibur, which is a banger of a movie. It's a super good movie. So I'm excited to keep an eye out for that as well. Apparently Frodo and Galadriel have sex at some point. Wild. Excalibur writer? Yeah, Excalibur, Zardoz. He's done some weird fucking movies. Excalibur is a fairly well-reviewed film. Yeah, so he made that instead of this movie. He was trying to get this movie made. It didn't quite happen, so he just took a lot of the scenes apparently, and a lot of the areas where this was supposed to be shot was near his home in Ireland, and so he just took all those film locations and all of his ideas and he put them into Excalibur, which ended up very good. But you can see how it wouldn't have necessarily been like a quote unquote faithful adaptation, right? You're already fully invested? Awesome. Before we get into this, I am going to show off, I have a little piece of Lord of the Rings history that I'm going to show off real quick. So this movie, they actually bought the rights out to make sure that this movie wouldn't get made. and they shipped that over to Ralph Bakshi, who did the animated Lord of the Rings. And Bakshi didn't try to fit all 3 books into one movie. He just tried to get as much as possible, and he got the first 2-ish books in there, and he had a pretty faithful adaptation in terms of line by line. The weird thing about Ralph Bakshi's version is he had a budget of $10, and there's a bunch of different animation styles crammed together, and there's the Balrog is a man in a demon suit going, it's it doesn't all work. Love Bakshi, love Lord of the Rings, love that movie. It very obviously doesn't all work, and it's it kind of plods along. There's a lot of walking. You've seen the movies, but I have a cell. I have a cell from that film, his Lord of the Rings, and I have it lovingly framed here. And it's kind of a good one. You got Gandalf there. Gandalf, fucking love a wizard thing. So in order to make an animated film, the backdrop here is stationary, but then you can see that plastic sheet is the part with the actual animation on it. So sometimes animated cells just have one small little thing that's getting animated and stuff. There's a lot of duds, but this one's pretty nice. We got 2 main characters there of Frodo and Gandalf. You get some sweet wizard action. And the backdrop is not the original backdrop, because there's one backdrop and hundreds of cells in the scene. They do print out when you buy a cell. As a collector, a lot of the times they'll print out the backdrop to send it with you, so it'll look nice when you frame it, like so. I have a few Ralph Bakshi cells, actually. I have a couple from the movie Wizards as well. I'm oddly a fan of that one. Not for everybody, but it was for me, that's for sure. All right. Let's get some beverages opened up. And let's dive into The Lord of the Rings, screenplay by John Boorman and Rospo Pallenberg. And I'm not actually familiar with Rospo. I probably should have researched them before I went live here. I don't know if they were a common writing partner of Boorman's or what. You're going to dive into Mad God this weekend at some point? Very cool. Highly recommend. Not for everybody, that Mad God film, but very sweet. Real wild trip. Very artsy movie. Mad God is a movie that's made without any Hollywood suits, and I already love it for that, right? And then they also don't have Hollywood actors or writers. It's just special effects people making it a feature-length movie. And so it's like there's almost no dialogue, but they tell an interesting story about like rebirth and creation. And you see a bunch of like horrific stuff done with puppets, which for me was very enjoyable. I like stop motion animation quite a bit. Anyway. To the tale at hand! J.R.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, screenplay by John Boorman and Rospo Pallenberg. This was written in 1970. Interior, book-lined study, day. A small room cluttered with books. Thin sunshine plays on the desk where an elderly man is bent over his writing. He turns slowly as though disturbed and peers across his spectacle at the intruding camera. J.R.R. Tolkien. What? Cut. Exterior. Model of Middle-earth. And an amalgam of locations. Titles begin. The Lord of the Rings. Moving away from the incandescent furnace of boiling lava in the volcanic crater of Mount Doom, sulphurous fumes rise into a luminous night sky. Back further to show a barren, broken terrain with angry fortifications carved out of living rock. It is the land of Mordor, the domain of Sauron. Surrounding it, all like a barrier reef, is a wall of towering height and endless length. Sometimes with battlements, sometimes looking natural rock formations so it seems to grow out of the desolate border-strewn land itself. Music, heroic, yet melancholic. A feeling of nostalgia for the now lost world of Middle-earth with its legends and sagas, songs and stories. Out of the music emerges a chorus chanting a lament. The voices begin to belong to children and old men. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for the mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the dark lord on his dark throne, and the lands of Mordor where the shadows lie, 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie. Titles continue. The land of Mordor is lit by lightning streaking the sky. Dominating the desolate plain between Mount Doom and the Great Wall is a monolithic tower that stretches upwards, rivaling the mountain itself. Above this tower of Sauron, the outline of an eye appears, turning its penetrating gaze across the landscape. Retreating from Mordor over the wall as the evil eye fades away across an empty plain, the Pelennor Fields, and onto the fortress city of Minas Tirith in the land of Gondor. Watchful sentries patrol the battlements. Flares burn on its outer walls. Minas Tirith is strong and arrogant, but human. It is bruised from long years of war. It is a fine city that has gradually turned itself into a stockade, sacrificing everything to survival. It stares defiantly across the plain at its enemy, Mordor. 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them. Pace yourself, Caleb. You got 175 pages? Yeah, we got this. I'll probably end up taking some breaks along the course, of course. But I think it'll be more fun if I'm animated. Moving further and further away from the 2 lands of Mordor and Gondor and across the snowy peaks of the Misty Mountains until a blizzard extinguishes the view. Down the other side of the mountain range into mellower country, over the top of the mysterious forest of Fanghorn and down into its tangled, twisted depths, and emerging by the dangerous rapids, climbing high again above the silver thread of the great river, catching a glimpse of Theoden's castle, and over other castles and kingdoms having strange and convoluted shapes built with arts long forgotten, over vast empty plains of grass, over marshes and deserts and canyons to the gardens and palace of Rivendell, the home of Elrond and the High Elves. The palace is lit by shafts of dawn sunshine that pierce its crystal walls and translucent roofs, so that its very substance is light itself. 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. The sun rises to its meridian over the whole land of Middle-earth and falls away to the west, and dips behind the soft verdant hills of the Shire. The journey across Middle-earth is at the end, and we finally come to rest looking down on the cozy valley of the Shire. A road and a waterfall wind down through it. Title's end. It is late afternoon. Lights are twinkling in the cottages of hobbits. Seen from high up, the Shire is a patchwork of neat fields and well-tended gardens. One house is a little bigger than most and much more boldly lit. Brightly colored lanterns sway from trees in its garden where a party is gathered. The sound of applause, then a voice very distant. My dear, dear friends, hobbits of the Shire. A mellow walled and cobbled yard abutting to Bilbo's cottage. It is something between a kitchen garden, a farmyard, and a cloister of a medieval monastery. Arches in the wall led out onto a vegetable patch, an orchard, flower beds, grazing animals. Hanging in the surrounding trees are lanterns and jars of fireflies. The area is teeming with hobbits, a small, plump, jolly folk, done up in their Sunday best. They sit at long tables piled high with food. It is a rustic, Bruegel-like atmosphere with a touch of Arcadia. At the head of the top table is an old hobbit. Bilbo is standing, making a speech. Exaggerated applause greets his unexpected opening remarks, and he is obliged to repeat them, holding up his hands for silence, as overexcited hobbits cheer, clap, and fall off their seats. There's a note of teasing irony in their behavior. Hobbits of the Shire, my dear people, the Bagginses, the Boffins, the Tooks and the Brandybucks, the Grubs and the Chubs, the Goodbodies and the Proudfoots. A hobbit jumps up and shouts, Proud feet! More cheers and laughter. Today is my 111th birthday! Today I'm 11-1. Deafening cheers, fists pound on tables. 11-1, let's have fun. 11-1, let's have fun. Bilbo quiets them. Every year I make my little speech, but this time I have something to say, something important to say. But he doesn't finish the sentence. There's a sudden glow of light over the yard, and then a crackling sound followed by a bang. All heads swing upward in the same direction against the violet evening sky. A red firework explodes in the design, depicting the Gothic letter G. It's Gandalf! Gandalf the Grey! Gandalf is here! Great excitement, particularly among the younger hobbits, all looking for Gandalf in the direction of the rocket. But a firecracker detonates behind their backs. They start to turn around. Next to Bilbo is a cloud of blue smoke from the firecracker. It clears to reveal a towering figure in a long gray cloak. He wears a thin white beard, and his eyes blaze under bushy eyebrows. He looks rather frightening, but the hobbits, far from being intimidated, laugh and squeal with pleasure. Gandalf bows politely to Bilbo, the only hobbit who seems discomfited by Gandalf's presence. Don't let me interrupt you, Bilbo Baggins. You were about to say something important. The hobbits laugh. They obviously don't believe Bilbo has anything startling to say, and that if he did, he would not spoil the fun by saying it at a party. Gandalf leans down and whispers in Bilbo's ear. Say it now and get it over with. Bilbo clears his throat nervously and looks about uncomfortably. I'm sorry to say I have to leave you. I'm going away for a bit. In fact, he glances at Gandalf and forces out the words, for good. The hobbits fall silent, stunned by the news. Then some cries of no and shame. Bilbo looks at them with a silly, apologetic smile. I leave everything to my dear nephew, Frodo. Frodo, a young hobbit, is walking across the yard carrying a birthday cake with 111 candles burning on it. He looks embarrassed at the mention of his name and sets the cake down clumsily on the table. You see, being 11-1, the time has come. The hobbits are dismayed. More objections are shouted out, but Gandalf mimics and parodies Bilbo's accidental rhyme. 11-1, your time has come. Some of the hobbits laugh, but there's a sinister, threatening undertone, which is very disturbing. A counter-chant springs up spontaneously. Bilbo Baggins is 11-1, the fun has only just begun. The objections grow. Hobbits beat on the tables with knives and forks, repeating the chant. They recover their good spirits. Bilbo is very moved by their show of affection. He smiles sadly and his eyes fill with tears. He throws an angry look at Gandalf, who stands by his side, unrelenting and implacable. I am touched, dear friends. Perhaps a few days longer. Why be hasty? They cheer. Gandalf shakes his head sternly, but Bilbo looks back defiantly. I will stay a little longer, a few months, even a year or two. Bilbo is encouraged by the support from the audience, but still keeps a wary eye on Gandalf, who stalks over to the wall and throws a lighted taper up into the trees overhanging the yard. A display of fireworks erupts into life, whirling rings of fire and flashing eyes. The hobbits look up in wonder, but Bilbo is frightened. Then an eye larger than the others lights up, and from it suddenly bursts out a flare in the shape of a paw, climbing over the yard. Bilbo looks anxiously at Gandalf, who wags a warning finger at him. Then Gandalf tosses a firecracker over his shoulder. He speaks, but no words can be heard over the deafening explosion. But Bilbo reads his lips clearly as Gandalf mouths the words, "The Ring." Bilbo looks uneasy as the fireworks erupt and crackle. Gandalf comes over to him. He takes the hand of a hobbit lady and does a conjuring trick, removing her ring and producing it from his ear. She shrieks with pleasure. Lady Hobbit, the ring! The ring! Bilbo is even more discomfited. He looks about him, wild-eyed, for some means of escape from Gandalf's hints and promptings. He signals to the little band, and they start to play strange, wild dance music. One instrument is a mixture of bagpipes and a saxophone. Another something between a fiddle and a ukulele. The hobbits immediately start dancing with joyful abandon. Bilbo joins them, escaping Gandalf's censorious gaze. The hobbits whirl and bob and kick and clap in the rich patterns of their dance. They dance in pairs, but constantly change partners. Bilbo is flushed and happy, but suddenly he sweeps around and finds himself caught in Gandalf's arms, who leads him in a giddy, twisting dance. He looks deep into Bilbo's eyes, and everything else becomes excluded. A confused whirl of color, a blur of trees, lanterns, and stars. I so much want to stay, but I know it's time to go. Curse all magic rings. These words fall spontaneously into the rhythm of the music. Give it up then, before it gnaws you all away. It gave me long life, but it hasn't been longer, really, just drawn out. I feel thin, like butter that's been spread over too much bread. And if you stay, you'll start to fade and fade and fade away. Eke out your years with the elves, dear Bilbo. Time is steady there. It will not stretch you, as it does here. I'll go. The world grows suddenly dark, and Bilbo looks alarmed. The music fades, then stops, as though just deciding to leave was enough to whisk him away from the Shire. Whew. So this is already very different from Jackson's Lord of the Rings, right? We have, like, musical instruments that are, like, kind of cracked out and fantastical amalgamations of what we normally have. We're fitting 3 books together, so rather than have that extended series where extended opening where we see Bilbo like smoking and interacting with the hobbits and Frodo being all stoked to see him, he's just like, bam, right there. Hey, what about the ring? He's like talking to him, with explosions going on in the background and stuff. Very different tone. Are we reading porn today? We might be. I've heard that there is smut in the middle. There's a sex scene in the middle of this film. That is what I've heard. Gandalf seems pretty ominous. Gandalf, I believe, was originally a more ominous character than he gets portrayed in the Jackson movies. The Bakshi's Lord of the Ring also has him kind of like aggressive, like a little bit more ominous, and the Rankin Bass films, he's like kind of a jerk. In that Hobbit movie, it might be like part of how he's written or adapted. It might be like how the actor decides to portray him, but I think he's usually a little bit more sinister, a little bit more gruff than how he comes out in the Jackson movies. All right. Exterior vegetable and flower garden beyond Bilbo's yard. Nighttime. They have halted abruptly, and Bilbo finds that Gandalf has merely spun him into his own back garden, and they are standing amid the cauliflowers. Through an arch, the dancers can be glimpsed applauding the musicians and preparing for the next jig. And the ring? Very well, I'll give it to Frodo. Where is it? I'm not sure. I put it down somewhere. In your pocket? Bilbo pats his pocket and fishes it out sheepishly. Well, so it is. Gandalf takes off his hat and holds it out, not wanting to handle it himself. Put it in there and I'll give it to Frodo. Bilbo, angry. Now that it comes to it, I don't like parting with it at all. Gandalf bristles and he looks menacingly at Bilbo. He crumples under the wizard's gaze and drops the ring into the hat. Then he smiles at Gandalf. Well, it's done. What a relief. He is suddenly lightheaded and a great burden lifted from him. He looks around the garden with a fond last look, and then through the archway at the revelers. He sees Frodo dancing shyly with a buxom hobbit maiden. Poor Frodo. Watch over him, Gandalf. And with that, Bilbo skips over to the garden gate and opens it. He turns his back. What fun to be off again on the open road. A winding path runs away from the gate. Goodbye for the present, dear Bilbo. Take care of yourself. Goodbye, Gandalf. Wait, hold on. Bilbo crazily. How do you read that crazily? Goodbye, Gandalf! Bilbo trips away down the winding path and starts to sing. The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it begun, and on and on and on and on. His voice fades off, and the path meanders away to join the road which winds through the valley. Or is it a river? Exterior courtyard night. The party is over. Only the sad debris of a banquet remains. Frodo is bidding goodbye to his young friends, Sam, Merry, and Pippin. Sam has his arms around a pretty hobbit girl whose sleepy head rests on his shoulder. They are all smoking pipes, from which huge clouds of smoke rise up. They stagger off erratically. Frodo falls back into his chair and slumps on the table asleep. A goose, pecking at scraps of food, suddenly arches its neck, hissing. It turns this way and then that, trying to face an unseen enemy. Frodo jerks awake and sits upright. Behind him in the trees, it is just possible to discern the outline of a horse and a rider, and, hidden by the leaves, its blind, skull-like face still and watchful. Frodo shudders and gets up. He glances about him anxiously, but sees nothing. He starts towards Bilbo's cottage. Wow. We're getting one of the riders this early, huh? Just moving this along super fast. Interior Bilbo's cottage, night. Gandalf is dozing by the open hearth fire in the center of the room. The flickering light shows a comfortable room cluttered with the mementos of a traveler. Frodo walks in, red-eyed, and Gandalf awakens, looking up. Where's Bilbo? I think he preferred to slip off quietly, much the best way. He left this for you. Gandalf points to the ring lying on the ledge of the hearth. Frodo sits opposite Gandalf, and between them is the ring. The glowing fire casts a warm, mysterious light. He's really gone, then, the ring? Has he left me that? I wonder why. What do you know about the ring? I know it was precious to Bilbo. He found it on his adventures with the dwarves. It is magic. It makes you disappear when you put it on, doesn't it? Amongst other things. It's yours. Take it. Gandalf pretends to doze off again, but he opens an anxious eye surreptitiously as Frodo's hand stretches out to the ring. Frodo catches him watching. It is suddenly reluctant and suspicious, but he picks it up and examines it. Put it on. Try it. Frodo becomes excited, but also afraid. He tries to put it on compulsively, repeatedly, but he cannot. He's like a child who thrusts his hand at the flame to dare himself, but then withdraws it. Gandalf becomes alarmed as Frodo becomes more and more worked up. He tries to stop Frodo, but Frodo pushes his hand away. For a moment there is confusion of hands. The ring falls on the ledge. A trance-like look comes into Frodo's eye. Frodo, one to rule them, in the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie. Gandalf, shocked. Who told you this? Frodo shakes his head, the spell broken. It just came out. Frodo looks at the ring with a shudder of disgust and thrusts it at Gandalf. Here, I don't want it. You have it. Gandalf shrinks back into his chair. No, don't tempt me. Power should not be matched with power. Gandalf tries to rise as if to make a grand speech, but he sinks back into his seat. In the hearth, the flames quiver and leap. Through the heat haze, Gandalf's face distorts. With his index finger, he lectures Frodo. He speaks in a low, intense voice. I am a powerful wizard, and over me the power of the ring would gain a power still greater and more deadly. For a moment, it seems that Gandalf, carried away by his intensity, is going to poke his index finger through the ring, or that Frodo will slip it on Gandalf's finger. But at the last moment, he clenches his hand into a fist. If it would do that to you, what would it do to me? What would it do to Bilbo? It is only safe with someone simple, like a hobbit, like Bilbo. Frodo, like me. Goodness and innocence and pity are the only proof against its power. The door swings open. Gandalf and Frodo start. Sam and Pippo burst in, followed by Merry. Sam and Pippin are out of breath, unable to talk. Merry, the fat hobbit, panting desperately, forces the words out of himself and waves a breath. A dark shape, a black horse, a face without eyes. My dream. Frodo says quietly, I just awoke from that dream. Gandalf jumps to his face. Gandalf half to himself, Black Riders. They look at him anxiously, but Gandalf conceals his concern and smiles at them benignly. Nothing to worry about. Some evil things are abroad. Shadows passing over the Shire. It may as well be for you to go away for a while until it passes. Frodo looks unsure. He glances at his friends. Take Sam and Merry and Pippin. You've come into your inheritance today. Celebrate. Take a holiday. Visit Rivendell. The hobbits' faces light up. Pippin, the skinny hobbit, jumps for joy. Hooray to the elves! They break into excited chatter. Gandalf looks out of the window, searching the yard. A new day is dawning. The hobbits scuttle out of the door. Goodbye, Gandalf. Gandalf smiles. You forgot the ring. Frodo runs back and grabs it, forgetting his earlier doubts. He puts the chain around his neck. He shudders for a moment as the ring slips down to his chest. And remember, don't put it on unless you have to. Frodo smiles and is gone. Gandalf watches him go with an expression of infinite sadness. Whew. Wow, that is a very different scene, huh? We get everything together and bundled up very quickly. The Black Riders are already there. He's like convincing them to go on like a vacation, I guess. He really seems like he's underselling the danger of Black Riders like hunting them for sport. Also, I don't think they've figured out what the ring does. So he's like, remember, don't put it on unless you have to. Like, did Frodo even turn invisible yet? I feel like that didn't happen here. We're getting like interesting chunks of exposition merged in. Yeah, and it's really played up how simple the hobbits are, right? Like, he literally calls them simple. And then it's like he's like dangling keys, like, and go to Rivendell. Yeah, it's dangerous here. Go take a vacation. And they're like, yeah, Rivendell. They then like stop asking about these Black Riders and like the evil that's about their homeland. They're not like, hey, should we warn everybody that there's some fucking crazy like Black Riders around and doing evil shit? Nah, to Rivendell, vacation, woo! Oh my god. Imrando asks, did the infamous 1970 script include Frodo Galadriel smut, or these separate readings? Apparently, there is a sex scene in this movie, Imrando. I have not read it yet, so I can't confirm, but that is what I've read on Reddit, is that there is a sex scene in this movie, and it involves Frodo and Galadriel, so... This reads like someone read the book 20 years ago and had to write the script from memory. Yeah. So the writer of this, we're like unsure if like he really wanted to make a Lord of the Rings movie. He had also tried to make like an Arthurian legend that had fallen apart. And then he finally did make Excalibur after this. So I'm a little unsure as to like whether he like really had Lord of the Rings in his sights, or if he was trying to make the Excalibur movie from the get-go. Just trying to get something to work and try and get something made. Some kind of sword and sorcery type deal. But Excalibur rips. So clearly he did something right. This script is also jamming all three books together. So we're going to see some wild jumps and scenes merged together and stuff. I don't think we're going to see Tom Bombadil in this. Like, I think it's going to be like extremely compressed in like kind of a crazy way, which I'm really looking forward to. How did this not get made? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Boorman, I believe, wrote and directed Zardoz. I think he did Deliverance, too, if you've ever seen that one. Excalibur is probably his best movie. I have a strange fondness for Zardoz. I think there's some gold in that script. Mixed in with like a lot of tedium, but there's some gold, too. Wild film. Whew. Funny considering the rumors that Sean Connery was considered for Gandalf. Interesting. I didn't know that. That is kind of funny. All right. Exterior, Valley of the Shire, early morning. The Shire lies below, and hills rise all around it. Bilbo's cottage is just visible in the foreground, the waterfall. Next to it, the road and the four hobbits toiling up it, light packs on their backs. As they pass, a black rider appears on a hilltop in the far distance, just picked out against the sky. He looks down at the Shire below, and the hobbits do not see him. Bilbo's song, The Road Goes Ever On and On, has begun, and his voice is heard singing. But as Frodo gets closer, we see that he is singing too, and gradually his voice takes over from Bilbo's. The song continues for the first stage of their journey. The road goes ever on and on, away from the door where it begun. Hearth and home are gone, and I must follow if I can. Sam, Merry, and Pippin are the chorus. Hill and water under the sky, pass them by, pass them by. The road continues through a pastoral landscape in the full flush of spring. The road winds and twists endlessly into the distance, and lanes and paths run down to meet it. The hobbits recede along it in a jaunty mood, singing away, happy to be starting a holiday on this fine morning. Exterior countryside in spring. Various. Their path crosses the brow of a hill, and they come upon an orchard full of apple blossom. They skip through it, and the wind swirls in white petals around them like a snowstorm. The road goes ever on and on, away from the door where it begun. The one who walks before him are gone, hobbit, elf, dorm, and mon. Apple and thorn, nut and shrew, let them go, let them go. Wait, that's not in slow. What the fuck is a slow? I apologize for the singing. I'm doing my best. I don't think it would do the script credit if I didn't attempt. A sloe is a small, dark, astringent fruit of the blackthorn tree, known for its tart and bitter taste, though its flavor can be improved by frost or freezing before use. Oh, okay. So they look kind of like blueberries, huh? And they're a bit bitter, but you can treat them different. I'd never heard that word before. Yeah, like sloe gin, exactly. A path leads them out of the swirling petals into a field covered with mushrooms. The hobbits are delighted. They set to, picking and eating them as fast as they can. They begin to laugh and giggle, becoming rather unsteady on their feet. They lurch on their way with contented smiles on their faces. The world looks a little misty, different. Suddenly, they are in a field of buttercups. Naked children run and play among the golden flowers. The hobbits blink and grin, and Merry belches. They run over a hill and into a flock of sheep, which opens up to let them through and closes behind them. Now they are in a vast plowed field, and there are perhaps 50 scarecrows, very nasty faces, and scraggly arms flooding in the wind. They hurry on, somewhat sobered. The road goes ever on and on, where will it lead? On and on, the shadow falls across our way, we must go on, we cannot stay. Trees and flower and leaves and grass, let them pass, let them pass. The music, I don't know if any of this is like faithful to the book or whatnot, but I know there are a lot of poems and songs and such in the book. It's been so long since I actually read them. It's certainly, if the song is not like literally taken from the book, it's certainly in the spirit of Tolkien, for sure. Tons of songs in the book, right? Exterior hayfield. Day. The four hobbits walk through long grass, just their heads showing like marbles rolling on a carpet. Their song comes to an end. Suddenly, the tall grass stops, and the hobbits are confronted with a line of big people cutting the grass with scythes. Startled, the hobbits scuttle back. One of the men catches a glimpse of a small being jumping back into the grass. He blinks and wipes his brow, then turns to the man next to him. It must be the heat, or did I see a halfling? Halfling where? There's a reward if you catch one of them. The two men look about them, then resume working. Sam, Merry, and Pippin scurry back, breaking out of the long grass further down and hiding behind a haystack. Frodo lags behind, a mischievous smirk on his face. He jumps over one of the scythe blades and struts up and down among the men, singing, Oh, I'm a hobbit of the Shire, am I the halfling you desire? Frodo has the ring in his hand. The men are startled, the nasty looks cross their faces. They close in on him, ready to jump. Oh, reapers of the hay, oh, reapers of dismay. At that, he leaps into the air, doing a somersault. He puts on the ring and vanishes in midair. The reapers are truly dismayed. A cow pie suddenly splatters, struck by an invisible foot. Frodo materializes behind the haystack, holding the ring in his hand. Sam, Merry, and Pippin are still more amazed and dismayed than the reapers. Frodo's head is reeling, as if he has touched on an experience he does not understand. He has a guilty, sheepish look on his face. It just got itself to slip itself on. While you, Master Frodo, stuck your foot in it. In the background, the reapers scratch their heads and argue. The hobbits hurry away towards the winding road. Interesting. So we got Frodo showboating as our first, real use of the ring, huh? Cool. A dusty lane crosses the brow of a hill, and the 4 hobbits trudge across it. The shadow of a cloud scurries over the sunlit fields. In the distance, the hobbits see a flurry of dust coming towards them. They hurry off the lane and push themselves through the hedge like rabbits. A rider thunders toward them. They keep their heads well down and peer through the hedgerow flowers where bees and butterflies suck and flutter. The rider slows down as he approaches, looking from side to side, but they see him very indistinctly. The bees and thorns and flowers and butterflies remain sharply focused, while the rider is a wispy, black shape beyond. The black shape snuffles, searching like a bloodhound. Frodo looks very tense and flushed. He raises his hand to where the ring hangs at his chest. He touches it and fondles it. A bee sucking at a dog rose. Next to it, Frodo's hand appears, the ring poised over his finger. An effort of will shows on his face, and he draws the ring away. The black rider gallops off. The hobbits show relief and start again on their journey, but now keeping cautiously to the fields. Exterior by a stream, a mossy bank by a stream. In the far background, a rough thatched cottage nestles into the trees. The hobbits have made a fire, cooked and eaten. Sam is tidying up his pans. Pippin is lying down by the water, idly trying to tickle trout. Frodo and Merry are stretched out in a post-prandial contentment. A few belches. That's better. I feel more like a hobbit again. Oh, what did you feel like before? Well, less like a hobbit. They all laugh at poor Merry, but they know what he means. I don't know if this is a holiday or hard work, Frodo says. We've come so far so fast, says Sam. I think our hobbit senses got left behind. We squeezed a shire month into a day. And my pack's too heavy. Then Pippin answers Fat Mary's complaint. You'll feel the weight less, Merry, when you've worked off some of your own. Where is Rivendell, then? Tell me that, one of you. Some say it's here, Pippin says. Some say it's there. Merry. Does it move around, then? Why doesn't it stay in one place? Elves are very elfish. Sam. Never mind, Rivendell. Where are we? That's what I'd like to know. Merry. Well, I go no further tonight, for one. There's tacit agreement. Sam stands up and unrolls his bed blanket, looking out at the setting sun. Sam. When the sun's in the west, rest is best. Merry. When the sun's in the east, start the feast. Merry mimics eating an enormous breakfast. Sam prepares Frodo's bed. Frodo is pensive. Then something makes him shudder. A thought or an intuition. Those black riders, it's funny. When they've gone, it feels like they were never here. And when they're here, it feels like they'll never leave. And when they do go, you can't remember what they looked like. Frodo looks around nervously. The dell has fallen into twilight. Sam. Master, if you think about them too much, they'll never leave you. Think about, Gandalf's fireworks. Pippin. You can see them if you close your eyes. They all follow Pippin's example and squeeze their eyes closed. Now they all sit, grinning and sighing, in a gentle reverie of remembered pleasure. The hobbits are far away in their beloved shire once again. This is rudely interrupted by the chilling sound of geese screaming. Their eyes open and they look around. A gust of wind swirls about them. The geese shriek and a donkey in a nearby field begins to bray. Quickly, the hobbits gather up their belongings. It's a black rider. I can feel it, Frodo says. Sam picks up a stout stick and surveys the perimeter of their camp. Suddenly, a flock of frightened crows goes cawing overhead. The braying donkey appears and crashes through their camp. Panic seizes the hobbits. Merry. Come on! Pippin. Where? Merry. Anywhere! And off he runs with the others at his heels, and soon they are in full flight past the little farmyard. In the yard a dog howls, and across their stumbling path appears a black cat, hissing, its shackles high. They run blindly on, caught by the terror at their heels, crying out themselves. Exterior field night. Over a moonlit plowed field, panic-stricken, the 4 hobbits fall and stumble. Horses and sheep run amok. Birds scatter from the trees, and the earth itself begins to resound with the beat of hooves. Frodo trips and falls to his knees, but Sam and Pippin drag him to his feet. Ahead is a dark, menacing forest. Exterior forest night. They plunge into its thickets, not daring to look back as the hooves beat closer, but the wood seems to open to let them pass, then close behind them as they zigzag through branches and brambles. They risk a glance back and see the dark form of the Black Rider enmeshed in the dense undergrowth, and the flash of great scimitar cutting a way through. But the branches seem to fight back, thrashing at the horse. The hobbits run on, getting further and further away from the rider. They keep running deep into the forest until they can run no more. They come to a stop and struggle for breath. They look back. No sign of their pursuer. Merry, did you see? Pippin, the trees? Merry, on our side. Frodo looks around at the impenetrable forest surrounding them. Frodo, Bilbo always said there are good and bad trees, just as there are good and bad hobbits. Frodo has just finished talking when Pippin falls to the ground with a curse and jumps angrily to his feet again. Pippin, that root tripped me up. Merry manages a snorting laugh. Pippin, don't be ridiculous. Merry goes over to where Pippin stands and immediately crashes to the ground himself, falling over the same root. He leaps up again, clenching his fists at the tree which owns the root. Don't you try that stuff with me! I'll cut you down! The forest creaks and groans angrily in response. Sam laughs at Merry, but as he steps back, a swooping branch catches him in the back and sends him sprawling. Sam rises and bursts out in anger. You black-hearted tree! May Wordworm devour you! Sam pulls out his axe and rushes at the tree, his uplifted arm brandishing it. Angry tremors run through the forest. A low branch knocks the axe out of Sam's hand. Sam is thrown off balance, spins around, and goes crashing into the tree. The trunk groans, the branches toss and quiver. Sam is frightened at the effect of his words. Big tree, forgive me. Please excuse me, I didn't mean it. All the plants in my garden love me. I've got all my friends are plants, really. Oh man, this is moving at like an extremely fast pace. Like they've just left the Shire and they ran smack dab into the Ents. Like we're already in the Two Towers. yeah, I've got plenty of plant friends. I'm not a bigot, I promise. Frodo goes to Sam's side. He looks around anxiously at the restless tree. Frodo, it's the Black Rider's fault. Sam is full of remorse. He talks and chokes. Please, big tree, don't fret. Go to sleep. Frodo looks on anxiously as Sam tries to placate the tree. I wish I knew more about the language of trees, like Bilbo. Sam. Drink water. Go to sleep, big tree. Frodo picks up Sam's cadence. Eat earth, dig deep. Drink water. Go to sleep. Look, Sam, the tree is quieting down. Eat earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. Sam and Frodo continue their chant, and Merry and Pippin join in. The anger of the tree subsides. The leaves begin to flutter softly. Merry and Pippin look up, and the hypnotic flutter of the leaves makes them drowsy. Look, the tree likes us, says Sam. Frodo, we should get off the ground with these Black Riders prowling about. Sam, big tree, get a shelter for the night. The tree seems to respond with a quiver, and Sam and Frodo notice Merry and Pippin staggering like drunks, fighting off sleep. Sam and Frodo feel the hypnotic effect of the fluttering leaves. Staggering, they manage to grasp Merry and Pippin and drag them to the tree. They help them up. The four hobbits climb into the tree. Sleep overtakes them. They sink into the thick, soft foliage, which seems to cradle them. As his eyes close, Frodo continues to chant. Sam, eat earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. Exterior, the big tree, morning. Early morning sunlight dappling through the leaves. Sam shakes Frodo awake. Look, Master Frodo! Frodo sits up and squints out. We're right on the edge of the forest. And I was sure we were deep in its heart, says Frodo. Pippin wakes up at that point. Pippin, well, trees can't walk, can they? Merry waking up. I wish they could cook. I'm starving. They look out at the open courtyard beyond. It is broken and rocky with stunted trees. A mist hangs over them. Not at all pleasant. Sam, well, we don't know where we are, or where we're going, so we might as well start walking the way we're pointing. Exterior, open country, foggy day. The hobbits walk in silence. The mist lies low over the ground, and visibility is getting worse. Sam is startled by something behind him. Take cover! It's a Black Rider! They all fall to the ground, finding the shelter of some lichen-covered rocks. Sam points. They watch anxiously, and after a moment catch the glimpse of a horseman drifting ghost-like through the fog. He disappears and they wait, straining to pierce the fog with their eyes. Again the rider appears fleetingly, this time much closer. Quick and quiet, says Frodo. He leads the way, and they set off at a crawling run away from the rider. They can hear the hooves quite distinctly behind them. They begin to imagine riders everywhere. They quicken their pace, fear verging once again on panic. Sam collides with a boulder, and the frying pan on his pack makes a clanging ring. In response, a deep voice calls out from behind them. Halflings! Hobbits! It seems to say. The hobbits look at each other in alarm. Halflings! He can hear us moving. We must hide. They push on, running hard, keeping low. The sound of hooves is close behind, and again the voice is calling, Hobbits! The hobbits scuttle away, zigzagging among the boulders. Suddenly they catch the glimpse through the drifting fog of 3 black riders emerging from behind a knoll and fanning out, making the familiar sniffling sounds, as if they are following a scent. The hobbits freeze on the spot then, carefully they backtrack, tiptoeing through the boulders in silence and fear, not knowing what to do. They hear a horse galloping towards them. They bolt away. The horse jumps a rock, coming to a rearing halt in front of the terrified hobbits. The rider leaps to the ground. He has a towering figure with a long, leathery face and keen blue eyes. Sam, showing great bravery, draws his long kitchen knife and, trembling, struts up to the man. Black Rider, I am Sam Gamgee, Hobbit of the Shire. Turn and fight fair if you know how. Sam trembles, his teeth chatter. A slight smile touches the lips of the man and softens the melancholy of his deep-lined face. He regards the 4 hobbits. Which of you is Frodo? The hobbits are stunned that the man should know Frodo's name. They exchange looks. The snuffling sounds are heard again. Sam, Merry, and Pippin together. I am. The man turns to Frodo, the only hobbit who has not spoken. Do you bear it? Frodo, confused. Bear it? Bear what? Man. I see you do. It draws them. Frodo. Who are you? Why have you pursued us if you are not a Black Rider? Man. I am a ranger. He signals that they be still. They listen. Snuffling sounds again approach from all sides. He casts a commanding glance at the hobbits, then motions that they follow him. The hobbits obey, running after the ranger. Pippin whispering. Why are we going with him? Sam. What else can we do? Mary, I don't like the looks of him. The shrill half-beats of the Black Riders are pursuing them and seem about to engulf them. The hobbits are unable to maintain the ranger's pace. He sees this, glances back, and realizes that further flight is hopeless. He stops, holding up one hand. Stand and fight. For a moment, the hobbits believe that he means with him. It's only plain, and they are very vulnerable. It is open plain, and they are very vulnerable. The fog drifts about them. The ranger crosses his arms and draws 2 swords. They are the 2 broken halves of 1 sword. One hand brandishes the original handle, while the other grasps a makeshift handle of leather bound around the blade. Shoulder to shoulder, make a ring. The ranger and tiny hobbits form a little circle, their cutlery pointed out into the fog. Immediately 2 riders burst upon them. One has a scimitar which scythes the air, and the other bears a long lance. The ranger drops to his knees to avoid the blade, and swings his swords in an arc over his head. The 2 black horses lurch away. The hobbits throw themselves to the ground. The ranger's horse is above them, giving some protection. From another direction, a black rider charges, and the ranger's horse rears at the oncomer, who swerves away. The ranger drags the hobbits to their feet. Get up, halflings, protect your master. He pulls Frodo to his feet, but when he releases him, Frodo sinks to his knees again. Frodo is half swooning. His hand goes to the ring. His eyes glaze. The Black Riders charge once again. The ranger thrusts out his 2 swords towards the sound of the hooves. Frodo moans as they gallop closer, charging in. The ring. Precious. The leading horse catches the ranger with its flank and hurls him to the ground. He crashes into the hobbits. The ranger's horse rears up, causing one rider to swerve away. A scimitar slices across their heads, and a lance stabs the ground an inch from Frodo's leg. Frodo crawls away into the fog. He has the ring out now. The other hobbits stagger to their feet. Sam sees that Frodo has gone. He calls out, Master Frodo. The riders charge again. Frodo can bear it no longer. His face is agonized. He slips on the ring. The riders charge past him between Frodo and the others. Sam catches a glimpse of Frodo just before the horses obscure his view. When they are gone, Frodo has disappeared. Sam, they've taken him! As Frodo becomes invisible, his perception changes. The fog disappears. His vision becomes extremely vivid. He sees the Black Riders as they slow down and turn ready to attack again. The ranger and the hobbits point their weapons out pathetically into the fog. which no longer exists for Frodo. The world of sound has changed too. We cannot hear the hoofbeats, nor what the Ranger and Sam are calling out. Instead, he is assailed by a dense, clashing clamor of voices. All 9 riders turn. Clearly, they now sense the area of his presence. They charge at him in a phalanx. They seem to come very slowly, swerving and lurching, and as they draw inexorably closer, they grow larger. They ride on towards Frodo, ignoring the Ranger and the hobbits. They are now 3 times normal size. They rein in their horses above Frodo, and each one extends a black-gloved fist towards him. On each hand gleams a garish ring. 9 hands and rings come down towards him, and a voice chants above all the others, 9 rings for the mortal men doomed to die. A lance is raised, descending slowly towards Frodo. Frodo sees the blind, luminescent skull-like faces. The wall of voices seems to crush him down, subtle, seductive voices, voices screaming in pain, voices singing strange, plaintive songs and chants, children wailing, and through them all another voice booms, struggling to be heard, trying to warn Frodo. Frodo, Gandalf! Gandalf! The rider's movements have become slower and slower until the moment that the lance descends on Frodo becomes utterly suspended. The riders stand above Frodo, frozen in time, as Frodo struggles in the dimension of sound, trying to hear what Gandalf is saying. The sharp, evil lance point, the moment of his death, is poised above him. Gandalf, over me the ring would gain a power still greater, more deadly. The other voices scream down Gandalf's voice. Frodo tears the ring off his finger. The moment of suspended time is released, the voices cease. The lance plunges down at him. Frodo rolls away from it, but not far enough, and its point pierces his shoulder. The fog returns. Sam spots Frodo and cries out, "There, Frodo!" The others see him too and catch a glimpse of lances and scimitars, blindly stabbing and probing the earth about Frodo's crumpled body, desperately searching for Frodo, who is now quite visible. The Ranger swings his swords and runs to Frodo's aid, but the riders have gone, disappearing into the fog. The Ranger lifts Frodo into his arms, blood seeps from his wound, and Frodo is barely conscious. The Ranger considers for a moment, peering into the fog, then down at the anxious faces of the terrified hobbits. The Ranger galvanizes into action. He sits Frodo on his horse, and then bundles the other hobbits up behind him. Hold on for your life and his. Sam puts his arms around Frodo as the Ranger breathes a word into the horse's ear. The river. The horse snorts. The Ranger gives it a mighty slap on the rear and it gallops off. Be faster than a sinking hope. The horse bolts away, the 4 hobbits hanging on precariously. Whew. A wild scene, huh? It's very interesting that he has Aragorn using the broken sword just as like two swords, and that just is like fine. I wonder what the benefit is of reforging it. He's gonna be all used to 2-sworded fighting. All of his skill points are gonna be in 2-weapon fighting, and then he's gonna have like 1 regular sword. It's not gonna be very efficient. Turn 1 Tybalt says he's gonna fuck that ring. Yeah, that's definitely happening. Hey, thanks, Ride or Die. Maybe Anduril gives a free respec. Ooh, you might be right about that, Lazarinth. Easy respec at an inn. Oh, that's true. Yeah. You think Jackson read this? Well, they both read the source material, huh? Maybe. Who knows? Bakshi definitely read this. And whoever wrote that adaptation. I think they literally bought the rights to the movie so this movie wouldn't get made. and then got Bakshi's film on board. All right. Exterior, valley and river, day. The Ranger's horse breaks out of the fog and into a valley at the bottom of which runs a river. On the slopes around them, they now see the Black Riders trailing whiffs of dust, converging on the hobbits from all directions. They are racing the hobbits to the river. Sam has difficulty in keeping Frodo's dead weight from failing. The wind sweeps the blood from Frodo's wound back onto him. It froths and darkens. Sam sees the river ahead and the 9 black riders converging from all sides, some from the left, some from the right, some from behind. Merry turns and sees a black rider catching up. He waves the frying pan to ward off the rider. The light flashes off the pan and for a moment blinds the rider's horse. It wavers and loses its stride. On the other side of the placid river, behind great trees, a light glows and Sam catches a glimpse of a palace of crystal. Sam, Rivendell! Approaching the river, the ranger's horse slows down, while the riders drive their horses on. The ranger's horse starts to wade across. Converging from all directions, the black riders have come galloping up to the river, almost colliding into each other. There's a confusion of rearing black horses, then the riders drive their mounts into the water. Deep inhuman cries come from the riders, chilling the blood of the hobbits. The ring. The ring. Suddenly, a wave of water floods the river, as if materializing out of the spray. Mounted elven warriors on ponies, the color of foam, their manes and tails flying like the surf about them, a gallop down the center of the river. They charge into the black riders, jousting them into the water, all except one, who had not yet entered the river. Frodo falls into the water. Sam plunges in after him. An elf jumps down, laughing with joy, and pulls Frodo out. Merry and Pippin scramble towards the bank. The elven horsemen, their ponies, prancing, break into cheers of victory. Sam, Merry, and Pippin, barely able to stand up in the fast-running water, look around in amazement. The bodies of the black riders are dissolving in the water, and from the dissolving carcasses issues a black slime. Howling, swords in hand, the ranger is running at incredible speed towards the river. The surviving black rider turns his horse and rears it up against the ranger, who crashes into the underside of the horse, toppling it over to the river. The elves cheer. The black rider dissolves into a slimy rivulet of dark liquid, which flows downstream, intact, running snake-like between the rocks. And snake-like, the liquid remains of the black riders coil and wind into each other. That is kind of a surreal way to end this scene, huh? They gotta come back, right? Yeah, water turning them into slime. At one point, we see something sort of like that in the Rings of Power. I think it's in the second season. It's not the Black Riders being turned into slime, but Sauron. He gets like stabbed with the crown, and his body becomes like an ooze that like regrows or something like that. Kind of a similar deal. Might have come from something. Why did the riders dissolve? I think it has something to do with like the elven magic. Like like it's not just a regular water, right? It's like probably like an enchanted, not like a moat per se, but like an enchanted barrier that the Black Riders are running into here, and that's why the elves chase them into the stream. Anyway, that's just my guess, and then I assume that they'll come back later because they certainly have more part in the in the tale. All right, moving on. Interior, the Great Hall, Rivendell, day. A slimy rivulet of dark blood oozes out of the wound in Frodo's shoulder. Frodo lies on an enormous circular table. His feet face towards the center, while his head rests at the edge of the table. His inanimate body, stripped of clothes, is covered with leaves. Around the wound, they are green, but as they move further away from the wound, they become autumnal, gold and umber in color. The ring on his chest is just visible through the leaves. The enormous circular table is made of solid crystal, and embedded under its surface is a historic relief of the map of Middle-earth. Above Frodo's head, on a throne, is seated a tall figure. His face is ageless, with sad gray eyes. Upon his head is a circlet of silver. He is Elrond, King of the Elves, Lord of Rivendell. Seated around the table are the sages, kings and warriors of Middle-earth. Bilbo, Sam, Merry, and Pippin are seated on one side of Elrond, and on the other, the ranger. Beyond the table, tiers rise up, and upon them are elves who are wailing and swaying in unison. Above the tiers of elves, the walls of crystals curve up, forming a dome over the great hall. The flames of an open fire at one end of the hall reflected upon the ceiling. High above, an elf, holding a mirror, deflects a beam of sunlight down to an elf who stands by the table, and who, in turn, reflects the beam with his mirror onto Frodo's shoulder. A trickle of black liquid oozes out of the wound and runs down Frodo's arm and onto the table, forming an inky pool. Gandalf leans forward to examine the wound. Wraith essence. Lord Elrond. Frodo fades still. A tremor of reaction shows in Elrond's utterly still countenance. A wave of dismay ripples through the hall as Gandalf's words are passed around, the humming chorus of voices picking up the words, repeating them rhythmically, becoming a background to Elrond's speech. Here lies Frodo, the Ringbearer, pierced by a blade of the 9 black riders, the Ring Wraiths, servants of our common enemy, Sauron, Lord of Mordor. The Wraiths have been vanquished, but from their foul essence, alas, a new form shall rise again. The Hobbit lies now in the twilight of the Wraith world. He begins to fade, his arm first. If we cannot halt the rotting of his blood, he will pass into the service of Sauron. Strong indeed has Sauron become, that this wound defies the healing power of the elves. Let his light be uplifted and float upon a sea of song. The chant of the elves has gathered in intensity. Their hands wave and shake in tormented dance. Sam cries out, joining the wailing of the elves. Merry and Pippin are drawn into the surging movement as if at a wake. Frodo's arm is becoming transparent. The bone is quite clear beneath the translucent skin. Elrond rises and motions towards a young girl about 13 years of age who is passing her hands through the flames of the great fire. In one hand, she holds a long, thin blade. Summoned by Elrond, blade in hand, she moves to Frodo. Chorus of elves. Dark are these times, the power of the elves is waning, but at the twilight shines an evening star. It is our Lady Arwen, who out of love will yield all hope to the halfling, will keep no hope for herself. Over the chorus, Elrond's voice booms out. Gimli, the dwarf, lord of the axe, come forward. Should my daughter swoon or cry out, strike off the arm. Gimli, a dwarf bearing an axe with a harsh, shining blade, rises and comes up to the throne. Arwen stands above Frodo's head, her knife ready to cut into Frodo's wound. Behind her stands Elrond. He leans over and tenderly kisses his daughter. Gimli raises and lowers his axe above Frodo's arm, measuring the arc of it. The chorus begins to undulate, chanting in a low-pitched hum of expectancy. Arwen plunges the blade into the wound, skillfully opening it up. A gasp escapes the hobbits. Arwen probes into the black hurt. Elrond watches his daughter anxiously. For a moment, Arwen seems to falter. Her mouth twists into a cry, but no sound comes. The chorus cries out for her. The arm fades further. Tensions mount among the onlookers. Even the leathery faces of the ancient kings betray anxiety. The hobbits scarcely dare to breathe, while for an endless moment Arwen cuts deeper into Frodo's flesh. The voices of the elves subside to an undulating murmur. Gimli's axe is about to cleave down as Arwen swoons, but she recovers, and Gimli forbears. The tension is unbearable. Suddenly, a powerful young warrior springs to his feet. Enough! How long shall we fuss over a ring and a sick hobbit? Murmurs of anger greet the outburst. Arwen remains impassive. I, Boromir, forsook my people who alone stand in arms against the enemy to be at this council. For 10 days and nights I rode, and 2 great horses died under me. Lord Elrond, did you summon me to sing hymns over a halfling? Gandalf raises his hand to silence him and moves across to whisper in his ear. Boromir, for the life of Elrond's daughter hangs in the scales. This is a struggle, a test of strength between the power of Sauron and the power of the elves. If Arwen fails, the hobbit will fall under the dominion of Sauron. Boromir looks suspiciously at Gandalf. Then we should take the ring. Gandalf, take it. You take it, Boromir. Gandalf's words are intense, a challenge. Boromir leaps on the table and crosses to Frodo. Arwen and Elrond remain absorbed. Boromir reaches out his hand, straining towards the ring. An unseen force holds him back. Boromir's face strains with effort. The sinews raise on his arm. At last, Boromir withdraws his hand, defeated. Gandalf. The hobbit is a pebble pinched between two great rocks. Arwen still probes inside the wound. She's still stabbing his arm. She extracts from the wound a dark splinter and holds it aloft. A joyous cry sweeps up from the chorus. Frodo stirs. The impetuous Boromir leaps onto the table with a great shout of victory. Sam and Bilbo start forward, hope springing in their hearts. Frodo awakes to the exultant singing of the elves. He opens his eyes and sees his friends above him in a dreamlike swirl of confused faces. Pippin, Frodo, we live! Frodo hears this while his swirling vision slowly subsides. He lifts himself up a bit and sees a distorted image of his arm, returning to normal, and at the end of it, holding onto his hand, Sam, his eyes shining. Hello, Sam. It's warm, meaning your hand, Mr. Frodo. Oh my. Frodo sits up, his vision still hazy. He sees Bilbo. Bilbo, I never thought. Bilbo laughs happily. Can we talk about this scene for a second? Can we? What is this? This is batshit. So, so they have like this huge thing with like the elves chanting, and like they have like Arwen, who is 13 in this. How old is Arwen in the books? They found a way to make Sam more in love with Frodo, right? It's warm, Mr. Frodo. Like thousands of years old. A few hundred. Older than Aragorn. Yay! Clearly older than Aragorn. Like, clearly old for a human, but like in elvish years. Like he's having like a 13-year-old player. That doesn't make any sense, right? Also, the idea that like Gimli would stand there with an axe and like if she fucks up the surgery, like this child, if she fucks up the surgery, they're just gonna lop off Frodo's arm. And he's like the security clause. Like, we fucked this up. We gotta kill the Hobbit. That's all there is to it. Jesus Christ. All right. It's warm, meaning your hand, Sam. Sam, flushed with excitement. Oh, man. It's been a while since I read the books. I don't know if there's a line that's this homoerotic. Oh, you thought he was there to cut off Arwen's arm if the corruption spread. Did I misread that? I'm going to back up for a second. I hope you all don't mind. This is fascinating. Should my daughter swoon or cry out, strike off the arm? The arm. So they're doing like the weird surgery on Frodo's arm. So they're like, if she fails, you have to cut the arm off. Like the old thing, like you do a tourniquet to like stop the spread of the poison or whatever. I love that Boromir is just an asshole. Like, why are we trying to heal a hobbit? This doesn't make any sense. Just give me the ring. Just let him die. What the fuck? I lost 2 horses coming to this. Oh man, just ridiculous. Somehow even more of an asshole. Oh, man. Bilbo, I never thought. Bilbo laughs happily. Frodo sees the awesome figure of Elrond as though reflected in rippling water. Elrond is speaking, and Frodo strains to hear what he is saying. Gradually, the face grows clearer and the voice stronger. Frodo finds himself sitting at the round table. Elrond is making his opening speech, and the council has begun. And the rings of power were forged by the elven smiths, but Sauron ensnared them. He learned the secrets of the elves and betrayed them, and in the Mountain of Fire he secretly forged the One Ring, to be master over all the rings of power. Singing begins in a sad and heroic mode. In contrast, cymbals and hand drums strike up a fanciful marching rhythm. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords in their halls of stone, 9 for the mortal men doomed to die in the land of Mordor, where the shadows lie. 1 for the Dark Lord in his handsome throne, 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. While the voices chant, a group of actors in costumes and masks, a motley assortment representing the beings of Middle-earth, mounts onto the table in cortege. I don't know what cortege means. My apologies. A solemn procession, especially for a funeral. A person's entourage or retinue. Okay. First come the elves, preceded by a ring juggler performing deftly with 3 glass rings, shimmering with colors. Then follow the dwarves, led by a little person juggler who fares badly with 7 rings being harassed by a dragon, which other dwarves attempt to fight off. Then come the men, with a woman juggler swaying like a belly dancer, with 9 rings rotating on her arms and legs. The juggler is a beautiful woman, but one side of her costume betrays a withered body in decay. A small mongrel dog jumps onto the table, then runs wildly around, barking. A character who is a combination of Mick Jagger and Punch leaps onto the table. What the fuck? Who's Punch? Who is Punch? Punch and Judy? What? What? A character who is a combination of Mick Jagger and Punch leaps onto the table. He is dressed in white, in a strange robe of pleats, and whenever the pleats splay open, dark, garish colors burst forth. A harsh musical beat accompanies this character. He, Sauron, struts menacingly around the table. The others retreat in front of him. Sauron singing. I am Sauron, Lord of the One Ring. I covet the 3, I long for the 7. I lust for the 9, to find them, bring them, rule them, bind them. The chorus repeats a counter chant. Rings of power, etc. With one hand, Sauron bounces a transparent ball around which a golden band is wrapped. The dog barks at him, wanting to play. Perversely, he throws the ball among the legs of the actors, and the dog bolts after it, retrieving it, growling viciously at any hand or leg attempting to touch it. A play has begun. The stage is the table. The acting is stylized, emphatic, as in the Kabuki theater. The costumes are flamboyant and symbolize beings and entities of Middle-earth. The voices of the elves in the background function as a chorus. The outstanding characteristic of the play is the dog, forever playing and performing with the ball, the ring, and recognizing none of the players as his real master. The dog symbolizes fate, and also the ring's own will. How is the viewer gonna get this? Frodo is increasingly... It seems like a lot of this movie is, like, over-explained, and this is just, like, super under-explained. No, the dog symbolizes fate, see? Oh, of course. What else would it symbolize? Frodo is increasingly fascinated and finally obsessed by what he sees and hears. Sauron, always playing with the dog, struts up to the elven juggler, who in an act of bravura makes his 3 rings vanish. Meanwhile, Elrond is explaining. The fairest rings of power, the elven lords hid them from him, and his hands never sullied them. Oh wait, I'm reading the wrong. This is fucking... I'm doing the Sauron voice for Elrond. That's super wrong. Redo. Hey, everyone forget that. Everyone forget that. The fairest rings of power, the elvish lords hid them from him, and his hands never sullied them, and so today we keep our knowledge and power. At this, applause breaks out in the audience, and for a moment, Elrond is touched with emotion. Sauron approaches the dwarf juggler, who is fighting the dragon. The juggler becomes afraid and nervous. He drops his rings. Sauron laughs and picks them up. 7 rings of power, Elrond says. The dwarf kings possessed. 3 Sauron took, and the others the dragon consumed. The power of the dwarves faded. Sauron struts up to the woman juggling the 9 rings and starts to dance lasciviously in front of her, in a different rhythm, distracting her from her performance. She becomes entranced by him. The rings fall to the floor, and Sauron picks them up, laughing triumphantly. And for each ring he picks up, one of the men goes into convulsions and emerges as a black rider. Frodo goes pale with fear as he is reminding of his terrible encounter. Elrond. The 9 rings of power which belong to mortal men fell under the dominion of the One, and the 9 men who bore the rings fell under the dominion of Sauron, and they became the ring wraiths, his most terrible servants, the Black Riders. Now on the table are two groups facing each other, circling around, ready for battle. On the one hand, Sauron, backed by his 9 wraiths, and on the other, a group of elves and men. The two sides eye each other, ready to pounce. Sauron defiantly bounces the ball and makes the dog perform, and the edges slowly towards the other group. From the men and elves, 2 actors stand out. A man. I'm Elendil, king of the ancient Minas Tirith. An elf. I am Gil-galad, High Lord of the Elves. We have gathered a great force on the slopes of, chorus, Mount Doom, Mountain of Fire. Gil-galad, to slay the murderous hand of Sauron, which wields the One Ring. Men and elven warriors attack the wraiths, while Elendil and Gil-galad rush Sauron. Elendil is pierced by Sauron's sword, but he throws himself at Sauron as Sauron turns toward Gil-galad. Sauron falls back onto Elendil, who under Sauron's weight crashes to the table, and Elendil's sword snaps in half. Gil-galad dives onto Sauron, impaling him on Sauron's sword. Sauron is trapped. The ball rolls out of Sauron's hand, and the dog picks it up. Sauron is pulled away by the fleeing wraiths and looks back, agonized, as the dog runs off with the ball, playing and yelping. Two dancers undulate a length of blue cloth to represent a river. The dog goes under it, puts down the ball, and goes to sleep. Elrond. And the ring was lost. It fell into the great river and vanished. There, in the dark pools, the ring passed out of knowledge and legend, and the 3 elven rings were released from the dominion of the One, and peace reigned for many years. The elven juggler steps on the table, performing with great dexterity and grace. The sunbeams, shining down, refract ever-changing shimmering light patterns through the 3 rings of glass. Meanwhile, under the undulating blue cloth, 2 creatures, a large fish in each of their mouths, crawl across the table. The hand of one falls on the ball at the side of the sleeping dog. A silent fight begins between them for possession of it. Then, Tarzan-like, from out of the darkness, Sauron swings onto the table. He is attired in a negative version of his previous costume. He completely moves his hand and arm as if he was playing with the ball. He compulsively moves his hand and arm as if he was playing with the ball. He dances to a harsh beat. Chorus. Here comes Sauron in another husk. Sauron. In this new body of fate, I have stepped well beyond hate. At the same time, one of the creatures kills the other and makes off with the ball and dog, muttering Gallum, Gallum. Bilbo, seated at the table, points excitedly. Gollum, he doesn't look like that. Sauron continues to dance and growl his song. He edges in on Gollum while whirling a bull roar. The bull roar is in the shape of a socketless eye and makes a sinister drone as it spins. The eye of the bull roar flashes with light when caught by the rays of the sun reflected from above. Onto the table comes 2 grand figures in wizard attire, one cloaked up and concealed with a great white mantle, and the other in gray, made up as Gandalf. Elrond. From over the seas, 2 great wizards appear in Middle-earth in the guise of men. Saruman, the white, and Gandalf, the gray. There were messengers sent to contest the power of Sauron and to unite all those who had the will to resist him. But they were forbidden to match his power with power, or to seek to dominate elves, or men, by force or fear. The real Gandalf looks uneasy. The white wizard begins stalking Sauron, and in doing so, cannot avoid falling into imitations of his dancing, prancing strut. Gandalf pets the dog, who wags his tail, but always returns to play ball with Gollum. Sauron stalks Gollum, who retreats, horrified, to the edge of the table, nearly falling into the audience. The dog snarls at Sauron, just as it does to everybody else. The elven juggler has a difficult time continuing his performance because of the confusion of actors and the rotating bull roar. Sauron has nearly cornered Gollum, and Gandalf and Saruman are closing in on Sauron. The wizards collide into each other. Saruman throws open his cape and pulls his phony beard over his head. It looks like flowing blonde hair, and he behaves like a femme fatale. Saruman grabs Gandalf, and the two roll around the table. Saruman seductively. Oh, Gandalf, Let's join forces, old friend. We should wield the One Ring. While rolling on the floor in order to pin down Gandalf and seduce him, Saruman can't help glancing up at Sauron repeatedly and mimicking his movements. Gandalf. Don't trouble to say we, Saruman. Only one hand at a time can wield the one. Saruman becomes helplessly caught in Sauron's dance, and Gandalf prives himself loose. Gandalf. He who studies the enemy too closely becomes too close to the enemy. Sauron has nearly cornered Gollum when from behind where Bilbo is seated, an actor made up as Bilbo, but much younger, steps on the table, skipping across it, singing "The Road Goes Ever On and On." The ball falls accidentally into Bilbo's hand. Gollum goes for it. Bilbo, with a bland smile on his face, turns and holds out his two clenched fists, as if Gollum had to guess in which hand the ball is concealed. Gollum, dismayed, points at one hand. Bilbo pirouettes around once and holds out his hands again, which are now crossed one over the other. Bilbo opens up the hand at which the Gollum has pointed. It is empty. Bilbo skips away, playing with the ball and the dog. Sauron is after him, and so is Gollum, but Bilbo is oblivious. He just skips happily away, then a hand trips him up. It is Gandalf. He is standing at the edge of the table. He catches Bilbo, pulling him off the table into his arms, and retreats. In retreating, he reveals the real Gandalf, who stands up to speak. And so the ring abandoned Gollum, only to be picked up by the most unlikely person imaginable, Bilbo of the Shire, my very dear friend. Elrond. And the enemy is getting stronger. Boromir leaps to his feet. Boromir. Stronger and stronger! Minas Tirith stands alone in arms against the mighty Sauron, pointing to the broken sword on the table. That is the sword that was broken and lost. For a dream spoke such that if the sword of our ancestors was found, we would regain the glory at once. The ranger stands up proudly and draws the two halves of the sword. Here is the sword that was broken. Boromir, horrified. Who is this that bears the sword of Elendil? They stand glaring at each other. Pippin, that is the ranger who saved us from the Black Riders. Elrond, a lonely ranger, but he's also Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and he descends from Elendil. If we quarrel, the laughter of Sauron will be our only reward, and I fear that his evil eye is already upon this council. Gandalf, but Sauron lacks the One Ring, pointing to Frodo. With that, his power will be complete. Rhetorically to Elrond, can the ring be kept here, in Rivendell? Elrond, Sauron can torture the very hills, and I have not the strength to withstand the enemy when all else is overthrown. Gandalf, could it not be hidden? Elrond, Chance already plucked it once from the riverbed, and his creatures would search it out, under the earth or at the bottom of the sea. Gandalf shudders, still speaking rhetorically. But can we not wield it? Elrond, no! We cannot use the ring. The ring belongs to Sauron and is altogether evil. The very desire to wield it corrupts the heart. Elrond pauses. Nobody speaks, overcome by the tale of the ring. Then a gentle voice speaks out. We cannot keep it. We cannot hide it. We cannot wield it. Elrond. That was Arwen. Elrond in a hushed, sober voice. But it can be destroyed, and there is only one way. It must be sent to the fire in which it was forged, to the fire of Mount Doom, in the heart of Mordor, land of the enemy. Elrond looks piercingly at the members of the council. Each one averts his eyes. Then, Bilbo bursts out in a ridiculous voice. Very well, Mr. Elrond, say no more. I knew who you were thinking of. Bilbo, the silly hobbit, started this affair, and... But he cannot finish. Frozen by the stern looks of Gandalf and Elrond, he shrivels in his seat. All eyes are downcast. Nobody dares to speak. Frodo glances around the table. A thought seems to well up in him. Very quietly, words break from his lips. Frodo, I will take the ring, though I do not know the way. Cut! That's all we need. Thanks for speaking up, Frodo. Oh my god. This fucking scene. Holy shit. So we're getting like a bunch of exposition, but we're getting it. So like we still get exposition dumps from like Elrond having to fucking explain everything, and then we have this weird play. I don't know. if you've ever like watched a play within a movie or whatever, but it's usually very boring. I guess it would be like also very cheap to have it like play out this way on stage and fill out the backstory that way instead of like doing a flashback like the Jackson films did. The fucking the Saruman seducing Gandalf was a wild twist. Like trying to literally seduce him. Yeah. Okay. I need a quick bathroom break. I hope that's all right. I'll probably it looks like I'm good on beverages. I do need to go to the bathroom though. I will be back in a few minutes. See you all soon. Hope you all are enjoying this. I'm having a blast. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, what a wild fucking scene. How's everybody doing? I'm trying to... obviously, like, some of this is absolutely batshit, and a lot of fun of that is reacting, right? And it's fun to talk it over with folks. But I'm trying to keep that to, like, the end of sections, you know? So I'm not just, like, breaking it up constantly. Is that a good mixture for folks? Is that working well? Cool. Whew. Been a good mix? Okay, working out for y'all. Cool. Yeah, obviously I haven't done this before, right? I'm having fun, though. All right. So we had Bilbo bursting out in a ridiculous voice and everybody, like, glaring at him. "Now, Bilbo, you're too old!" "I will take the ring, though I do not know the way." Exterior landscapes of Middle-earth, day. A great open landscape of trees and hills. Against the sky, walking in line, are 9 figures of different shapes and sizes. Superimposed across the scene is the face of Elrond, itself a landscape. Its beard flowing into the grass, its hair entwining with the trees. He speaks. "And the fellowship of the ring shall include all people, hobbit, elf, dwarf, and man." Another landscape, open downs, waving grass. Aragorn and Boromir straight along, side by side. Frodo, walking between them, has to break into a run from time to catch up. Boromir, seeing this, lifts him onto his shoulder. Elrond. "For the men, Aragorn shall guard the Ringbearer. He is long in exile from his own land, a ceaseless and lonely hunter of the servants of the enemy. Boromir, too, shall lend his mighty arm, at least as far as Minas Tirith." Now they walk through an oak forest. As the fellowship threads its way between the trunks, Legolas walks across the treetops, gliding from branch to branch. He is a lean figure, with a keen, clear eye, clad in feathers and leaves, with a silver bow and quiver across his back. He scans the sky. Elrond. "For the elves, Legolas, the tree elf lord. For he can read grass and leaf and will tread a safe path through all the places where the roots are long and the years lie thick on the leaves." Now they move across rough border-strewn country. Great outcrops of rock are twisted and tortured into ominous shapes on all sides. Gimli the dwarf has taken up the lead next to Gandalf, and he stops and puts his ear to a rock and listens. Elrond. "For the dwarves, Gimli, lord of the axe. His ear shall tell the rumors of the earth, and guide the Ringbearer through the dark places of the mountains." A soft valley, with meadows and a stream. The 4 hobbits are in a gay mood, cavorting and laughing. They run and tumble together in some childish game. The other members of the fellowship plod on somberly behind. Elrond. "For the hobbits, besides Frodo, his servant Sam shall go, for his loyalty and love, and Merry and Pippin shall travel for friendship's sake, and for the honor of the Shire." Hey, thanks, Hopline21. Appreciate it. Gandalf turns his wary old face to watch the hobbits at play. He frowns. Elrond. "And Gandalf the Grey shall lead the fellowship, and his wisdom and wizardry shall aid the Ringbearer to his destiny." Gandalf speaks to himself as he watches the hobbits. Gandalf. "Is it madness to send this hobbit?" Elrond's face appears again, superimposed on the landscape, its contours blending with the countryside. The hobbits appear to be running and jumping across his cheeks, climbing over his nose, sliding down his chin. He answers Gandalf. Is it madness to send this hobbit, Gandalf? Gandalf. Then folly must win where wisdom fails. Gandalf looks away from the hobbits, and his eyes turns inward. Elrond has faded from the landscape. They trudge on. Gandalf, apparently to himself. The play is written. We may prompt the players, Elrond, you and I. Nothing more. Merry and Pippin have come up to Gandalf as he mumbles this. They are flushed and high spirits. They exchange mischievous looks. Pippin glances up impertinently at Gandalf. Pippin. Are you talking to yourself, Master Gandalf? Gandalf, taken by surprise, looks down at him. Gandalf. In the company of fools, the wise man seeks counsel with himself. Merry and Pippin laugh and skip on ahead to join Frodo and Sam. The hobbits are some way ahead of the others and come to a place where the rough road divides. They hesitate and look back at Gandalf for guidance, but something attracts Frodo's attention on the left-hand fork. Elrond. And Arwen shall be a light in their hearts to guide their way. Frodo points excitedly ahead. He sees a vision of Arwen in a white gossamer dress. She smiles and beckons him on. The hobbits run excitedly up the left-hand path, but as they come closer, Arwen fades and disappears. Aragorn, Boromir, and Gandalf reach the crossroads and halt. Aragorn. Which is the safer path, Gandalf? Gandalf looks quizzical. He smiles mysteriously. Gandalf. I suggest we follow the halflings. Gandalf takes his own advice and walks on. Boromir makes a face that says he thinks Gandalf has lost his senses. Aragorn shrugs and follows. Evening. A brooding landscape of rock shapes and clumps of trees. They walk through it. The hobbits are quiet now, a little frightened by the ominous surroundings. Merry clutches Gimli's arm and points at a lifelike shape of rock. Merry. Could that be a troll? Gimli shakes his head reassuringly. Gimli. I hear nothing but the night speech of plant and stone. Boromir overhears their exchange, and with a dramatic war cry, he draws his sword and leaps in the air. With comic exaggerated gestures, he challenges the troll-like shape and pretends to slash and strike it. Then he clutches his stomach as though wounded and pirouettes crazily, falling down an agonized parody of death. The hobbits laugh in delight. Boromir falls, leaves fall. Water flows over rocks. Rain beats on the faces of the Fellowship as they walk. Wind waves the wheat. Wind blows the hobbits' hair over their faces. Meanwhile, Elrond's face and voice weaves in and out. We're just never fucking escaping Elrond here. Elrond. Dying and living and growing and waning are caught in the struggle. For the many are part of the one, and not leaf nor pebble, nor fire nor water, nor earth nor air, shall escape evil if the quest shall fail. Roots of a tree fantastically entwined in rocks. The travelers are camped under it. A fire burns. They are spread out around it. Gimli and Legolas sit together, looking at the roots and rocks. Frodo is tired, but he listens to them keenly. Gimli nodding at the roots. There's the meeting place for dwarf and elf, tree and rock. Legolas smiles. And you see how the roots, given time, will split the very stone? Gimli, touchy. Stones may crack, but trees will perish. Frodo tries hard to keep his eyes open. He glances at a gap in the trees, and there, to his surprise, is Bilbo working in his desk, surrounded by his books and a little bed. Bilbo looks up and smiles at Frodo. Bilbo, still trying to finish the book about my adventures, Frodo. It passes the time. Though time doesn't seem to pass in Rivendell, it just is. He looks rather sad and sips back a tear. He gets up and beckons to Frodo. Bilbo, now you're off on your own adventure, I want to give you this. He picks up a small sword and shows it to Frodo, who walks into the little study. The blade glitters cold and bright. Bilbo, this is Sting. It's rather special. The dwarves gave it to me. Bilbo drives it with very little effort through the thick manuscript he is writing. He draws it out again just as easily. Frodo's eyes bulge. Bilbo is pleased with the effect. He hands it to Frodo with a sigh. Bilbo, I shan't want it again, I expect. Oh, I almost forgot. If there are any orcs about, the blade grows with a blue fire. The blade glows with a blue fire. Very useful. Bilbo looks frail and old and lost. The two hobbits look into each other's eye. Then, with a cry, Bilbo hugs Frodo to him. Goodbye, Frodo, my dear. Then he holds his nephew at arm's length. His face is trembling with emotion, and a strange, haunted, hungry look comes over it. He grips Frodo's shoulders. Dear nephew, let me see it just once more before I die. Frodo looks acutely embarrassed. Reluctantly, he pulls out the ring and holds it to Bilbo. Bilbo's trembling hand reaches out towards it. Frodo feels a growing revulsion for the old man. He pulls the ring sharply away. Frodo, no! No! Frodo's voice has strength and authority. Bilbo snaps out of the spell and is himself again. Bilbo, I'm sorry. Sorry you have come in for this burden. Don't adventures ever have an end? I suppose not. Someone else always has to carry on the story. Frodo's back by the campfire, fast asleep. Bilbo's voice drifts away. It is dawn. Boromir is shaking him awake. Well, so how the fuck does this work? He, saw Bilbo in, a vision and was gifted the sword. Why are they doing it like this? Why wouldn't he just give him the damn sword when they're back at the... What is going on? It's a memory. But we don't need it to be told this way. Where he sees, because he it all blends together, all surreal and stuff. I don't know. I guess it works. I guess it's fine. All right. Frodo is back at the campfire, fast asleep. Bilbo's voice drifts away. It is dawn. Boromir is shaking him awake. Frodo opens his eyes. The ring has fallen out of his tunic and is hanging free on its chain. Boromir is looking at it with kind of embarrassed grin. Frodo jumps up in alarm, wrenching free of Boromir. He hastily stuffs the ring back under his tunic. Boromir, steady now. Time to go on. He moves to shake up the others. Aragorn and Gandalf are already on their feet, surveying the morning scene. The 9 are tracking over a flat, barren, rocky land. The hobbits are out of breath. The sun shines fiercely. Legolas spots something in the distant sky. He points to it, a small black cloud which is growing larger. Gandalf follows his gaze and motions to the companions to take cover. They scatter to the sparse rocks and bushes. Aragorn and Boromir grab the hobbits and pull them into hiding, flattening themselves to the ground. A great flock of birds is zigzagging across the sky, wheeling and circling as if searching the land. The shrill crying becomes louder till unbearable as the flock of birds passes overhead. As they cross the sun, the whole land darkens and becomes a pattern of speckled patches of light and shade. The hobbits bury their faces in the earth. Elrond. For all things, birds and beast, tree and rock, are falling under Sauron's dominion. His tentacles search out and scour the land. As the birds pass over, the hobbits lie quiet, still under their cloaks, almost merging into the color of the ground. Over this, Arwen's voice is heard. Arwen, wear these cloaks, for they will turn away the sight of unfriendly eyes. And the hobbits are back in Rivendell. Arwen and the elf maids are fitting cloaks on each of them. Sam, are they magic? Arwen, smiling. Magic. Thus do men and hobbits hang words on things to cover the truth. Then she gives them each a little parcel of food containing thin cakes wrapped in leaves. Merry looks at this disdainfully. Arwen, taste one, Merry. Merry does so with a sour face, but it quickly transforms to pleasure. He takes another bite. Quite amazing. Arwen, no more. One cake will keep a traveler on his feet for a day's march. Frodo, is this whey bread that is spoke of in elf legends? Arwen, it is called lembas in our tongue. Eat it only in need. She smiles and strokes Merry's hair. Merry, it tastes like, he gives up defeated. Arwen, like any food you think of while you're eating it. The fellowship trudges along a pass between two hills. Merry and Pippin are sneaking bites of the delectable lembas, making sure they are not observed. Their faces are absorbed, expressions ecstatic. Merry, leek soup. Pippin, honey cake. Merry, bread and butter pudding. Bubble and squeak. Goat cheese. Cherry pie. Gandalf sees what they're up to and frowns. He comes up behind and hisses in their ears. Cod liver oil. Merry and Pippin choke on the lembas, pleasure turning to pain. They look up guiltily at Gandalf. Beware, foolish halflings. Remember this, all magic is both good and bad, and always dangerous. Another camp, a dim fire of dying embers. All are asleep, but a few paces off, Boromir and Aragorn converse earnestly in low voices. Frodo awakes and strains to catch their words. Boromir. Aragorn, give it to me. Let me take it to Minas Tirith and reforge it. For the great sword of Elendil will be a scourge to the enemy, give hope to our people. Aragorn. I cannot give it except to the rightful king, for it is written that when the king returns to Minas Tirith, he shall be known by many signs, and will reforge the sword that was broken. Boromir. Then let force of arms decide. He snatches one half of the sword from Aragorn's belt, and Aragorn angrily draws the other. They match up to each other, and in the first clash, there's a flash of light. They stop, momentarily blinded. Arwen appears between them. She holds out her hands, touching their foreheads. They bend their knees and bow their swords in homage to her. Arwen. Peace. The quest must not fail in the quarrels of the fellowship. Each of you shall bear one half of the sword that was broken. Boromir, wait, why does Boromir get half? He just, wants it or something? Boromir and Aragorn bend the two sword halves to her. She kisses each blade on their keen edges. She looks up and there's blood on her lips. She goes first to Aragorn and kisses his mouth, then to Boromir and kisses his. Her blood is on their blades and on their mouths. Aragorn and Boromir, I bind you in brotherhood with my blood. The two men bend their knees and kiss the thighs of her dress. They are both deeply moved. Boromir weeps openly, and a tear starts out of Aragorn's gray eyes. They rise up, and Boromir kisses Aragorn's mouth. They turn back to Arwen, but she is gone. Frodo watches in awe. The embers glow. Boromir and Aragorn resume their watches, pacing the perimeter of the camp. What? What? They're all bloodied and making out and stuff. Phenomenal. Oh, man. Exterior. In view of the Misty Mountains, day. The nine scramble up a steep, stony slope. The complaining hobbits are helped by Aragorn and Boromir. Over the ridge of the rocky hill, Aragorn, Boromir, and Gandalf appear, the tall ones. They are awed and daunted by what they see. Then over the ridge comes Gimli. An expression of ecstasy erupts on his face. He tosses his axe into the air. In front of the nine are the Misty Mountains, a chain of mighty peaks, snow-shrouded. Gimli, pointing. Red Horn! Turret Hearth, the Cruel! Cloudy Head, oh, the Misty Mountains, they stand tall in my dreams. Sam. Which of these is Mount Doom? I was expecting fire and smoke. Gimli, reacting with disgust. Mount Doom? It lies far beyond the Misty Mountains. Mary. Over the mountains? Is that the only way? Gimli. No, there's another way. Beyond the mountains is great dwarf kingdom once, choked with emotion, but now the doors are closed and lost, and the great hall's empty. Terrible things befell the dwarves, and they were driven out. Gandalf, stop crying, Gimli, and collect what wood you can. Yeah, stop crying, Gimli. Dwarf up, I guess. Exterior high mountains, day. The nine trek up through the mountains. The wind and the blizzard get progressively worse. The hobbits, exhausted and frozen, trudge on, dazed. Occasionally, one of the big people gives them a push. Boromir. This weather's a trick of the enemy. Boromir and Aragorn advance abreast, plowing powerfully through the snow, pulling and dragging the four hobbits. And behind Gandalf, Legolas, and Gimli struggle to keep up. The nine are trekking across a glacier. The wind howls, and the snow swirls around them, driving over the surface of the ice. Merry slips, dragging down the others. Fucking Merry. They lie on the ice, exhausted, incapable of going on. Gandalf stands up and rhetorically makes a grand gesture with his hands. Accursed Sauron, I command your winds. A blast of wind knocks his hand into his face. Defeated, he stoops down. Boromir and Aragorn have already gathered wood together. Gandalf extracts from his cloak a flask from which he sprinkles powder over the wood. He ignites the wood with tinder and flint. All huddle around the fire. The flames are tortured and flattened by the wind. The heat of the fire melts the ice of the glacier beneath and around it, and water flows away from the fire down the glacier, freezing again at a distance. Suddenly, the moaning wind carries the howls of wild beast. Aragorn. Wargs. Hobbits. Wargs. Aragorn. Draw your blades. Form a ring. Feed the fire. They all form a tight circle around it and throw all the wood on the fire. From out of the whirling snow, white creatures appear, rushing from all directions at the nine. The wargs are furry white mutants of men and animals, ferociously savage. Gimli, his stout legs apart, wields his axe. Legolas's bow sings, arrows fly. Aragorn's and Boromir's arms are hardly visible as they wield blades which cut into the flesh of the wargs. Wargs feast on their slain companions, but this does not stay their onslaught. Aragorn, Boromir, Gimli, and Legolas are retreating closer to the fire. Gandalf, staff and sword in hand, slays a warg which leaps at the hobbits. Frodo fights with Sting, while the other hobbits, terrified, swing burning sticks. Suddenly, Gandalf rips off the hobbits' cloaks, thrusting them into the fire. The cloaks burn, creating an enormous roaring blaze. The wargs jump back in fear. From the fire, a multicolored smoke billows up. The smoke seems made of flowers and leaves. It is whipped away by the blasts of wind. Gandalf has extracted a drinking flask from his cloak. He booms out at the hobbits. Gandalf, "Drink this!" He thrusts the flask into Sam's mouth, rips it away, and thrusts it into Pippin's. The hobbits pass around the flask, gulping down draughts. Immediately, they become tipsy and giggly. Now Gandalf brutally grasps the hobbits and lays them on the ice where the water is gushing away from under the fire and refreezing. Gandalf jumps to Frodo's side. He rotates his fingers on Frodo's eyeballs. Then he jumps to Merry's side. Frodo's eyeballs continue to rotate. The rhythm of his breath slows down. Gandalf motions Legolas to lie down. He works on him, then Gimli, then Boromir. Aragorn stands over the bodies of his companions as Gandalf works on them and fights furiously to ward off the wargs. Then Gandalf pours onto the fire fistfuls of salts and powders. The fire blazes, the wargs retreat blinded. Aragorn lies down, takes a sip of Gandalf's drink, and the wizard works on his eyes. Then Gandalf takes a swig, lies down himself, rotating his own eyes. The blaze of the fire subsides. Water gushes over the nine, freezing around them and over them. Their expressions are placid, if not silly. Merry's fat face is still out of the ice. He is giggling to himself. Merry, "The warg that you hear is worse than the orc that you fear." Gimli, also giggling. "But where the warg howls, there's also the orc prowls." The companions are caught in helpless and infectious giggles as they drift into unconsciousness. The water flows over their faces, freezing them into the ice. Gandalf's face is the last to be covered. The tip of his long nose disappears beneath the rising surface of the water. A warg leaps at it viciously. Its jaws smash against the ice. From under the ice, Gandalf sees fangs just an inch from his face. The wargs, teeming above the nine, furiously bite and paw at the ice. Exterior glacier, day and night. A panoramic view of the glacier, now dazzling under a crisp blue sky. The wargs are not in sight. Beneath the ice, deep down, the bodies of the nine are suspended inside the glacier. Night. Now the light of a crescent moon, revealed through the patches of fast-moving clouds, shimmers darkly upon the glacier. The red glow of a rising sun shines through drifting snow and impregnates the glacier with a pink tint. Mouth of the glacier, day. Great blocks of ice break off. Exterior mountain stream, day. Blocks of ice are carried down a fast-moving stream. The blocks of ice tumble into the spray, chipping and breaking. The course of the stream is slower now. The blocks of ice are melting. In some of the blocks, it is possible to see bodies. Further downstream, the bodies of the nine are thawing out of the remnants of the blocks of ice. The nine bodies are floating and churning in the eddies, which seems to reanimate their limbs. A grasping hand emerges from the water. Gandalf's. Gandalf staggers to his feet, dazed, straining for a breath. He begins to breathe in gasps. The frozen features of his face thaw. Boromir and Aragorn stagger to their feet. After seconds of choking gasps, they regain clear consciousness. Moving uneasily, Gandalf, Aragorn, and Boromir grab the floating bodies of the hobbits and fish them out. Carrying the hobbits, they stagger towards the bank. Legolas and Gimli emerge from the water a little downstream, and they help each other to the bank. Exterior by the stream, day. The setting is truly idyllic, with trees, flower, and grass. The weather is balmy. The season is a combination of spring and autumn, with spring flowers blooming and trees turning. So, again, it's been a very long time since I read the books. I read them when I was like 10 or 11, when I found out that that they were going to get adapted. But I don't remember them all getting frozen to escape a bunch of wargs. and then the glacier unfreezing and bashing them on the rocks. This is turning into a fever dream version of Lord of the Rings, right? A fever dream's a good way to describe this last scene. Absolutely wild. And burning all the hobbits' cloaks, right? Gandalf saving all of their asses. Oddly. All right. The weather is balmy. The season is a combination of spring and autumn, with spring flowers blooming and the trees turning. The 9 lie on the bank, loosening their muscles and joints, still unable to talk. The hobbits take to jumping around, at first spastically and then more loosely. They attempt to sing, but they can't move their mouths properly. Finally, sounds begin to issue from their throats as they dance about, warming themselves up. Gandalf has hung up to dry his immense cloak on a branch of tree, and he is busy wringing out the water. He also checks the many pockets inside the cloak and pulls out mysterious-looking objects, hanging them on the tree to dry. He looks a bit ruffled. The others are lying on the grass, basking in the sun, half undressed, their clothes and possessions spread out. Merry is drying out Lembas. Aragorn is picking through some leaves on the ground and stuffing them into his pipe. Just random leaves. Boromir blows water out of his horn. Pippin is lying in a patch of sunlight, completely dressed, and steam rises from his clothes. The atmosphere is very relaxed. Sam offers to help Frodo undress. But Frodo is reluctant to expose the ring hanging on its chain. Sam looks up at the blue sky in which hangs a crescent moon. Sam: "It's very strange. The moon's the same as when we were in Rivendell. It's out of its reckoning, or I'm all wrong in my reckoning." "It's out of its running, or I'm all wrong in my reckoning." Frodo: "It hasn't been a month since we left Rivendell, or has it? Or 2 months, or 3, or 1,003? Or has time stood still?" Legolas: "Nay, time does not tarry ever, but change and growth is not in all things and places alike. For the elves the world moves both very swift and very slow, swift because they themselves change little, while all else fleets by. Slow because they do not count the running years, not for themselves. Yet beneath the sun all things must wear to an end at last." They all meditate on these words. Sam, during Legolas's speech, is examining the flowers which are both blossoming and going to seed. He looks at the trees which are turning and shedding their leaves. Sam: "Is it autumn or is it spring?" Gandalf looks down at them basking in the sun. Gandalf: "Time has overtaken us, I fear. The mountains have refused us passage. No other resort is there but to pass through Moria." Aragorn flinches at the mention of Moria, but a light comes into Gimli's eyes. Gimli: "Moria!" Exterior steps and door to Moria, day. A slope covered in vegetation. Beneath is a mountain stream from which they have come. In the midst of dense gorse and holly, the 9 with their blades drawn are searching amongst the bushes, hacking at them to better inspect the ground. It is a strange sight of thrashing blades and threshing bushes. Gandalf, making leverage of his staff, pries open a clump of brambles. He finds what he is looking for, a flight of stone steps, long since overgrown. The 9 ascend. Gandalf, with melancholy: "The steps to the great door. Here elves and dwarves traded together in better days." Gimli: "It was not the fault of the dwarves that the friendship waned." Legolas: "I have not heard that it was the fault of the elves." They bristle and glare at each other. Gandalf comes between them. Gandalf: "I have heard both, and will hear no more." The steps come to an abrupt end against a blank wall of rock, into which weeds have sunken their roots. There's no sign of a door. Merry is out of breath. Oh, this is another fat joke, huh? Merry: "Well, that was a long climb for nothing. They must have taken the door with them when they left." Gandalf runs his staff across the surface. A patina of dust falls off. On the surface of the stone, faint lines appear, like veins of silver. They form into a pattern. A design emerges, an axe, such as Gimli's, surmounted by 7 rings. Beneath these are mounds of precious ores, each bearing a different phase of the moon, and a star with many rays. Gandalf: "The emblems of the ancient kingdom of Moria." Boromir is searching for a crack or a hinge, but in vain. Gandalf taps his stone among some hieroglyphics. Pippin, what does it say? Gandalf, reading it with difficulty. It says, sing friend and enter. Gimli is also squinting at the runes. He looks at Gandalf admiringly. Gimli, you speak the ancient dwarf tongue. Gandalf, read it, not speak it. Meanwhile, Frodo is repeating the riddle to himself in various ways. Frodo, sing friend and enter. Sing friend and enter. Gandalf looks annoyed that Frodo has stumbled on the answer. Gandalf, but of course, Mr. Frodo, you sing the word friend and the magical dwarvish door shall open. Isn't that so, Gimli? Gimli, sing friend in your ancient tongue. Gimli shakes his head sadly. My ancestors were driven from Moria. The ancient tongue is lost. Somehow, Gandalf expected that answer. All eyes are upon him, waiting for his move. He senses this. He straightens up, casts aside his cloak dramatically. Gandalf, a few trials will open it. He chants a succession of guttural words. The door does not budge. Boromir laughs nervously. He begins aping Gandalf, mimicking his voice. The hobbits laugh. Boromir is carried away by his performance. Anger rises in Gandalf. Boromir, if a great wizard cannot open the door, let's see if it will withstand the voice of Minas Tirith. He takes his horn and blows a blast upon it. With a battle cry, he hurls himself against the rock. He bounces off of it, falling onto his back, and lies there, rubbing his shoulder. The hobbits roar with laughter, and Boromir joins in good-naturedly. The laughter peters out. Silence and a sense of unease falls upon them. Gandalf casts the blazing eyes of a terrifying wizard upon them. They look away, but his gaze catches and holds Gimli. Gandalf advances on Gimli, who retreats, terrified. Gandalf, calmly.
Shit, what up?
Only Gimli has the memory to open the door. Then he booms out, You greedy dwarves! Gimli falls backward as if the power of Gandalf's voice has knocked him to the ground. Gandalf grabs him and thrusts him onto a spiky and dusty bush of gorse. Gimli is terrified, unable to talk. He slides to the ground and brandishes his axe. The others jump back in fear. Gandalf, greedy dwarves, just dig, dig, dig for precious metals. Dig, you greedy dwarf. Gimli begins cutting into the ground with his axe and chopping through rocks. Working with animal fury, he digs away and scoops out the earth. He burrows into the ground like a mole. Gimli, greed, greed, greed. Gandalf, dig deep, delve into the depths of the earth, greedy dwarf. At which Gandalf strikes Gimli with his staff. He howls and digs even faster. Earth flies out of the hole. Gandalf swirls off his cloak and casts it onto Gimli, covering him. With the staff, he thrashes at the shape beneath the cloak. In the darkness, Gimli goes on digging frantically. Gandalf, and the greedy dwarves delved too deep into the bowels of the earth and stirred evil things, and from the abyss of the eternal darkness monsters arose and dwarf out the dwarves from Moria. Under the darkness of the cloak, Gimli is frantically attempting to escape as he relives the ancestral memory Gandalf is recalling. And a terrible monster arose out of the depths. Gandalf roars like a monster, as if he was play-acting to a child. Gimli, distraught with fear and panic, is trapped beneath Gandalf's cloak. He howls with despair and then mumbles in an ancient guttural tongue. Gandalf whips his cloak away and onto his back. Gimli rises to his feet, waist deep in the hole. His eyes are filled with tears. He looks up to Gandalf, exhausted but grateful. Gandalf stretches out his hand and helps Gimli out. In his ancient tongue, he thanks Gandalf, kneeling at his feet, kissing his hand. Gandalf, thank me not, Gimli, until I can thank you. Open the door to Moria. Gimli walks up to the door. For a moment he is pensive. The others watch, still bewildered by what they have witnessed. Gimli stamps his feet and begins dancing. He repeats a word in his harsh guttural chant, repeating it in different rhythms and tones. Sam. A real jaw cracker, all right, this dwarven tongue. Boromir lets out a yell and jumps in the air. Boromir. And the mountain cracks open. On the rock face, the shape of a door appears, then hinges open. Boromir and Legolas and the excited hobbits rush to embrace Gimli. Legolas wipes the sweat from Gimli's brow. Gandalf sighs with relief. He is drained and his step falters. Only Aragorn notices and lends the old wizard his arm. Gandalf to Aragorn. Too soon on this journey, I have called upon the very roots of my powers. I feel that when greater challenges come, I may be used up. Then he addresses them all. Gimli, I thank you, but let us not rejoice, for we enter a place, once of glory, now of dread. Whew. What a fucking intense scene. So he, like, beats it out of Gimli with, like, magic and violence. This is kind of fucked up. Greedy dwarves. Hey, Tomorrow Now. Thanks for the sub. Thanks 11 months there. What is happening, right? What the fuck? The fever dream nature seems to be... We're like only a third of the way through, by the way. We've had some very batshit scenes. Wizards don't like dwarves. That part isn't played up in the movies. Yeah, apparently. Jesus. All right. Interior entrance chamber, Moria, day. Gandalf is the last of the 9 to step in. The doors close, enveloping the fellowship in blackness and a deathly quiet. Only Gandalf's staff glows as he crosses to lead the way, their eyes accustomed to the dark. They are in a large, round chamber. At the far side, a tunnel leads off into deeper darkness. They become aware of a whispered sound. It is faint and distant, but is repeated in an endless echo. It seems to come towards them, and as it does so, gets louder with each repetition. Precious, precious, precious. It passes and goes on, circling the chamber, receding to a whisper again. Then the whole process is repeated as the word makes another circle, the whisper amplifying to a shout. The hobbits are fascinated. They follow the word around with their eyes. A memory stirs in Frodo. He whispers to Sam. Frodo, Gollum says... What up? The sentence is cut off by Gandalf's hand clamping over Frodo's mouth, but the words that did escape chase the other around the echo chamber, rising from a whisper rapidly to a shout. The two voices intermingle. Gollum says, precious. Gollum says, precious. Gandalf hurries them out of the chamber into the far tunnel. Interior, Moria. Hey, Gainsman, thanks for the sub. Thanks for 55 months there. Unexpected, kind of cool. Glad you're enjoying it. Whew. A little bit of a, a little bit of variety in the variety streams, huh? Interior, Moria. The underground kingdom of the dwarves. Day. Gandalf pauses. Gimli breaks into enthusiastic exclamations in his lost tongue. Then he explains. Gimli. Yes, the chamber is advised to warn the intruders. Ah, the dwarves of once. Frodo. I'm sorry, Gandalf, but that voice... Gandalf. It was Gollum, and his voice is still fresh. Gandalf looks about grimly and draws his sword before pressing on. Keep in file. You, Aragorn, take up the rear, and Gimli, help me find a way. They start to walk, strung out in a line. They stumble on, their footsteps echoing down the dark tunnel. No one is inclined to speak. Gimli mumbles to himself, happily. The way turns and twists. Now and then steps lead them downwards. Sometimes the path divides, and Gandalf pauses to choose a way, occasionally consulting Gimli. The walls are wet, and over the carved stonework, stalagmites and stalactites have grown. The hobbits can barely see anything except the glow of Gandalf's staff, but Frodo notices that Gandalf holds his sword in his other hand. The going becomes harder. The ground is strewn with boulders. Turning a quarter, Gandalf cries out a warning and stops abruptly. But Pippin, who is just behind, fails to stop and plunges into darkness. Gandalf grabs his foot and pulls him up. Pippin is trembling. Pippin. I dropped my frying pan. Sam. Oh, I didn't hear it fall. Gimli looks down into the fissure. Gimli enthusiastically. Probably still falling. A moment later, they hear a faint and distant sound of metal striking rock. Pippin shudders at the thought of it. The tunnel opens into a large space, and Gandalf frowns. While the others rest for a moment, he searches for the perimeter, investigates the archers, and tunnels which burrow away in all directions. Gandalf, now we have many choices. Legolas, but why, dear Gimli, did the dwarves want to live in these dark holes? Gimli, reacting emotionally. Holes? This is the great kingdom and city of Moria! Once it was not dark, but full of light and splendor. Gandalf had turned towards them, and Gimli, in his enthusiasm, seizes Gandalf's staff and hurls it high in the air. The staff spins up in a great arc, illuminating for a second or two a magnificent high-vaulted roof suspended on great carved pillars that seem to grow out of the floor like muscles and tendons of stone. They gasp at its splendor. They had no idea that they were in such a place. Gandalf, unimpressed, catches the staff as it falls. Gandalf, more to the point, which of these passages will take us to the other side of the mountain? He resumes his explorations. The others follow him. Merry, are there still piles of gold and jewels lying about? Gandalf, no. The orcs plundered Moria after the dwarves were driven out. Gandalf moves from arc to arc along the perimeter of the vast hall. He thrusts his staff into the darkness and whips it so that it oscillates. He mutters a spell, and a great flash of light springs from the staff. For a split second, an underground city, like a vast amphitheater, is revealed. He looks through the next archway. Again, the flash of light. This time, a bottomless pit, with cranes and pulleys jutting over the edge. Gimli, see? Dwarves are not just moles scratching in dirty holes. Gandalf stops at a passageway. He considers it, his nose twitching. The air in here is less foul. This is our best chance. Come. Once more, they proceed in single file. The way ascends. An uneasiness percolates through the fellowship. Sam, look, master, how Sting glows. Frodo draws Sting, his sword, which glows with a fierce blue light. Frodo, so it does. That means orcs. Orcs! Panic. The news is passed along in bated whispered breaths. Orcs, orcs, orcs. All draw their weapons. The air has become stifling. They sweat and pant for breath. They move on stealthily over an undulating surface which is soft beneath their feet. A percussive beat breaks the silence. Then it is answered by another, then another. Gandalf calls a halt, listening, perplexed. He lifts his staff and taps it on the ground. The ground responds with a strong, drum-like beat, and then another. Gandalf stoops to examine the ground. What he sees horrifies him. His staff is tapping on the chest of an inert orc who suddenly stirs, its heart pulsating and resounding. Gandalf, orcs, run! He swings his staff and it throws off a vivid swath of light. They see that a rough ground around them is covered with inert orcs. Boromir steps back aghast. His foot treads into the chest of an inert orc. It heaves. Its heart begins to beat with a loud drum-like thump. It stirs. Orcs are human-like creatures with reptile and bird-like features. A kind of armor grows spontaneously from their bodies. The companions run and scramble over the inert bodies. Merry, but they're dead. Gandalf, not dead. A blow will revive their filthy lives. Run! The orc which Gandalf struck with his staff is staggering to his feet, beating his chest viciously. Its heartbeat resounds clearly. It gains energy. He kicks another orc in the chest, who also stirs, and then beats his chest in turn to get his heart going. As Gandalf and the others run, their feet kick into and tread on the chests of other orcs. They come to life, beat their chests, and kick their companions. The place is resounding with clusters of percussion-like sounds, now revealed as the beating orc hearts. The awakening of the orcs gains momentum. They pursue the fellowship. Some orcs rise up in their midst, blocking their way. Gandalf and Aragorn smite them down before they gain full powers. The orcs gather in number. The fellowship is in full flight, pursued now by the spears and clubs of the orcs. Ahead in the tunnel, a glimmer of daylight. Legolas points towards it. Hope sends a messenger to our black hour. The orcs are held back by Gimli, whose rage has added enormous strength to his prowess. He conducts a one-man massacre, scything down orcs as they arise. As he strikes, Gimli calls out war cries in his harsh, guttural tongue. The hobbits fight by his side, darting in and out, hacking at the scaly shins of the orcs. An orc rises just beneath Frodo's feet. Frodo deflects the orc's blade, which scrapes his side, and he is thrust back onto a dormant orc. The orc beneath him stirs, and Frodo is thrust upwards. The orc assailing Frodo is impaled on Sting and falls onto him. Frodo is between an orc which is reviving and a dead orc. Boromir sees Frodo and pulls him out, but the dead orc has grasped Frodo's wrist in a deathlock. Boromir cannot break the orc away, so he hacks off the hand. Frodo runs off, the hand hanging from his wrist. Aragorn, wielding his sword, defends him. All flee, except for Gimli, who will not give ground. Gandalf, Gimli, I command you, fall back! Reluctantly, he does so. The way out of the mountain is clear now. There is more light, and ahead a narrow bridge of rotting rope and wood spans a chasm of some 20 feet across. The chasm glows dimly in the firelight. Gandalf, quick! Over the bridge! Fly! As Frodo runs, he tugs at the orc hand still grasping at his wrist. They are fleeing for the bridge when out of the chasm rises a terrible sight. A huge creature, wreathed in flame, whose soft body changes in shape, moves towards them, barring the way to the bridge. Its presence makes a strange humming sound. Gimli, the Balrog, the bane of greedy dwarves. The orcs scream and cover their eyes, holding back as the creature rises up. The hobbits are struck with horror. Gandalf throws an anguished look in their direction. Gandalf, cross, while you can. But the Balrog has a paralyzing effect. The companions feel their wills sapped, their limbs grow heavy. They can scarcely move. Frodo feels for the ring and holds it. He has a powerful desire to put it on. Gandalf sees what he is doing and strikes Frodo's hand with his staff. The companions desperately try to reach the bridge with strange, slow movements, but as if they are climbing an impossibly steep hill, for they slide and slip back. A yellow, dazzling glow emanates from the creature and fills the cavern. Gandalf confronts the Balrog with staff and sword. You cannot pass! The Balrog's fire and sound fade for a moment. The companions feel the spell weaken. Aragorn recovers himself. Across the bridge! With the flat of his sword, he drives the sleepwalking hobbits towards the bridge. Boromir's eyes are fixed on the Balrog. Gimli and Legolas drag him to the bridge. Boromir. It has gutted and flayed me. Oh, Gondor, forgive me! They manage to clamber up the swaying bridge, but the Balrog grows in power again, swelling out, its light reviving. It moves towards the bridge, and the companions are once again drained of will and strength. Only Gandalf stands between them. He utters a great cry and strikes the Balrog with his staff. The staff incinerates, and Gandalf plunges his sword into the belly of fire. The creature closes around Gandalf, engulfing him, but the force of Gandalf's attack drives it back and it crashes through the bridge into the abyss. The bridge is torn apart. Gandalf and the Balrog spin down into the fiery deeps, clutched in mortal combat. The broken rope bridge hangs precariously into the chasm. The Fellowship cling to it best they can. Aragorn and Legolas drag themselves to safety and start to haul up the others. Frodo makes no attempt to help himself but hangs to a rope, looking down at the ever-diminishing form of Gandalf and the Balrog. At last, they disappear from sight. And suddenly, flames leap up from the glowing chasm. The fire changes in color to a deep blue. Meanwhile, the orcs resume their attack, as soon as they see the Balrog fall. In their frenzied desperation to reach the helpless companions as they struggle with the collapsing bridge, the orcs try to leap the chasm. None can achieve it, and many plunge into the flames. Some even use each other as stepping stones, leaping onto the back of one who has already jumped out. Swords and rocks, however, do cross the gap, and the Fellowship is forced back. Frodo cannot tear his eyes away from the pit, but the others lead him off, and they retreat towards the light, with dismay in their hearts. Okay. So, the orcs, like, having their hearts started seems like a new thing. they like, bump into one, and then the orcs, like, start their own hearts and come after them. Very odd. Very odd little sequence. Mandela effect, the you cannot pass line of Gandalf. It's not really a Mandela effect because it's different in the The movie, right? That was a line I think that got shifted. Yeah. So you're remembering it correctly. You're just remembering the movie, not the book. This is, I guess that's one line that that's more faithful in this version. I would like another beverage, so I'm going to take a quick break here. This seems like a reasonable spot to pause. The orcs seem very odd. They've got like feathers, and they have to like start their own hearts and stuff. Very interesting creatures. I don't think the depiction of the Balrog is bad though. This being of with a dazzling glow. It should have wings of shadow though, or like shadow that gives the impact of wings and such. Not real wings, of course, but the impression of them. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break here, give my voice a break for a few minutes, and then I'll go get another beverage. I'll come back refreshed for a lake sunset. Be right back. The Bakshi Balrog. The Bakshi Balrog is perhaps the least intimidating Balrog. Clearly, they ran out of money, huh? The worst possible time for that one. Oh, man. Yeah, I think this movie would have ripped. I don't think people that are like hardline fans of Lord of the Rings would have enjoyed it very much, but I think I would have enjoyed it. Just some real fucking nonsense at play here. Whew. Excuse me. Oh, there's an ad still going. I'll wait the 15 seconds. No rush here. I hope folks are enjoying the Variety Friday. We are over a third of the way through. Not bad. Exterior, a lake sunset. The Fellowship limps on in silence across a dusty land. Their wounds from Moria are dressed with leaf poultices. They look tired, bedraggled, and dispirited. No one speaks. Then Legolas's face brightens and he looks ahead. He smiles and indicates something. The others strain to see. The wary, drawn faces squint ahead. Gradually, one by one, they see the glad sight that Legolas sees. Their parched lips crack into smiles, and painfully, hobbling along, they quicken their pace. They break into a loping run. It is a lake, standing like an oasis, surrounded by trees and shrubs, a riot of blossom. Flowers circle the lake, and lilies adorn the water, which is fed by a slender waterfall. It is idyllic, dreamlike, a wild garden of Eden. The 8 tired companions stumble into the water up to their knees, and then collapse into it, moaning with relief. Legolas. Ah, the pungent fragrance of the waters. Aragorn helps Frodo to take off his clothes. The water runs over their limbs and fatigued faces. Why is everybody helping Frodo out of his clothes? I'm sorry. Like, Sam was, like, helping him out of his clothes earlier, and now Aragorn? What the fuck? Hey, thanks for the prime there, some nummies. Appreciate it. Anyway, yet another person derobing Frodo. The water runs over their limbs and fatigued faces, easing aches and wounds. The hobbits quickly recover their spirits. Pippin breaks into a song and splashes his feet. Pippin. I say hooray for a bath at close of day that washes the weary mud away, and never did fountain sound as sweet as splashing of water made by my feet. Aragorn trickles water over a bruise on Frodo's side, and already it fades. The ring dances in the incandescent waters. The others draw closer to help Aragorn. They've all taken off most of their clothes and are caught in the spell of the waters. Frodo feels immensely relieved. He takes a deep breath and looks around at the beautiful setting. Then he looks up at the others. I feel as if I was inside a song. A figure surfaces out of the waters before him. She's a tall and beautiful woman of elven features, sparsely clad, statuesque, aloof. As she rises to her feet, the others see her too and start in wonder and alarm, ready to draw their weapons. She addresses someone behind them. They are not to be feared. They turn to see elven bowmen relax their bowstrings. Beyond the bowmen is something that they cannot quite make out of at first. Where previously there had been trees and bushes is a large opening. A hole seems to have been cut in the landscape. They discern the vague outline of a great tent, on which there are true-to-life representations that blend in perfectly with the surroundings. The company turn their eyes away from the tent back to her. Just Aragorn and Legolas endure her glance, while Boromir is confused, looking away and glancing back again seductively. She. Not since the broader days when I was queen in my own land have I seen elf and man and dwarf and halfling together. Pippin, daringly. We're hobbits, not halflings. She casts a cold look down at Pippin, who cringes. Shimmering pearls of water glide down her body. Legolas. Oh, Galadriel. You are Galadriel of the Mirror. Legolas, strumming on his bow, breaks into a bird-like dance. Legolas in a suave, seductive voice. Your beauty plucks at my heart as a bird seeks out the fruit among the leaves. While Legolas performs, Gimli's eyes drift across Galadriel's body. He tosses and catches his axe, looking tough. Boromir is puffing himself up and throws back his cloak to reveal his muscles, while Aragorn takes up a stance of dignified nobility. Galadriel. Truly an awesome quest this company has set upon, for you bear the sword that was broken and not forged again. Aragorn is disturbed by the mention of the sword. He fumbles nervously with his scabbard, and water pours out of it. He looks embarrassed, realizing he has lost his dignity. Aragorn. Gandalf, the Grey Wizard, was our guide, but he has fallen, and we are lost, and we have great need to look into your mirror. At the mention of Gandalf's name, a tremor of remembered grief passes through the fellowship. The balm of the lake and the fascination of Galadriel had distracted their minds from the great loss. Legolas and Gimli bow their heads, while the hobbits break into wails and laments. Hobbits. Oh, Gandalf! Gandalf is gone! Gandalf! Gandalf! Galadriel, softly. Gandalf, I knew him once, before he took the guise of a man. Sam, Merry, and Pippin now break into a dirge. Frodo listens sadly. Sam, Merry, and Pippin singing. The finest rockets ever seen, they burst in stars of blue and green. Silver spray and golden showers come falling like a rain of flowers. They continue to hum the tune in a wailing way, while Frodo chants a litany to the virtues of Gandalf. So, I would just like to point out that Sam, Merry, and Pippin think of golden showers when they think, what? When they think of Gandalf? Anyway, gotta work the golden showers in. Very odd little phrase there. Also, this is like a song that they know, because they wouldn't have like written this on the spot or like have all impromptu at the same. Anyway, they continue to hum the tune in a wailing way, whilst Frodo chants a litany to the virtues of Gandalf. Frodo, his busy eyebrows, his riddles, his quick temper, the secrets of his cloak. Oh my God. Galadriel watches in a detached manner, studying each member of the fellowship. Boromir cannot keep his eyes off her. He steps up to her, exuding self-confidence. Boromir. You are the true mirror of the beauty, Lady of the Mirror. I'm Boromir, and my father Denethor is the steward of the great city of Minas Tirith, which alone stands in arms against the common enemy. Boromir, with a flush of passion, takes her in his arm and kisses her. She remains aloof and unresponsive. His ardor withers, and he turns away with a bitter cry of humiliation. Sam. She's a pretty flower, but she badly needs watering, she does. What the fuck? Excuse me? I have to like fucking take a moment at like every other paragraph in this section. Jesus Christ. Her eyes and Sam's meet. Sam blushes. Galadriel betrays a faint smile of amusement. Frodo is still running water over his bruise, his expression innocent and sad. Galadriel stoops down beside Frodo and trickles water over his fading bruise. Her hand moves across his chest, touching the ring. The others gasp. She senses the sudden tension, but Frodo remains tranquil. Merry steps up with a servile aplomb and begins to wring out her beautiful long hair. Galadriel to Frodo. And a lot of fuss is made about you, halfling. Pippin is already nervously bouncing flat stones over the pool. He interrupts Galadriel. Hobbits, we're hobbits. She turns on Pippin with a cold look. Frodo points to one of Pippin's stones bouncing over the water. Frodo, look, if it floats, we're hobbits. If it sinks, we're halflings. At those strange words, they all turn to watch. The bouncing stone disappears beyond a bend. Frodo and Galadriel look into each other's eyes. Frodo smiles shyly. She shakes out her mane of hair and looks at Frodo in a way that is not without warmth. She whips her hair and draws closer to him. Her hair is like a net and a halo which engulfs Frodo, enveloping him. Galadriel, you shall look into the mirror, and you alone. Oh my. All right. Interior, Galadriel's pavilion, night. It is a soft space divined by drapes. At the summit of the great tent, partially open to a bright starlit sky, Galadriel and Frodo are seated on a floor of carpets and cushions. Between them is a small silver basin on a tripod. In the basin there is water. Frodo looks into it and sees only the water. Am I tagged for mature content? That's fucking... we gotta... Hold on a second. Just adding a couple stream labels before we get too deep into this this Steam. Before Frodo gets too deep into Galadriel's mirror here, we're gonna update a few things. Holy shit! You shall look into the mirror, and you alone. What is going on here? This was a script that was made by a real filmmaker. Instead of making this movie, he made Excalibur. And that movie rips, but like, I think most people are glad that he made Excalibur instead of Lord of the Rings. Anyway, things are about to get steamy here. Interior, Galadriel's pavilion. It is a soft space defined by drapes. At the summit of the great tent, partially open to a bright starlit sky, Galadriel and Frodo are seated on a floor of carpets and cushions. Between them is a small silver basin on a tripod. In the basin there is water. Frodo looks into it and sees only the water. I look and see nothing. You look and you see nothing, for you are not yet ready. When shall I be ready, and how? With knowledge, and I am that knowledge. I don't know what questions I should ask. Your eyes ask questions already. Accepting the invitation, his eyes wander over her body, drinking in its loveliness. Galadriel's austere and aloof features soften. Galadriel's hand touches the chain from which the ring dangles, and Frodo's hand touches hers. Frodo looks again into the reflection of the basin and sees their two faces come together and kiss. Interior tent, night. Aragorn's face is half hidden in the shadowy light. His sad eyes shine faintly as he hums a few bars of a haunting, nostalgic song. The others are seated or lying on a soft, curved surface of fine webbing, like a great hammock or circus safety net, which is suspended inside the tent from poles and trees. Above, other hammocks are stretched where elves can be glimpsed. Below, through the mesh, are pack mules, who are stabled on the ground level of the tent. The mules chew, stamp, and flick their tails. Their restlessness reflects that of the Fellowship, now that Frodo is with Galadriel. Gimli sharpens his axe, sparks fly. Boromir and Legolas clean their sword blades. Gimli. Galadriel, a mighty piece of stone she is, for a dwarvish tool to carve. Boromir, bitterly. She wants to read our thoughts for her own good purposes. We may be safe from the orcs tonight, but I fear for the ring. I fear for Frodo. I fear for the ring. Pippin anxiously. What's holding Frodo? Why doesn't he come? They are all nervous except for Aragorn, who remains aloof. Merry bites on a lembas. He rolls it in his mouth, savoring the taste ecstatically. Merry. Galadriel. Because, remember, the lembas tastes of what you remember or think when you're... Anyway. It's a sex joke. It's a sex joke in the middle of our Lord of the Rings film. They all look up, listening for a sign of Frodo. They hear only the restless mules below. Boromir. To evil ways this company's been led. I should take the south bank of the great river and go to Minas Tirith. It is my duty. It is folly to enter Mordor without a great army. Aragorn. Folly may also be our duty. I shall take the north bank to Mordor. Tonight, Frodo can fend for himself, and for once we may sleep in peace. A brief pause. Gimli. Why did I come on this quest? I saw Moria overrun by orcs, and Gandalf fall, and now I see beauty, and even that is taken from me. The others have settled down to sleep. Gimli sluggishly continues sharpening his axe. I feel like that might be metaphorical, the axe sharpening. I feel like that might be suggesting something. Legolas in a sad whisper. Alas for us all, but Gimli, memory shall be your reward. Gimli. Memory is not what I ache for, dear Legolas. Unwittingly, Gimli runs his finger along the gleaming edge of his axe. He reacts with an aggrieved howl. Legolas, who is dozing off, smiles. The others fidget in turn as they seek elusive sleep. Exterior, sky, sunrise. Gimli's howl transforms into a sensual cry, and now sounds more like Frodo's voice. On the horizon, a red glow appears. The cry thins out into a pure musical sound. The first rays of the sun appear, the undersides of the clouds redden, and the redness expands like a stain across the sky. The music fades as if it had been absorbed into the swelling red glow. Exterior, the lake dawn. Galadriel and Frodo are floating in the waters of the pool. It is very still. They do not move for fear of disturbing the perfection of the moment. Finally, Frodo sighs a sigh of sadness. Frodo. I will look into the mirror. I am ready. I feel ready. But Frodo makes no move. Galadriel's hair drifts through the water and rests on Frodo's chest. A ring that he has not seen before lies on her finger, and a halo of light emanates from it. Frodo is fascinated. Galadriel. So you see it. It is one of the elven rings of power that are hidden, but it cannot be hidden from the bearer of the one who will know the eye. Frodo is overcome by the wonder of Galadriel. He looks into her eyes. You are wise and fearless. To you the ring should be entrusted. He takes off the ring and hands it to her, but Frodo does not release the chain. She handles it and is about to put it on. She holds it against the elven ring to see how they look together. An ugly grimace comes over her face. She is afraid, trembles. Frodo sees her reaction and pulls back the chain. She regains her radiant beauty and her warmth. I cannot give it, and you cannot bear it. Galadriel seems to diminish, and Frodo to grow in stature. He is ascendant now, greater than she. Galadriel. If you fail in your quest, we are laid bare to the enemy. But if you succeed and destroy the ring, our powers will fade too, and the elves will dwindle to a rustic folk of dell and cave, slowly to forget and to be forgotten. No, never will the power of the elves die, for what I felt in you is the stuff of which all life is made. Galadriel, with increasing melancholy. After we have gone, our powers may find a spell place in the hearts of women. In other women you will remember me. In them, men will sometimes find a fleeting vision of what we were. Now the world is full of peril. Love is now mingled with grief. With grief, love grows, perhaps the greater. Galadriel, defeated, looks down at Frodo. A confusion of tenderness, desire, and great sadness is in her eyes. Suddenly, within the wild-flowering landscape before them, an opening appears. As the flaps of the tent are thrown aside, Aragorn, Boromir, Legolas, Gimli, and the hobbits file out. Their faces show signs of a bad night's rest. Boromir, impetuously. I say we take the south bank. Aragorn, the north bank should be our course. They look angrily at Frodo, but he faces them calmly and squarely, standing a little in front of Galadriel. They notice his new assurance, and their determined, aggressive manner melts into uncertainty. He addresses them quietly. Frodo, I have looked into the mirror. My God. So there's a lot of this movie that would be absolutely batshit. I think this is like so it's not like as crass as I was expecting, but the way that it changes Galadriel and it like men will know elves when they like bone a hot lady or something. Like, what is this? what the fuck? Maybe hasn't aged super well. Jesus Christ. Exterior River Day. A strange spectacle. The 8 members of the Fellowship apparently glide across the landscape of trees and grasses. They move without ever taking a step. Closer inspection reveals a river. They are drifting downstream on a large, improvised raft, made of rushes and reeds. Aragorn is at the stern, steering with a long oar, made from a branch. The river flows at a steady, placid rate. They have been scanning the riverbanks. Legolas. There is no alarm among the birds. The trees are at peace. Boromir is almost disappointed. He sits down. Peace? It sits on me like a rust upon a sword. Gimli sprawls out, sighing with boredom. Merry yawns. I must agree that all this rest is very tiring. Sam is smoking his pipe. He hands it to Pippin, who draws on it, and then offers it to Boromir, who refuses. He passes it instead to Gimli. They are all spread out over the raft, smoking and nibbling lembas, hands trailing languidly over the side. Merry chews on some lembas. Raspberry jam, he grimaces. I'm sick of raspberry jam. In contrast, Aragorn stands erect at the rudder. A tall, watchful figure. Pippin is full of well-being. Pipe in his mouth, he addresses Legolas in a rhetorical way. Lord Elf, the trees. They seem to bow and curtsy as we pass. Or does the breeze bend them? The smooth pace of the raft is hypnotic. The tree-lined bank drifts past, tranquil, somnolent. Sam and Frodo sit together, slightly apart. Frodo, it's too perfect, as though your garden in the Shire stopped growing seeds, Sam. Sam, a gardener leaves others to enjoy the beauty. His eyes are skinned for weeds. There's weeds everywhere, Master Frodo. Even here? Sam nods. He leans closer to Frodo and speaks in a low voice. Last night there was a log floating by us. I was half asleep. And it had eyes, didn't it? You saw it too? I wasn't sure. This river journey, it's hard to tell between waking and sleeping. It got me thinking of that play acting at the council. We can both put a name to it, Sam. It is, then. Yes. Gollum. Sam shudders. Exterior, raft and river, night. Aragorn is at the helm. Gimli stands at the prow, pole in hand, keeping watch. The raft drifts down the center of the river. The others sleep peacefully. Only Sam is watchful and awake. He starts. The log is by the side of the raft, 2 eyes peering up. Sam stealthily wakes Frodo. The log slips into the shadows, but they hear a hissing of breath at the edge of the raft. Suddenly, Aragorn is at their side, and his sword cleaves down into the water. But Frodo stays his hand, and a dark shape darts away. Aragorn, why? Frodo does not reply, but nor does he cringe from Aragorn's reprimanding look. Aragorn and Frodo look hard into each other's eyes. There is a new understanding between them. The moment is broken as Boromir stirs in his sleep, and a childlike whimper escapes him. Aragorn. A strong man's fears hide in his dreams. His gaze glances from Boromir to Frodo and then to the river. The peaceful river conceals Gollum. Frodo smiles shyly. And a foolish hobbit bears the ring. Aragorn. Not all is what it seems. Aragorn smiles. It is the first time Frodo has seen him smile. Looking into each other's eyes, enjoying each other's company, getting new understandings while everybody else sleeps. Holy crap, This is definitely a hornier Lord of the Rings than we've ever seen depicted. Boromir, exterior, river and raft, rapids. Boromir is on watch at the prow. Aragorn is at the helm. The river flows faster now. The others rest and doze. Gimli awakens and sits up listening. Gimli, I hear the rapids. Boromir looks back. He is indolent and exhausted. I hear nothing. Aragorn, Gimli's ear reaches further than ours. Strive for the riverbank. The companions are glad of some action. They take up the paddles and pulls with relish. Then a whoosh of bowstrings, accompanied by a fierce, blood-curdling cries, breaks upon them. Boromir. Orcs, at last! A great flight of arrows rises out of the trees. Each arrow trails a strip of black cloth, and they are so dense it seems as though a thunder cloud is darkening the sky. The arrows strike the raft in water like hailstones. The 8 shield themselves as best they can. One shaft strikes the frying pan which Sam holds above Frodo's head. Aragorn, back! Paddle for your lives! The far bank! Some of the orcs rush forward from the trees and wade into the water. More arrows rain down upon them and around them. The companions drive the raft furiously across towards the other bank. Merry is struck in the arm with an arrow. I'm hit! I'm wounded! I'm dying! Legolas skillfully slits around the arrow, extracts it. He inserts into the slit a special leaf, which he plucks from his dress. Legolas, it is slight. This will draw the poison. They are drawing closer to the other bank, but the river sucks them downstream towards the rapids. Another flight of arrows sings out from the orcs. Boromir is struck in the leg. Sam is hit in his bare foot. They desperately paddle against the increasing current, oblivious of their wounds. An arrow strikes Gimli in the side. The raft is soon irrevocably caught by the current, which bears them swiftly down towards the rapids. They are soon out of arrow range. Legolas laughs grimly. The same force that draws us from the arrows drives us to the rapids. Aragorn fights desperately to keep the raft under control. Rocks point up angrily through the boiling waters, and he struggles to steer the raft between them. The once peaceful raft is now a platform of pain and confusion. Aragorn, lash down the hobbits! Tie the Ringbearer by me at the stern! This is a phenomenal line. Lash down the hobbits. Not batten the hatches. Lash down the hobbits. Spray mingles with blood, and blood mingles with sweat as they battle for survival. Before they can complete their tasks, the rapids take them. Somehow, Aragorn forces the raft through a narrow channel between shoals and rocks. Down, down they plunge. Boromir pins the hobbits by lying spread eagle over them. The raft plunges over a cataract and lands in swirling, turbulent waters. It spins into a shallow pool and runs aground. Aragorn slumps over the helm. The others lie panting and bleeding, half drowned. The rapids have ceased. The river flows on, winding away into the distance, looking much like the river, or much like the road that began their journey. The musical theme of The Road Goes Ever On reinforces this impression. Intermission. Hot diggity, we are at the halfway point. Not fucking bad, huh? Not fucking bad. Boromir spread eagle over the hobbits. Somebody had to do it. Someone had to lash down the hobbits. Tie the Ringbearer next to me. You uggos take the rest of them. All right. Exterior, crossroads and hill, day. The 8 members of the Fellowship, their wounds dressed, are trudging along a path. They arrive at a crossroads above which stands a hill. Boromir glances up at the sun and turns on a southward path, but he is frozen in his tracks by Aragorn's mighty voice. Wait, the doom of choice is upon us. South with Boromir to Minas Tirith, or north to Mordor. Shall we break our fellowship and each go his own way? I am not Gandalf and cannot play his part. Frodo, the burden is laid upon you. Frodo does not answer at once. He stands apart. Give me an hour and I will speak. The others settle down in the grass, resigned to waiting. Boromir's eyes follow Frodo as he wanders off. Frodo is climbing the hill. He seems relieved to be by himself for once. He walks up the hill and near the top sits down on a rock. Chin cupped in his hands, Frodo stares off sadly into the distance. A figure is stalking up to him from behind. A premonition comes over Frodo. He springs up and turns, and in front of him stands Boromir, towering above him. a great grin on his face. He sits down beside Frodo, who edges away uneasy. Boromir. The orcs may be near. I feared for you. And two heads together may. I know what I should do, but I am afraid, Boromir, afraid. There's a warning in my heart. What warning? Against delay, and against trust in the strength and truth of men. He flexed the muscles of his arm and slaps it. Boromir, angry, blustering. But for this arm, orcs would be roasting hobbits in the Shire today. Frodo, I do not doubt the valor of your race, but the world is changing. If your strength fails, what then? There's hope until we do fall. No hope while the ring lasts. The ring? Let me look at this trinket. Boromir becomes increasingly intense. His voice trembles as he struggles to contain his fierce emotion. The ring of power? Such a little thing. It is a gift, I say. Only the fearless, the ruthless, let alone will gain victory. Boromir, to give vent to his intensity, leaps to his feet. Frodo jumps up and moves away. Boromir holds out his hand as if expecting Frodo to give him the ring. He becomes strangely quiet, moving slowly towards Frodo, stalking him. Frodo retreats, fearful now, and as he does so, gropes inside his tunic for the ring. Boromir leaps forward to grab Frodo. Frodo slips on the ring onto his finger and vanishes. Clutching for the invisible Frodo, Boromir stumbles and falls. For a moment, he is motionless. Then he rises, crying out, What have I done? Frodo! Frodo! A madness took me, come back! Bellowing and crying, Boromir staggers off down the hill. Inside the vision of the ring, Frodo is visible again, but not to Boromir. Exterior, various locations, daytime. Frodo sees with the power of the ring far-off lands drawing closer and rising up in front of him. The landscape shrinks under his eye until he can see all of the Middle-earth. In the misty mountain, orcs swarm out of holes like ants. Under a forest, a battle is raging. Wild wargs roam the plains, and then he sees Minas Tirith, a fortress city of towers and battlements, bright banners flying on its turrets. Frodo smiles, but then his face falls. Mordor! Beyond Minas Tirith is a monolithic barrier to the Great Wall of Mordor. Beyond the wall is a desert plain, and Frodo can just make out armies camped across it. Above them looms a volcano from which rises a heavy pall of smoke covering the land and churning through the sky. Mount Doom! Under the mountain stands a great tower, and his eyes are drawn towards a pinpoint of light which appears above it. The light grows into a single socketless eye, rimmed by fire, glazed yellow as a cat's eye. The eye begins to rove, searching this way and that. It seems to be probing towards Frodo, for finally it stares directly at him. Frodo is transfixed by it. He shudders. The eye grows larger, moving towards him. He is afraid but fascinated. He takes hold of the ring, ready to pull it off. The eye gets steadily larger, filling all of Mordor. Frodo jerks the ring off his finger. The landscapes that were rearing up in front of him whip away like sails let loose in a gale. His vision returns to normal. He sinks exhausted on a rock, pale and drained by the experience. He gets to his feet and looks in the direction of Mordor. I will go alone, and now. With a set look on his face, he strides towards Mordor, walking in a straight line, oblivious of obstacles. Meanwhile, back at the crossroads, Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Sam, Merry, and Pippin are anxiously awaiting Frodo's return. Sam points to a shadow cast by a tree. When he left, the shadow was there. Now it's crept up to here. Legolas, and Boromir, what holds him? With sudden decision, Aragorn leaps to his feet. The others jump up spontaneously, waiting his command. Aragorn runs off in the direction Frodo took. The others follow. Aragorn, with me! The company, strung out in a line, runs up the hill. They almost collide with Boromir, who's staggering towards them, crying with remorse, unable to talk, choking on his words. The ring, Frodo! He points up the hill. Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, and Sam understand and rush on. Merry and Pippin, who are lagging behind, reach Boromir and are moved by the sight of the great warrior in tears. Merry takes his hand and caresses it. Pippin turns to see Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, and Sam disappearing over the crest. He looks back and is grasped by terror. He stumbles backwards, struck dumb with fear, and crashes into Boromir. Merry gives him a reprimanding look. Merry, this is no time to play the clown. Then Merry sees what Pippin sees. Orcs, not more than 20 feet away, are closing in. Boromir sees them too. It is a welcome release for him. With an angry roar, he wipes his eyes with his forearms as he draws his swords, his own, and half of the sword that was broken. Over the other side of the hill, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli appear, fanning out. Suddenly, Sam ducks and hides. He is panting frantically, looking this way, that way. Sam, Hobbit sense, think! He starts off one way, then another. Meanwhile, Aragorn is searching for Frodo's tracks. He runs, bent double. He circles round, then finds some signs, which leads him upwards. Far below, he sees Frodo moving steadfastly away towards Mordor. Some way behind is Sam, running to catch up with his master, faintly calling his name. Frodo does not look back. Aragorn is perplexed, unsure how to interpret. Boromir fights ferociously and desperately against the orcs. Elendil, the Shire! Bleeding, struck by many arrows, he fights over the huddled bodies of Merry and Pippin. He falters, then recovers, splintering and slashing orc arrows in midair with his swords. He hurls himself at the orcs, but he is pierced again and again and slumps on the ground. The orcs cheer brutishly. Still, he shields Merry and Pippin as best he can, but orcs hold him off with spears, while the Uruk-hork snatches up Merry and Pippin and runs howling victoriously, a hobbit dangling from each hand. Boromir lifts his great horn to his bleeding mouth, and a deafening blast breaks from it. The grass around Aragorn bends in waves as the sound of the horn passes over. He runs to give aid. As he gets closer, he sees the orcs. Boromir! Boromir! In succession, first Gimli, then Legolas hear the horn and are frozen in their tracks. They see Aragorn charging at the orcs. They go too. The sound of the horn falters and fades. The orcs scatter into the trees when they see reinforcements. Gimli and Legolas give chase while Aragorn helps the dying Boromir. He takes his head into his arms. Boromir tries to speak. The halflings. The orcs have taken him. He gasps, choked with emotion, as his eyes begin to glaze over. With a struggle, he revives. Aragorn, my blood brother, take the sword that was broken. Got a Minas Tirith in my place. Aragorn, be at peace. Minas Tirith shall not fall. Gimli and Legolas burst through the bushes, bloodied and breathless. They stop in their tracks when they see Boromir's lifeless body and Aragorn's tearful face. Aragorn, this is a bitter end. We have failed. The Fellowship is all in ruin. Frodo has gone his own way. The ring has done its evil work. Aragorn's head sinks in sorrow. His will, his power have forsaken him. The hill, day. Boromir lies buried under a mound of stone in the roots of a withered tree at the brow of the hill. Gimli adorns it with the weapons of the vanquished orcs, their curved blades sticking out of the stones like the spines of a porcupine. Aragorn, his knee bent, holds the two halves of the sword that was broken. They are pressed to his forehead in salute. May this withered tree blossom with the flesh of Boromir, son of Denethor, the steward of Minas Tirith. Gimli finishes his work and kneels down, places his ear to the ground. Legolas, what are the rumors of the earth? Gimli, the orcs go north, moving fast. Legolas, Gimli and I shall not forsake Merry and Pippin to the orcs. Legolas looks up, but Aragorn does not respond. He goes over and takes Aragorn's hand. Aragorn, our ways part, for Minas Tirith lies far to the south. Farewell, Aragorn. Aragorn rises up, strangely powerful, yet a distant look in his eyes. Aragorn, I will go north with you. Legolas, but you are held by a death pledge to Boromir. You must go to Minas Tirith. Aragorn, and yet, I will go with you. Gimli and Legolas are profoundly disturbed. They exchange looks, suspecting Aragorn is taken with madness. Legolas speaks in a low voice. Would you set two halflings above the plight of a great city? Aragorn is racked with inner conflict. When he speaks, as though the words are torn from his heart. I cannot. And yet I will. Very cool, huh? Seems largely the same as every other depiction of this scene. Has not not been twisted in any insane ways. Exterior, landscape of boulders and cliff. Sam and Frodo struggle across a brutal, unrelenting country, constantly forced to change direction in order to find a path. They come to the edge of a cliff. Below it extends a vast, misty marshland. Beyond the bog is the Great Wall of Mordor, a formidable barrier made partially from a natural range of rocks and cliffs, the gaps bridged by walls and fortresses. A pall hangs over the land beyond the wall, but through its pall, the towering outline of Mount Doom can just be made out. Sam makes a face and puts his hand to his nose. Phew, those bogs, the stinking marshes. I feel as naked as these rocks. It's that I. Sam surveys the gloomy scene, and when he looks back, Frodo is already descending, searching for footholds in the cliff face. Sam joins him. Exterior, plain sunset. Flash scrubland, broken rocks, clumps of trees. Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas run at a fierce pace, throwing long shadows across the flat plain. Without slackening speed, Aragorn bends over from time to time, reading the tracks. Legolas points far ahead. Two broken bodies lie across their path. They exchange looks of alarm and run on. The bodies are orcs. They are relieved. Legolas examines the ground. Here, crumbs of Lembas. He holds out his hands to the others. Dead or alive, the hobbits are still with the orcs. They examine tiny specks of Lembas, which sparkle on Legolas's finger. Gimli hears something and turns to look. He attracts Legolas's attention. A white, riderless horse is running out of the sun. It gallops unswervingly across the arid plain, its hooves throwing up puffs of dust. The companions watch it admiringly. The mane flows, muscles surge through its glistening coat. As it comes closer, Aragorn makes a move to catch it, getting in its path, but the horse curves away as it passes, and Aragorn is left grasping the air. It recedes into darkness. It recedes into the distance. Aragorn. How well we could have used him. Yet he has some deep purpose of his own. Gimli. Such beauty could not serve evil. Legolas. It comes on wings of song, out of the forgotten days. Ruefully they break into a run again, forcing their tired legs to pound the hard earth. Exterior cliff night. The twilight is fading. Sam and Frodo are climbing down the steep face of the cliff with great caution, helping each other. They are continuously in danger of losing the grip and footage on the sheer, slippery rock face. Sam. How long will it take us, Master Frodo, to finish this job? Frodo has become a bit pompous. He has not quite got the knack yet of how to play the hero. This job? This is a great quest. And what hope is there that we shall ever finish it? And if we do, will we live to tell the tale? Sam. Sorry, I was just wondering about things, Master, to keep my head from going dizzy. I've got with a tight belt and a light tooth. That Lembas will last, I reckon, 3 days or so. Frodo smiles. His pomposity pricked. Now tell me, Master, what have you come to a place where there's nowhere to put your feet or hands? Frodo is about to answer when he loses his own footing and begins to slide down the cliff. Desperately, he claws at the slimy moss, but falls. Master, don't fall! Sam sees Frodo disappear into the darkness below. Sam lets go of his own grip and slides down too. Here I come! Darkness. Then Sam's eyes adjust, and he sees Frodo lying next to him with a smile on his face. They laugh at themselves, catching their breath, and rub their bruises. Master Frodo, if we can laugh, we haven't lost hope, have we? They find they're at the bottom of the cliff, between great mossy boulders. In front of them, the marshes begin. Frodo hears something and looks up. We haven't lost hope, Sam, and we haven't lost Gollum. A dark figure with its limbs splayed out is climbing headfirst down the slimy face of the precipice, now lit by moonlight. Frodo motions that Sam be silent and points. The two look up, straining to hear. They hear hissing and snuffling. Caution, my precious, caution, where is it? 'Tis ours. After each sentence, he makes a swallowing noise that sounds like Gollum, thus explaining his name. Sam, a fearful whisper. Oh, what's his precious? Does he mean the... Sam points to the ring in Frodo's chest. Gollum is just above them now. He sniffs and hisses. The thieves, the filthy thieves of my precious Gollum. Gollum's face catches the moonlight. He slips and falls to the ground with a shrill shriek. He lands a few feet away from Frodo and Sam, who jerk back into the dark shadows among the boulders. Sam is shaking with fear. He grits his teeth determinedly and is soon trembling with rage. Gollum recovers, and hissing and spitting, rises to his feet. In front of Frodo and Sam stands a thin, loathsome creature, about the size of a hobbit, with a large head and scrawny neck. He obliquely turns his head towards the moon, shading his pale, half-lidded eyes with his hand. Moonlight shines through the membranes that join his long fingers. Nasty, nasty, shivery light it is. It hurts our eyes. Sam leaps out of the shadows, jumping Gollum. Gollum recovers from the surprise and clings to Sam, wrapping his prehensile arms and legs around him. He squeezes Sam in a deathly grip and sinks his teeth into his neck. All that Sam can do is butt his head against Gollum. Frodo springs out with Sting in hand and thrusts the blade under Gollum's eyes. Let go, Gollum. This is Sting, Bilbo's blade. You've seen it before, once upon a time. Gollum goes limp, releasing Sam, who staggers to his feet. Gollum lies on this ground, his limbs sprawled out abjectly, his eyes burning with anger. Frodo stands above him and holds the point of Sting at Gollum's throat. Don't hurt us. Don't let them, my precious. They won't hurt us, will they? Nice little hobbitses. Sam, let's kill him. He deserves death, but look at him. Gollum, who lies flattened on the ground, is a wretched sight. Yes, wretched we is, wretched Gollum. Gollum sits up, cunning shows in his eyes. And where are they going in these cold lands, we wonders? Gollum casts eyes towards Mordor, but turns away in pain and distress. He lowers his voice. He wonders. He wants to know. He's lost his precious. You know we're going to Mordor. We guessed, and we don't want them to go, does we? Frodo points towards Mordor. You creature of mud and slime, you find us a path through the marshes. We wills. But nice hobbitses must not go to those places. Orcs, thousands of... Frodo racks him with the side of the Sting. Gollum shivers at the contact with the sword. Ah, a hobbit blade, forged by dwarves, keen as elves' eyes. Ah. Silence! We shall rest now, Sam, turns to Gollum, and at dawn you shall lead us through the marshes. Gollum is horrified. The big light hurts our eyes. We won't go under big yellow face. We hates it, no. Frodo begins to take the ring and catches the moonlight. At the sight of the ring, Gollum is lashed into a frenzy, ready to assail Frodo, oblivious of Sting. Gollum, I understand. Then he booms off. Then he booms out, Gollum, swear on the precious. Yes. What would you swear? To be good. To be very good. We swears to serve the master of the precious. In Sam's eyes, Frodo towers over Gollum, who is now but a little whining dog at his master's feet. Frodo tucks the ring away and gives Gollum a light whack. Gollum rises and starts off, proceeding cautiously over the bogland, testing each footstep. Frodo and Sam follow. They advance in single file, threading a tortuous path across the marshes. Gollum, his lolling head thrust forward, often uses his hands as well as his feet to mark the ground. Exterior marshes dawn. The first lights of dawn appear. Frodo, Sam, and Gollum trekking through a gully in the bogs. Gollum, ah! Yellowface is coming. Exhausted and jittery, Frodo looks up. Gollum, stop. We shall rest here. Gollum stops, but immediately starts again. Frodo sees this and panics. He branches Sting and whacks it against the frying pan, which dangles from Sam's belt. Gollum, you swore on the precious. I order you to stop. Sam is shocked at Frodo's sudden outburst, but the mighty clang stops Gollum. Gollum slumps into the lowest and darkest recess of the wet ground, his limbs sprawled out, and his eyelids begin to shut. Frodo lowers himself to the ground, putting his weight on Sting as if it was a walking stick. The sword sinks into the mire, and Frodo falls to the ground. He is exhausted, unable to get up again. Sam looks down. Sam, we gotta get some sleep, but not together, not with that villain. You go to sleep, and I'll call you when I can't keep my eyes open. Frodo nods agreement, and his nodding head falls on his chest, asleep. Gollum is sleeping, his breath hissing through his teeth. Sam prods him, Gollum twitches. Sam, if I had his black heart, he wouldn't wake up again. Never. Sam sits down against the rock, watching Gollum. Sam's head sways, heavy with sleep. His eyelids begin to droop. Gollum's eyelids start to open. Sam wakes out of the moment of sleep. As his eyelids open, Gollum's close. Sam is satisfied the Gollum is sleeping. Again, his eyelids begin to close, and his head falls slowly on his chest. Sam is asleep. Gollum rises, his eyes wide open. Exterior, plain dawn. Aragorn leaps to his feet and shakes himself awake. Gimli and Legolas are sprawled out in the grass, asleep. The sun pushes up over the horizon. Aragorn looks around and kicks the others lightly. They get to their feet stiffly, and without a word, the three set off, running. Later, day. They are still running. Legolas points to one side, and they swerve in that direction. They approach a slight rise, they reach the crest, and stop. Gimli. Enough! My heart bursts! Aragorn searches the ground and finds some remains of bones and feathers. They paused here to eat. Gimli has fallen to the ground, is lying on his face, panting. Suddenly he stiffens and presses his ear to the earth. Horsemen? A great company of horse. Legolas shades his eyes and searches the horizon. I see them, many horsemen. They ride against the orcs. Gimli jumps to his feet. Him and Aragorn strain to see, but they cannot. Aragorn, come! They set out again, running hard. Later, they stop once again, sweating and panting. In the far distance, distorted through the heat haze across the long grass, swords and lances flash and glistening as the battle continues. Aragorn, faster. The hobbits will be caught between lance and scimitar. Later, closer now, but still some way off. The skirmish has ended, but where it took place, the ground is covered with mounds of burning orcs. They see chains of men passing the bodies over their heads and into the blazing pyres. Gimli strains to listen and hears a rhythmic chant of victory as the men pass the orcs over their heads. Later. At last the three run up to the site of the skirmish. The grasses are flattened this way and that, a jarring map of the violence of the battle. Here and there stand clumps of unflattened grass, paths radiate outwards, evidence of escapes and pursuits. Smoldering pyres of charred orc carcasses fill the air with smoke, horses graze. The riders tend their wounded men and horses and bury the dead. The riders are the race of men, rough-featured with red faces and flaxen hair. Gimli and Legolas follow Aragorn, who weaves a way through the clumps of unflattened grass, bursting out in the midst of the riders. Sounds of alarm shout out, and the horsemen grab their swords and lances. A thicket of angry points quickly surround the strangers. Their leader comes forward on horseback, a tall man, his height emphasized by a crest of white horsetail flowing from his helmet. He carries a long sword, and he skillfully edges his horse forward until the point is an inch from Aragorn's throat. Who are you, and what is your purpose in this land? Aragorn meets his eye. I am a hunter of orcs. The leader looks disparagingly at Gimli and Legolas. You keep comic company, and you know little of orcs if you hunt them in this fashion. Legolas and Gimli react by drawing closer to Aragorn. Legolas plucks out his bow, which twangs gratingly, threateningly. Gimli lets a long leaf of grass fall from his mouth. It glides down through the air, alighting on the edge of his axe, cutting it in two. Aragorn. The orcs took captive 2 of our friends. In such a need, a man that has no horse will go on foot. Our friends are halflings. The leader roars with laughter, and his men are encouraged to join in. Halflings? The little people of children's songs? Your hard running has fevered your head. Aragorn throws back his cloak and sweeps out 2 halves of the sword that was broken. I am Aragorn, an heir of Elendil, a son of ancient Gondor. Here is the sword that was broken. Gimli and Legolas also spring to arms, and such is the force and majesty of Aragorn that the riders step back. These are strange times, the leader says. Dreams and legends spring to life out of the very grasp. Aragorn, give us news of the halflings! Leader quietly. We found none but orcs. Gimli and Aragorn exchange puzzled looks. Aragorn gives orders to his companions. Search among the carcasses for signs. I fear our quest ends in ashes. Legolas and Gimli start off sadly and without much hope. Their leader sheaths his sword, and the riders allow them to pass, lowering their lances. The leader dismounts. Aragorn sheaths his sword. Leader. I am Eomer. My father is Theoden, king of Rohan. Aragorn. Rumor has it that King Theoden pays tribute to Sauron. Eomer tenses and grips his sword hilt. Aragorn. Yet you kill orcs. Eomer flushes. His clear eye avoids Aragorn's. Eomer. I kill orcs. My father does not. My father has counseled against my counsel to avoid war at any cost. Aragorn. Long was the alliance between Rohan and Minas Tirith, yet you do not aid them in their deepest peril. If Minas Tirith falls, Rohan will not stand. The words make their mark on Eomer, cutting deep. Just then, Legolas and Gimli come hurrying across to Aragorn. They look excited. Legolas, these halflings, they manage better without us, it seems. On his outstretched palm is a hobbit pipe. In the background, the horses of the riders of Rohan begin to stir restlessly. Aragorn, they live! Legolas, their tracks lead into the forest. They laugh with delight. The horses are whinnying, prancing, and bolting. The riders jump into the saddles, attempting to subdue them. All eyes scan the horizon to detect the origin of the disturbance. Gimli throws himself to the ground and listens. Gimli. Far off the sound, as if 1,000 wild horses. Eomer, but is only one creature and his steed. A mounted figure galloping across the horizon, trailing a plume of dust. Legolas stares, then bends away his gaze in disgust. The word Nazgul transmits like a sudden blaze among the riders. They keep their horses on a short rein and await a signal from Eomer to flee. Eomer is torn by fear and anger. He calls out orders. 3 horses of my dead riders to the hunters of the orcs. He stands on his saddle. The Nazgul rides the plains of Rohan. Sauron holds us in contempt. To King Theoden, and one last plea for war. He rears his horse. The riders respond by rearing their horses. 3 horses are corralled by the riders up to Legolas, Gimli, and Aragorn. Aragorn addresses Eomer as he mounts his saddle. And I shall ride to Minas Tirith, but we shall not come alone. Many old friends and allies shall ride at our side. And they ride off. Eomer and his men in one direction, Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas in the other. The sun is low. In this version, is Anduril broke down the middle so he can wield both halves as really skinny swords? Yeah, that's the gist of it. Hobo Masterman. He like jury rigged a handle for like one half, and he wields it as like 2 blades. And then at one point, Arwen made him like give half the sword to Boromir, and so like they both held half the sword for a bit until Boromir ate shit. Very, very odd. Can we fundraise to get this script made? I don't think you'd be able to afford the rights. I guess you could probably fundraise a fan film. You might get funding easier if you make it a porn parody. You got deep pockets. Yeah, there's some batshit scenes in here. Exterior, marshes, sundown. Through the mists and vapors of the marsh shines the dark red globe of the setting sun. Frodo awakens. He shakes Sam, who sits up with a start. They look at each other in alarm. Gollum is not in sight, and Sam looks guilty. Frodo, he has sworn on the precious. On the precious. Sam is startled when he hears Frodo repeating on the precious with extra S. Frodo furtively checks the ring beneath his tunic. Hissing sounds of Gollum approaching, Sam nudges Frodo. Gollum, he's here! Frodo looks up without too much surprise. Soiled with black mud, dripping with slime, Gollum walks up to Frodo and Sam. He's happily chewing worms and slavering. Are you rested? Ready to go on? Gollum. They look in disgust at the worms hanging from his mouth. We was famished. Poor thin him. Exterior marshes night. Frodo walks in Gollum's footstep, and Gollum follows. And Frodo walks in Gollum's footsteps, and Sam follows behind. Gollum weaves through an endless network of dark, stagnant pools and soft mires. Occasionally, through a misty fog, a pale moon shines. Gollum shades his eyes. Frodo glances up from time to time, as though aware of some threatening presence. Gollum looks at Frodo, reading his thoughts, sharing his anxiety. Nice mists, nice thick mists. Aye, doesn't catch us, can't hurt us. Frodo feels slightly relieved. Out of necessity, Sam and Frodo haven't taken to imitating Gollum's half-walk. out of necessity, Sam and Frodo have taken to imitating Gollum's half-walk, half-crawl. And Sam and Frodo notice pale wisps of light dancing over the bogs. Gollum, what are all these lights? Sorry. Gollum, what are all these lights? Sam says. Frodo stares, entranced. The lights are everywhere, hundreds of flickering flames. The tricksy lights, candles of the dead. Yes, yes. Mr. Frodo, don't look at them. Gollum doesn't look at them. Sam trips and falls. The ground gurgles and flickers with light. Sam lifts his fate out of the bog mud and sees just beneath the muddy waters rotting cadavers, shimmering with luminescent fumes. Sam rises, shaking. There are dead things, dead faces in the water. Frodo is fascinated. Of elves, of men, of orcs. I see no hobbits, Sam, do not fear. All that you see is dead and gone but from memory. Gollum, yes, yes. All dead, all rotten. There was a great battle long ago, yes. When I was young, before Precious came our way. Men and elves fought the orcses. The three continue on their uneasy track. Frodo, I have heard the old tales. Elves and men overcome the armies of Sauron. But it came back and the tale still runs on. We're in it now as hobbits. Think of that, Sam. Sam seems relieved, if not happy. Us? And is Gollum in our story, too? Frodo, hey, Gollum. What would you say is like to be in this story? What would you like to be in this story? The hero or the villain? Gollum. Gollum. Ah, we had a real name once. We had a real name once. What would I like to be? We was the one who found the precious, we was. And the precious was with us once. With us always. We had a name, and we lived by the great river, and we burrowed under the trees. We loved rootses. We was of hobbit kind. Sam, of hobbit kind? Sam and Frodo burst out laughing. Sam does an imitation of Gollum's way of walking. 3 little Gollums in a row we shall be. Sam and Frodo laugh heartily. They get careless, taking false steps and sinking into the bog. Sam pulls Frodo out of a soft patch of mire. Gollum, never was there laughter in this fell land. We also will laughs. Sam and Frodo look at him expectantly. Gollum, after a moment, emits a soft but terrifying giggle. Sam and Frodo exchange glances of trepidation. Exterior forest night. Terror-stricken, Merry and Pippin stumble over each other as they weave an erratic path through the forest. Suddenly, they see that they are heading straight for a towering figure, cloaked and hooded, who is slowly opening his arms. They grind to a stop and fall in a heap. Kicking up a flurry of leaves, they spin around and rush off frantically in the opposite direction. They scamper through the forest only to crash into an apparently identical figure. His cloak is flung open, and from it glows a glow of white light. The tall figure stands above the two paralyzed and trembling hobbits, his hand gripping their shoulders. The face which looks down upon the hobbits is that of Gandalf, except that his eyes are white instead of gray, and his expression is intense and pained. Pippin, It's Saruman! The figure begins to talk in a deep voice, as if each word had to be forced out painfully. Yes, I am Saruman, but as Saruman should have been. Tell me of yourselves. Merry and Pippin are trembling with fear, but Pippin summons up the dregs of his courage. Merry, it's Saruman, the bad wizard. Yes, that's it. Try and get his sword. Now Pippin addresses the figure, play-actantly, flamboyantly. There we were, and orcs were closing in all around us. Come on, Merry, give us a hand. Merry, imitating the orcs. The figure strains to listen, and his pained expression reveals an inner struggle, as if attempting to break through from a different plane of consciousness. Have you missed the Galadriel smut? You have, J-Dub. Apologies for that. A lot of sex jokes. A lot more sex jokes than you're used to getting in Lord of the Rings. I need a little bit of a break, so I'm going to take one and go grab a snack. And I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll continue with Exterior Marsh's Night. About 80 more pages. Not bad. I just had a little half sandwich of peanut butter and jelly. Get some energy in me. Hope folks are having a pleasant Friday. Where were we? Oh, right. Merry and Pippin were explaining to the figure, who I'm sure we all know as Gandalf. Sorry about the spoilers. Exterior, marshes, night. Frodo and Sam are fast asleep. Their bodies are sinking steadily into the quicksand like mire. Gollum leans over Frodo. His right hand stretches out to Frodo's head, while his left hand is poised above Frodo's chest where the ring lies. Gollum pats Frodo on the head softly. His right hand runs through Frodo's hair. Nice hobbitses. Sleepy heads, so tired. The right hand clenches Frodo's hair. Should we save them? Should we pull them out, my precious? Right hand hesitates and then lets go of the hair. It remains poised above the head. Left hand begins to pry open Frodo's vest to reach the ring. Precious was ours, is ours, always is ours, Gollum. Right hand swings at left hand, knocking it away. Hobbit is our master. We swore on the precious. Right hand grasps Frodo by the hair again. Exterior forest night. Pippin. And we were prisoners of this great orc, who held us by the hair. Illustrating this, Merry grunts and growls and rips out to the ground 2 great tufts of grass. He struts up and down, working up the nerve to throw them at the figure. Pippin glances at Merry and shakes his head. He had a great sword, a sword. He nudges Merry to take the figure's sword. Suddenly, he was attacked by men on horses, and the great orc... Pippin points to Merry, who demonstrates how the orc was slain. Exterior marsh down. Dawn. The first light of dawn appears. Gollum stands above Frodo and Sam, who continue to sink further into the mire. Right hand flies at Frodo's head. Words whistle through Gollum's teeth. His breath is jerky, as if 2 persons inside were breathing at different rhythms. Master, wake up, please. The left hand grasps right hand, and the 2 grapple with each other. Left hand flies free to grab the ring. Our precious, for us, Gollum. But right hand stops it. The 2 hands clasp and claw at each other. Exterior forest dawn. Pippin is ham-acting. And a great battle all around us, and we had just walked away. And, whirling his hands above his head, above us, men, horses, orcs, swords, and we walked away beneath it, all we did. Pippin walks jauntily away. Merry is puzzled and believes this is the signal to make a bolt for it. Pippin, Merry, let's show Great Saruman. Great Saruman, lend us your sword. Pippin strides up to the figure, demanding the sword. The figure looks down, seeming to nod. Pippin, with great daring, extracts the sword from its sheath. The figure does not react. Pippin retreats, sword in hand, terrified, and hands it to Merry. Pippin, Merry, you do it. Get a piggyback. Merry climbs on Pippin's back, who nearly collapses under his weight, but he keeps up his nervous tirade. And the great orcs were just above us, wielding their orc swords, and we just walked away. Merry grunts and groans and wields the sword most awkwardly. Pippin howls, and they charge the figure. For the Shire! But the weight of the sword pulls Merry backwards, and the 2 crash onto the ground. The figure explodes into laughter. On his face comes the beaming smile of Gandalf, as his arms fly open in a grand gesture, as suddenly life courses through his body again. Exterior marshes day. As though responding to Gandalf's gesture, Frodo stirs in his sleep. His eyelids quiver. Gollum leans over him, his whole body and face contorted in a spasm. His hands in a deadlock. One of his feet swings up, kicking himself in the stomach. Gollum doubles in pain and left hand flies free, immediately to be caught by right hand. Exterior forest day. Gandalf, recovering from a hearty laugh, is kneeling down over the 2 hobbits, who look up in amazement and disbelief. Hobbits. All wizards should have a hobbit or 2 in their care. Gandalf, who talks and lives in riddles. Merry spits in his fingers and twirls one of Gandalf's bushy eyebrows. That's the Gandalf I remember. Gandalf rises and stretches, and he lets out a great cry that is part of joy, part pain. Exterior marshes. Gollum is contorted in a paroxysm of conflicting parts. One foot kicks the other off the ground, and Gollum plunges into the mire with a great splash. Master! Frodo awakens and frantically struggles to escape from the mire. His hand clings to a rotting rock, and he begins to pull himself out. Sam! Sam! Sam awakens with a start, the mire already bubbling about his lips. He grasps Frodo's hand, and he scrambles out. Frodo thrusts out his hand to Gollum, who reaches out to grab it, but his other hand prevents him. Amid hiss and a confusion of half-formed words, Gollum, the prey to paroxysms, sinks swiftly into the mire. Frodo, Gollum, you swore on the precious to take us to Mordor. Gollum's face twisted in agony is almost engulfed. We did, Gollum. Sam grasps Frodo and points behind him. Frodo turns, and above him, just a few feet away, the great wall of Mordor rises out of the marshes. Gollum has sunk beneath the mire. Exterior forest, Middle-earth model, day aerial shots. Gandalf stands majestically with his eyes and arms upraised to the sky. The hobbits are next to him, watching. Beyond an opening in the trees, high in the sky, catching the sun, a hawk endlessly circles. Gandalf's outstretched arms follow the hawk's flight. Although concentrating, Gandalf talks warmly to the hobbits. I was Gandalf, but for hobbits, I will always be Gandalf. I can see many things far off, but things that are close at hand, I cannot see. While before it was Gandalf's arms which trailed behind the circling of the hawk, now it is the hawk which follows the slow, regular circling of Gandalf's arms. Red elves, that's the power of wizards. The hawk descends on a winding spiral and alights on Gandalf's arm. He grasps the hawk's head firmly and stares deep into its eyes. He sees, fragmented and scrambled, the sights that the hawk's eye has taken in, while soaring above Middle-earth. The pressure of Gandalf's hand regulates the flow and speed of the images. First, he sees 3 horsemen galloping at great speed. They are Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas. There rides mighty Aragorn. An elf and dwarf ride at his side. Where is Frodo? Does Aragorn bear the ring? If I have doubts, the enemy will share my doubts. This I know because I have become more like the Dark Lord. Hobbits, your Gandalf is dangerous. He gets carried away. In the hawk's eye, a view of what it saw whilst diving for a kill. It plunges towards a fleeing rat, and blood splurts as the claws sink in. More dangerous than anything you will ever meet, unless you are brought alive before Sauron himself. Then, on the great panorama of the marshes, he sees 2 little figures asleep, whom he makes out to be Sam and Frodo. Merry and Pippin. Sam and Frodo live. Alive, but beyond our reach. As if the hawk were avoiding Mordor, its view sweeps away from the marshes, but not before Gandalf glimpses the dark, gloomy pall of smoke tumbling across the sky from Mount Doom. Then Gandalf sees the Nazgul. From the wraith essence of the Nine, a Nazgul has risen. It rides unchecked the plains of Rohan. What's with old King Theoden? Has he slipped beyond the shadow of the shadow? Gandalf sees a beautiful white horse crossing the plain. He speaks with the tempo of the galloping horse. Shadowfax, answer my call. Faster, faster, you will carry us all, and bear our hopes together aid. The fast gallop of a horse is heard approaching. The hawk startles and takes to the air. The great white horse Shadowfax gallops up to them. Gandalf leaps onto its back, snatches the hobbits up behind him, and speeds through the forest. Exterior marshes. Beneath the great wall of Mordor. Sam and Frodo slowly edge along the great wall, searching for a way in. Beyond them are the marshes they have just crossed. The sun, like a yellow stain, shines through the great rolling pall of cloud and smoke, which congests the sky. A cruel glare bounces off the marshes. The 2 hobbits look up. The immense wall above them seems to sway and swerve against the churning pall. Frodo shields his eyes. Sweat rolls down his face. Yellow face. Sam. Poor Gollum. He reminded me of the weather in the Shire. Now rain, now sun, now wind, now frost. Sam is having a go at being cheerful. Master, there isn't a hole in this wall, not even for a hobbit. They edge on. The marshes force them to press close against the wall. There is something of Gollum in Frodo's posture. The chain weighs on Frodo's neck and has rubbed it raw. Frodo lifts the chain for relief. I must rest a while. It's heavy on me, Sam. Very heavy. Sam points ahead. A withered oak tree is growing out of the base of the wall. Look, where there's life, there's hope. Exterior branches of the oak tree. Sam and Frodo are lying in the boughs of the tree, exhausted. Sam offers Frodo a piece of lembas. Have a bite, Mr. Frodo, and then a bit of sleep. How can we sleep under a sky like that? Is it night or day? The great slow-rolling pall of cloud and smoke casts a deepening gloom over the marshes. Sam sniffs back a tear and takes Frodo's head in his lap. Let's say it's time for a midday nap. Sam begins to sing and cradle Frodo, his own eyelids drooping. When summer lies upon the world, and in a noon of gold, beneath the roof sleeping leaves, the dreams of trees unfold. He hums on, the shriveled leaves of the tree flutter and quiver. I hope this tree is a good tree, in a bad place, if that's possible. He gives the tree a friendly slap, and begins to chant as he falls off. Eat earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. Eat earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. He has fallen asleep, but the chant continues, echoing through his head. Sam nods off, and his song goes on too. The two songs intermingle, the sound of horses' hooves is heard, and the songs fall into the pattern of percussive hoof sounds. Exterior gatehouse and courthouse of Theoden's castle. Daytime. Along a path lined with oak trees, Gandalf, his white cloak billowing, gallops Shadowfax up to the gatehouse. Soldiers of Rohan come forward to challenge him, but he sweeps them aside and rides in across the courtyard. As the wind whips up his cloak, Merry and Pippin are glimpsed, hanging on behind him. Interior passage day. Gandalf drives his horse down it. Men-at-arms block his way, but they flinch and turn away at the blinding power of horse and rider. At the end of the passage stands two guards before a door. They fall aside, struck with fear. Shadowfax rears up and hammers his hooves against the door. It bursts open, and Gandalf rides into the throne roof of King Theoden. Interior Theoden's throne room. A large hall decorated with high-beamed roof supports by carved wooden pillars, decorated with skulls of horses. It has a rough-hewn air of a tough Spartan people. Tapestries drape the walls, telling of the martial deeds of the riders of Rohan. But superimposed on the masculine, rugged structure are more sophisticated decorations. Delicate drapes hang down from the beams and wind around the columns, obstructing the openings to the air and light. The hall is in dimness. The court lounges in postprandial content as musicians play lute and lyres and a girl in wispy veils performs a graceful dance. King Theoden sits upon an austere throne of wood carved in the shape of a horse, the seat of which has been softened with cushions. He is wizened with a pale, wise face and heavy-lidded eyes. His counselor, a thick, nervous hunchback, sits at his feet, and to one side stands his daughter Eowyn, serving wine to her father. She is a beautiful maiden with intense, taut features. The women of the court are finely and provocatively dressed, and men wear elaborate doublets and codpieces. Stewards move among them with pitchers of wine. Gandalf's violent entrance disrupts the pleasant scene. The courtiers spring up angrily. Only the king remains seated. The hunchback moves with surprising alacrity towards the door, crying out in a falsetto voice, "Guards, guards, who permits this foul intrusion?" The guards come clattering in Gandalf's wake. Hail, Theoden, King of Rohan. I, Gandalf the White, come to warn you of mortal danger that will soon engulf your pretty vanities. I come to rouse you from your feather cushions and put saddles in their place. Gandalf climbs down from Shadowfax, and Merry and Pippin scramble down after him to hide in the skirts of his cloak. The old king rises painfully from his seat, leaning heavily on a staff made from a horse's thigh. His frame, now racked with age, was clearly once tall and proud. Theoden. Troubles ever follow you like crows, Master Gandalf. There is no welcome for you here. The hunchback shrieks out at the guards. Seize this base offender of the king's peace! Throw the stormcrow to the dogs! The Gandalf ignores the hunchback. He addresses Theoden. King Theoden, I bring aid. Hunchback. Aid? Do you bring men? Horses? Are these your warriors? The hunchback darts forward and puts Merry and Pippin from under Gandalf's cloak. The courtiers laugh at the cowering hobbits, but Gandalf swings his staff and it crackles ominously. The hunchback drops the hobbits and scampers back to the king. Keep your forked tongue behind your teeth, worm tongue, Gandalf says. I have not yet passed through fire and death to death to bandy crooked words with one who secretly serves the Dark Lord of Mordor. Shock greets this accusation. Wormtongue, the hunchback, appeals to the king. Lies and slander! Theoden. Stormcrow, you are a picker of bones, a carrion fowl that grows fat on war. He points to Wormtongue. He has consoled me and kept these lands in peace through troubled times. Gandalf. Can one worm have eaten out the heart of a great people? I spit on your guards. I set my halflings against your paltry soldiers. Gandalf kicks Merry and Pippin forward. Stirred by his words, they draw their swords and face up to the perplexed soldiers. Before the doubtful prowess of the hobbits can be tested, Gandalf springs forward and tears down one of the tall drapes that hangs against a wall from the high roof. Daylight bursts in, throwing Gandalf into blinding silhouette. Are these the weapons of the riders of Rohan? Silks and satins? He swirls the cloth above his head. It twirls and coils in the air, forming strange shapes. The courtiers watch, mesmerized. Will you hear the truth, or turn away my tale before it strikes your ears? Hunchback. Cheap wizard tricks! Dwimmercraft, my lord, expel him before you are bewitched. Eowyn leans over and speaks softly to her father, but not without sarcasm. Father, hear what he has to say. Words cannot harm a warrior king. Theoden does not respond to his daughter, or to the hunchback's plea. He remains impassive, allowing events to take their course. Gandalf has become trance-like. He begins to speak softly. In Moria I fell, caught in the coils of the Balrog. At the mention of this name, a gasp breaks out from the court. Deep into the abyss, beyond light and knowledge we fell. His fire was about me, and I was burned, but his fire was quenched by a cold that was the tide of death. And now he was a thing of slime, stronger than a strangling snake. We fought under the living earth, where time is not counted. Far below the deepest delves of the dwarves, the world is gnawed by nameless things. Even Sauron knows them not. Darkness took me. I strayed out of thought and time. I was broken naked on the hard horn of the world. Long lay I so. Then came faint to my ears the gathered rumors of all lands, the springing and the dying, the singing and the weeping, and the slow everlasting groan of overburdened stone. Then came a vision of agony of Middle-earth. My heart was open to all the hurts of the world. The evil of Sauron pressed upon me, crushing me. The life that has lived in me in all my forms ebbed away, but a silly voice called me back, a hobbit voice. And I had a dream of halflings. They were sore afraid, yet braver than many kings. They were foolish, yet wiser than many wizards. They lived in despair, yet they found hope. Their spirit draws me back from the everlasting night. His voice now rises and grows. He thunders out, Now in this world there still remains a short time of doubt. Now we must risk it all for one last battle against the evil that would overwhelm us. And you, Theoden, lord of these great lands, shall turn the scales. Ride out once more, old man! Listen to the hooves that surely beat in your great heart! The court is transfixed by Gandalf's words. Only now do the courtiers dare to breathe. The young burst out with wild cheers. Theoden rises to his feet, a smile breaking across his face, dispelling the wrinkles of age. All wars seem urgent to the young. I do not see this one as special as you claim, but I should ride again. In the hall there is great commotion. Eowyn falls to her knees and holds the king's robe. She speaks strong and clear. Were I, Eowyn, a warrior and not a king's daughter, I would have leapt into my saddle while still he spoke. Meanwhile, Wormtongue throws himself at Theoden, dagger in hand. Merry and Pippin trip him up and turn him over. Wormtongue lies on his hunchback, trapped like an upturned beetle. Gesticulating and kicking, he shrieks out, Too late, feeble king! Theoden draws his sword. He grows in power with every moment, shedding his years as a horse throws off its winter coat in spring. He booms out, To Minas Tirith! To Minas Tirith! The court resounds with frantic enthusiasm. In the surge of excitement, Theoden thrusts his sword, spinning through the air. Exterior, the plains day. The sword descends, and Theoden catches it again. He is on horseback, galloping at the head of the riders of Rohan, armed and armored. Helms flowing, favors flying. His eyes shine with the pleasure of the gallop. Gandalf on Shadowfax rides at the king's side. From under Gandalf's cloak, Pippin's face appears. He looks about him with wide-eyed wonder. Merry! Merry's face appears from under the cloak of a rider of Gandalf's left. Amazing! This is good enough to go into Bilbo's book! Theoden raises an arm at a signal. The riders draw upon their steaming horses, and the company comes to a halt. Here's the parting of the ways. My captains shall divide together many men and horses. I shall seek the love of my son Eomer. Gandalf, I too will go my own ways on Shadowfax. Theoden, we meet in Minas Tirith! Then with great cries of Minas Tirith, they set out again, galloping in their several ways. Exterior, the tree, day. The thundering hooves of the riders of Rohan dissolve slowly through the roots of the tree in which Sam and Frodo sleep. The roots are coiled about the rocks at the base of the Great Wall of Mordor, and seen through the flashing hooves, they seem to move, and they are moving. As though the growth of 100 years happens in a minute, the roots prise apart the gaps between the stones and push through the wall till it begins to groan and sway. Up in the branches, Sam awakes to feel the tree trembling and shuddering. He shakes Frodo awake. Master, it's the tree. It's angry or something. Frodo sits up with a start. The wall is very close, and they can hear it creaking. Cracks appear. I'm sure it's fighting the wall. They look down and their guess is confirmed. The wall is crumbling as the roots advance. It's true. What a tree to take on a wall as mighty as this. Hold on! The wall begins to bulge crazily towards them. Down below, the rocks and roots writhe in violent conflict. The hobbits cling on desperately as the wall crashes onto them. Huge rocks thunder down, and the brave tree bends under their weight. The trunk groans, and the roots are torn screaming from the rocks as the tree falls under the weight of the wall. As the dust settles, Sam's head appears from under the rubble. Master, are you there? Frodo emerges, coughing. In the broken gap of the wall, they see before them the vast and terrible lands of Mordor. In the far distance, Mount Doom belches smoke and sends its pall over everything. Below it is an angry, unrelenting land dotted with ragged rock formations. Some of them are transformed into bunkers. A massive tower rises to a great height. Far on their right, a road winds away from the tower. On the road, hordes of orcs, uruks, and trolls march along the trail with mechanical, jerky movements. The breaking of the wall attracts the attention of some of the orc captains. They stop and turn their eyes upon it. Frodo and Sam duck down into the rubble, but an irresistible impulse makes Frodo peer through the cracks of the tower. At its summit, a pinpoint of light appears. It grows into the shape of an eye and turns its gaze towards Sam and Frodo. Frodo groans under its awful power. His hand goes to the ring. I must put it on, Sam. We're lost if you do, master. And I shall die if I don't. Sam takes Frodo's hand and pulls it away from the ring. It requires all Sam's strength in both his hands to keep Frodo from putting it on. The eye searches, then turns its searing gaze upon the columns of orcs. Frodo's hand relaxes. The eye seems to send tremors rippling through the ranks of the orcs. In spontaneous response, groups of orcs break into a frenzied rush towards the breached wall, shouting towards each other in an alien tongue. The column moves on. The eye fades. Frodo and Sam panic afresh at this new hazard. They are still tangled in the branches of the tree. Sam gets an inspiration. Service once more, brave tree. He drags a brushy branch clear of the rubble, and Frodo follows suit with another. They stand the branches upright and hide inside them. The orcs converge on the rubble and start to rebuild the wall, swearing and shoving one another as they bend under the labor. A captain quickens the work with many-tongued lash. Whenever the orcs have their backs turned, Sam and Frodo move a few feet further away, shielded by their branches. When the captain's gaze turns towards them, they keep stock still again. Soon they are well into the land of Mordor. Peering through the leaves of their branches, they look in awe at the endless column of troops, horses, and engines of war, passing across the desert plain towards the distant gates. Frodo, poor Boromir. I hope he gets back to Minas Tirith in time to meet this onslaught. Montage. Converging on Minas Tirith. Night. Shadowfax gallops along the high rim of a hill with Gandalf's cloak streaming out behind, and Pippin's face peers out at the night. Behind them, clouds scud around the moon. The horse appears to have left the ground and been leaping through the sky. Nighttime, a host of orcs coils slowly towards the great gates, across the desert plain of Mordor. A deep red glow issues from the joints in the armor of the Uruk captains, casting a ghastly light across the hordes. Knight Aragorn, followed by the Rangers of the North, rides through an ancient battlefield. Aragorn is standing in his saddle, arms raised in salute. He calls out a deep wordless cry. In response, the dead, men and elves, rise up, ripping open their graves. They stagger to their feet. The living corpses limp behind the horsemen. An army of the dead has been gathered. Dawn. Legolas runs from branch to branch through the dark forest, calling out. He climbs into the higher branches and emerges above the foliage. Over the verdant expanse of leaves, other tree elves appear, responding to Legolas's summons. Day. Gimli gallops up to the opening of a great pit and rides across the brink, calling out in his ancient tongue. From the bottom of the pit emerge out of the burrows, squinting like moles, dwarves look up and cheer. They toss their axes and clamber up. Day. The hosts of Mordor pass through the great gates, which are shaped like a monstrous mouth. They spew out into the Pelennor fields. The city of Minas Tirith lies before them on the horizon. Day. Theoden gallops at the head of the great company of the riders of Rohan. He sees another company of riders charging against him. It is led by Eomer. With his sword drawn, Eomer comes to a hurtling halt in front of Theoden. Eomer leaps onto his father's horse and embraces him passionately. The riders cheer. Day. A column of orcs advances along the dusty trail in I feel like there's probably a reason this particular stunt doesn't happen on film very often. Leaping from one horse onto the other, like facing, like I feel like that would look ridiculous if it's actually being depicted. Anyway, sorry for the yep. Day. A column of orcs advances along a trusty trail in Mordor. Something attracts their attention. They turn to look. Breaking into howls, they run towards Frodo and Sam, who look at each other in dismay. Run for it, Mr. Frodo. They toss away their branches and run. The screaming orcs pursue them. The hobbits reach a canal and are brought to the stop at the edge. The canal is filled with a noisome brown liquid, which flows and swirls down towards the tower with slurping, sucking sounds. Frodo and Sam hesitate, repulsed by the smell, but the orcs are catching up. Nothing else for it, Sam. They jump in and start swimming. The current immediately sucks them downstream as they struggle for the opposite bank. The orcs stand on the edge of the canal, screaming with delight, waving to the hobbits as they are swept away. Frodo and Sam are drowned down so rapidly that the orcs are soon out of sight. They struggle desperately to swim across, but make little progress, and soon become preoccupied merely with staying afloat. Whirlpools eddy about them, dragging them under. The great tower soars up out of formations of lava rock, which are shaped like angry waves breaking against its mighty structure. It looms above them. The canal flows into the foundations of the tower, passing through a massive iron grill. They try to hang on to the ironwork, but are dragged inside into a dark, circular cavern. There, the gluttonous waters converge in a huge frothing whirlpool. The hobbits are hurled into this orbit, crying out with terror. They can barely keep afloat. A gleam of hope appears. They notice a thin, silvery wire that hangs down from the darkness above. It swings lazily, its end just touching the water, whose force twitches it from side to side. Sam struggles towards it, but it keeps eluding him, almost teasingly. It flips across in front of Frodo, and he seizes it, hauling himself up. He gets above the water and ties the end round his waist. Then he swings on it until he passes over Sam, who grabs his feet. To their surprise, they find themselves ascending. They clutch the tough, thin cord, burning their hands as they are drawn up into the darkness above and through a rough opening into an upper cavern. Interior upper cavern, day. This new cavernous space is also hacked out of rock, again circular, following the shape of the tower. The walls are rough, but here and there, rocks have been shaped into steps. They let go of the strand and drop gratefully onto the solid ground, wet and exhausted. Vapors rise up through the hole. They cough and choke. Around them, they can just make out the rotting bones and skeletons. Sam. Who pulled us up, don't you think? Friend or foe? Frodo. I doubt if we have a friend in this place. They have drawn their swords. They look around anxiously. Something moves above them. They look up. On the same strand, a huge spider, the Shelob, is lowering itself towards them. The spider alights and scuttles at them. The thrust-out head presents two great clusters of eyes, and under them a pointed jaw. The body is a vast, bloated bag, swaying and sagging beneath hairy legs. The Shelob is black except for the underbelly, which is pale and luminous. Sam, unable to talk, is tugging at Frodo's arm. It's no use, Sam. Stand and fight. Frodo promptly charges Shelob, which is now only a few feet away. Frodo lets out a great cry. He makes a sudden lunge and plunges Sting into one of the clusters of eyes. The spider shudders and draws back convulsively. Frodo, perhaps encouraged by this, or made lighthearted by privation and terror, recklessly rushes forward. Its head is raised now and out of Frodo's range, but he slashes at one of the legs and manages to sever it. He turns to Sam for approval. I shall slay it, Sam. I am the Lord of the Ring. For you, Galadriel. Frodo is in a state of elation. He slashes vainly at Shelob's head, which is well out of range. The spider looks balefully down at the tiny figure confronting it. Mucus oozes from the wounded eye, forming into huge tears, giving it a doleful look. With a sudden, unexpected movement, it cuts off Frodo's proud boasts. Its head dips down towards him, and a narrow tongue with a sharp point stabs out, accurately stinging Frodo in the neck. Frodo is caught in an arrogant stance, sword arm aloft, left hand held behind to balance him. The sting seems to freeze him in that posture for a long moment. He throws a fearful look at Sam and then crumples in a heap. Sam lets out a cry of agony and rage. Without taking thought, he charges the Shelob, snatching up Sting from where it fell. He springs under the arches of its legs and slashes at the sagging underbelly. The hide is thick and pitted, and although the blade cuts deep, no blood spills. The Shelob feels the pain. It arcs up from the sword and then sinks back down as though to crush Sam. Sam holds Sting high above his head, and as the belly descends, the blade goes in under his own weight. The green liquid spurts and froths from the wound. The harder it presses down, the deeper plunges the blade. Sam is forced to his knees, and then on his back, and still he holds Sting, which is now sunk up to its hilt. Just as it is being crushed to death, the Shelob makes a hissing sound, shudders, and lifts up her belly. The Shelob retreats, withdrawing into the dark hole in the wall of the cavern, leaving a trail of green-yellow slime. Sam crawls over to where Frodo lies. Sam. Master. Master. Frodo's hand is still and white. Sam lays his hand on Master's face, and then his breath, and finds no stirring of life. He rubs Frodo's hand. Frodo, Mr. Frodo, don't leave me here alone. Sam becomes angry and jumps up, smiting the air with Sting, shouting incoherent threats at the Shelob, which has fled into the dark recesses. All this way for nothing! At last he weeps, making no sound but the sobs racking his body and the tears falling on Frodo's cold face. As he cries, he composes the body, crossing the hands and closing the eyes. I can't leave you, and I can't take you. And what happens if the enemy finds you with that thing on you? Well, that's the end of all of us then, the Shire and everything. Sam recovers himself, and his face grows grim and determined. There's only one thing for it, Mr. Frodo. We came to do a job. Try and finish it. Very gently, he undoes the clasp of the chain around Frodo's neck and pulls the ring from under his tunic. He kisses Frodo's forehead and rises up, putting the chain around his own. So I'm the last. Goodbye, Mr. Frodo, sir. Forgive me, but I'll take Sting too. Sam's eyes brim with tears, and he turns abruptly and makes off, looking for a way out. Sting glows. Sam hears the clattering of iron-shod feet on stone coming from above. He slips into the shadows and looks up. Down the circular wall comes a band of orcs. He sees now that the rough rocks of the wall conceal a spiral flight of steps. The rocks carry red flares, and as usual, they make a great deal of noise. The orcs. The orcs carry red flares. Shouting and screaming in their harsh tongue, they quickly spot Frodo and point in great excitement. Sam can barely restrain himself from bursting out upon them as they approach the body. They stand over Frodo, arguing. One of them makes a search of the body, and Sam winces as the clawed fingers explore Frodo's flesh. Then one of them slashes his own wrist. A dark mauve blood gushes out and into Frodo's mouth. Frodo chokes, then stirs and groans. Sam. I should have guessed. A spider's bite, it only stuns. Now what shall I do? The orcs lift Frodo onto their shoulders and climb up the way they came. Sam is caught in an even worse dilemma. Now what? Do I go on alone or try and help the master? My job is to serve the Ringbearer, but Sam, now you're the Ringbearer. He struggles with the problem for a moment, then his heart triumphs over his head, and he hurries to the steps and stealthily follows the orcs. The ascending steps lead to a heavy iron grill, which covers a hole in the roof. The orcs, carrying Frodo, pass through, and the grill is swung back into the place with clanging finality. Sam blinks up through the bars in the blackest despair. He sinks down on a step, cold and wary. His body begins to shiver, and a few stray sobs work their way up too. It seems like we've hit a chunk of the script that's like pretty accurate, or at least is like roughly close to other depictions that we've seen. How's my voice feeling? Keeping my whistle wet? Yeah, that's why I'm taking a break for a sec here. We're trucking along pretty well, I think. There was a bit in there where I was stumbling, but I think I got a second wind. Getting a snack was really nice for that. Got my energy up. There's about 50 more pages. So we're over 2/3 of the way in. The drugs wore off. Yeah, right? Yeah, the first, like, third of the script had a lot of batshit stuff going on. A lot of really insane depictions of the tale. You bet 35 of those are the epilogues. I've actually heard good things about the ending that's in this script. So I'm kind of excited to get to it. I assume that in cramming 3 books together, there's not going to be time for like 6 endings like the like the Jackson films had. Exterior. The Pelennor Fields. Day. Gandalf and Pippin, mounted on Shadowfax, gallop across a broken plain, scarred by years of battle. It is dusty and barren, covered with rotting bodies and rusting armor. Ahead are the great gates of Minas Tirith. Look, Pippin, there stands Minas Tirith, and there rides the Nazgul. Faster, Shadowfax, faster! He points out the Nazgul, who is but a distant speck, trailing a long plume of dusk, and also heading for the gates. The captain of the gate sees Gandalf approaching through a slit in the wall. He turns towards a figure slouched on a bench in the darkness of the small chamber. The figure is regally dressed. A crown hangs from his waist, and in his hand is a sword. His look is crazed, his eyes swollen from much crying. The chamber is an armory, and on the walls are weapons which glint in the candlelight. The many points of the swords and spears converge menacingly over the figure's head. Captain. Lord Denethor, it is not your son Boromir. I fear it is but Gandalf. Denethor raises jerkily from his seat. Exterior, gates of Minas Tirith. Shadowfax comes hurtling to a halt in front of the gates. Soldiers cheer from the walls. Gandalf has come! The White Rider has come! The guards climb into a treadmill device that open the gates, but Denethor appears from the gatehouse and waves them away. He peers at Gandalf through the crack which is opened in the gates. Gandalf shouting, Open the gates! The Nazgul rides! Gandalf is close to the gate, and so only inches from the Denethor. Gandalf is startled when he hears Denethor's voice in his ear. The Nazgul is always with us, but dark is indeed the hour if you have come. Gandalf is disconcerted and peers through the cracks at a narrow sliver of Denethor's face. His discomfort is further increased by his anxiety, for the Nazgul has drawn nearer. He puts on as brave a show as he can. Despite Denethor's proximity, he continues in a loud, rhetorical voice. Hail, Lord of Gondor, Steward of Minas Tirith. I bring glad tidings. Even now the riders of Rohan gallop to your aid. Some of the guards cheer at the news, but Denethor's manner subdues them. His mad eye fixes Gandalf through the crack. Then Theoden, the old fool, gallops to his death. Wizard, you stole my son. Give him back. Gandalf. That I cannot. Denethor. Then he is dead. Denethor groans, but his face through the crack is strangely lacking in expression. He still gives no sign for the gates to be open. Gandalf casts an apprehensive glance at the Nazgul. Lord Denethor, this halfling witnessed brave Boromir's glorious death. Pippin, speak up. Pippin. Well, we were in this raft. Gandalf glares at Pippin and jabs him with his finger. Pippin understands and changes tack. Yes, I stood behind the mighty warrior as he blew the horn, but no help came, only more orcs. Denethor's eyes filled with tears. Gandalf is encouraged by Pippin's success, but is still anxious about the approach of the Nazgul. More, tell me more. Gandalf, unable to contain himself. Open the gates, and you shall hear everything. Denethor, your cheap tricks have opened the gates. Let the White Rider and the Halfling pass. The guards jump on the treadmill, and the gates begin to winch open slowly. The Nazgul has drawn closer and comes to a halt. The great cloud of dust behind him begins to settle. The Nazgul is mounted on a steed which seems to have no skin. Its live, raw, bleeding flesh is exposed. Under the Nazgul's firm control, the horse quivers, neighs, and snorts in agony. The Nazgul calls out a terrible, grating, booming voice. Gandalf is about to enter through the open gates, but turns to listen. Nazgul. Come not between the Nazgul and its prey, or your flesh shall be devoured and your mind shriveled and left naked in the lidless eye. The long trail of dust is settling behind the Nazgul. It reveals hundreds of mounted orcs who have been hiding within it. The orcs charge forward, howling and screaming, galloping madly towards the open gates. Exterior, inside the gates, Shadowfax, carrying Gandalf and Pippin, bolt past the gate into the large square. The square is surrounded by a great wall of iron and stone, in which there are other doors, which open into different parts of the city. The guards are desperately turning the treadmill to close the heavy gates, which slowly start to swing back into place. But orc horsemen came crashing through the gates, some smashing into them. The orcs who get through jump to the ground and attack the guards on the treadmill. Orc horses run berserk across the square, spreading panic and confusion among the soldiers. The various doors are being hastily closed to seal off the square from the city. Orcs throw themselves on the treadmill, trying to reverse its direction and open the gates. They seem to be succeeding. The gates stop moving. The guards struggle desperately to keep it turning the other way. Gandalf rides up on Shadowfax, his sword drawn. Shadowfax rears up and beats the treadmill with its hooves. Orcs are dislodged, and his weight helps the treadmill to start turning again. Once again, the gates begin to close. Orcs rush into the gap between the closing gates, jamming them with their bodies. A furious fight ensues to hack and push the bodies away. Finally, the gates are shut with a clang. Exterior, battlements above the gates. In the battlements above the gates, Denethor is slouched against a parapet, oblivious to the struggle below. Pippin stands by his side. Below Denethor is a great square, its tumult and confusion the background to his anguished face. He glares down at Pippin. More! Tell me more! Pippin kneels and offers his sword to Denethor. Lord Denethor, accept the modest services of a halfling of the Shire. Denethor takes the sword. I accept. Denethor throws the sword of the battlements. But not your sword, only your tongue, and memory of Boromir. Gandalf, hot with battle, followed by the captains of Minas Tirith, ascends to the battlements. Lord Denethor, the first circle of the city is burning. Lord Denethor's gaze drifts over the city. The outer wall is on fire. Swarms of orc bowmen fire clusters of burning arrows over the battlements. What are your commands, Lord of the Steward? The men are flying from the walls and leaving them unmanned. Pippin looks over the battlements towards Mordor and sees upon the plain endless phalanges of orcs and trolls advancing to the beat of drums and screech of trumpets. They push great machines of war before them. Denethor's gaze is fixed on the burning wall. Pippin, in fear, retreats close to Gandalf. Denethor shrugs. Go fight and burn, for burn we must. Gandalf, your hope is to rule in my stead. Gandalf. No, Denethor. My hope is that all worthy things outlast this doom and grow fair, and bear fruit and flower again in days to come. In speaking these words, Gandalf seems to regain his inner light, and outgazes Denethor's demented stare. Gandalf turns to the captains. Each one in your place. What more can I hope or ask? And I shall be where I'm most needed. Gandalf and the captains, their spirits higher, depart. Denethor smiles and begins to convulse rhythmically, as though struck by invisible blows. Behind them, a huge battering ram is repeatedly pounding into the wall. Denethor jerks and winces every time the wall is struck. Pippin watches him anxiously. Exterior, the burning walls. The battering ram pounds and a breach is forced in the wall. Howling orcs swarm over the rubble. The populace and the soldiers flee in terror. Interior, the tower. Sam crouches on the same step behind the grill, fevered, a cold sweat covering his pallid face. He holds the ring in his hand and regards it with a mixture of revulsion and fascination. Orc feet clank on the grill. Sam glances up. The grill swings open. 5 orcs begin to descend. Sam looks at them, his face quivering, then down at the ring. His hands tremble as he starts to put the ring on his finger. The orcs hold flares which light their faces, and their heads seem to float, disembodied, in the darkness. Sam puts on the ring. A blinding light erupts all around him. The orcs approaching Sam contort in agony. Their bodies convulse. They stagger off the steps, plunging to the rocks below. A dense cacophony assaults Sam's ears. He forces himself up the steps and through the open grill. As he approaches them, the guards begin to convulse and look at him blindly. One seems to be rushing at Sam, but hurtles past him and crashes into the rough-surfaced wall. Another throws himself on the ground at Sam's feet and beats his own face again and again on the flagstones. Sam stumbles over the orc and falls to the ground, hitting his elbows on the flagstones. He rises, swaying uncertainly, almost swooning. His skull reverberates with screeching sounds. What he sees is blurred and ill-defined, as if bleached out by the searing light. Sam makes out the inside of the tower rising above him. There are no more intervening floors. A ramp spirals up in endless concentric, ever-diminishing circles, disappearing into a pinpoint of light. Leading off from the ramp are arches and passageways which open into chambers and areas of darkness. The construction is ragged and built around natural rock. Between the tiers of the ramp, stalactites and stalagmites have formed. Upon the ramp, orcs come and go busily. The ground floor is a rough open space where weapons are being forged. Sacks of food and supplies are being carried hither and thither. The atmosphere is that of an anthill preparing for war. Sam's effect is startling. Orcs close to him feel a convulsive agony, as though their nervous systems were scalded. Those further off feel pain and discomfort. They all look in his direction, but their gaze is blank. They are like iron filings, and Sam the magnet. Each movement of Sam sends repercussions rippling into the corporate body of the frenzied orcs. Sam is seen clearly, although he remains dimly lit, despite the glowing white intensity of the light around him. Sam looks desperately for Frodo, but he's nowhere to be seen. He sinks to his knees. The light above draws his gaze, and as he regards it, it slowly becomes the eye. Sam moans with terror. A deep voice echoes through his head over the barrage of sounds. "One ring to rule them all." In a final effort of will, Sam throws himself behind a heap of orc shields and wrenches off the ring. His face drains of blood, and he loses consciousness. The tower darkens, and the orcs are eased of their agony. They resume their work, but orders are passed, and a higher echelon of guards winds down the ramp, making a systematic search. Sam remains unconscious. Exterior, inner circle of walls, Minas Tirith. Denethor and Pippin stroll along the top of the wall in a leisurely promenade. Pippin is dressed as a court jester, with cap and bells. The clothes do not fit too well, and are blood-stained and full of arrow holes, suggesting the fate of his predecessor. Burning arrows and globules of fire fly over their heads. Pippin desperately tries to conceal his terror. Men and women are engaged in furious combat, repelling the orcs, who are scaling the walls with ladders. The men throw back against the orcs their own globules of fire and are furiously ripping apart the damaged battlements to use the stones as projectiles. Beyond the inner circle is the outer wall with a great breach in it. The houses and the cultivated land between the two walls is laid in ruin and flames. Orcs are swarming. The inner city is now under siege. Globules of fire rain on the houses. Many fires are blazing. On one side of Denethor, the sounds of a panicked populace. On the other, the beastly howls of the orcs. He is oblivious to both, and his crazed gaze is cast down on Pippin. Denethor's arm is around the hobbit's shoulder in a fatherly grasp. "Honest, Lord Denethor, the hobbit songs are not fit for these times. We sing of nothing more terrible than thunder and rain. These holes." Pippin indicates his costume. Denethor laughs. "My poor jester. He caught a few stray arrows fighting at my side." But that was before I heard the blast of Boromir's horn drifting on the wind. That was when I still believed in slaying. Now perhaps I believe in being slain. Now tell me of Boromir. Did he fare well with Lady Galadriel? Pippin is about to tell a lie, but he cannot. Yes, no, I fear it was a halfling that she chose. Denethor breaks into mad laughter, which is full of despair. A halfling! Pippin turns and sees Gandalf on Shadowfax galloping along the top of the wall. He rides past them. A few exhausted soldiers find the energy to cheer. Gandalf is galloping towards a point where orcs with flaming torches are scaling the wall. Soldiers flee, their clothes on fire. The orcs take mouthfuls from drinking skins and spurt the liquid out over the torches, and from the mouths of some of the orcs spurting flames issue. Gandalf leaps from Shadowfax and engages the flame-spitting orcs, toppling many from the wall. Shadowfax rears, kicks, and neighs at the orcs. The soldiers are encouraged and rally to Gandalf's aid. Denethor and Pippin stroll along the wall towards Gandalf. Gandalf is leaning against the battlements in a state of utter exhaustion. The orcs have been repulsed. He looks like a frail and beaten old man. He hears Pippin's voice and Denethor's demented laughter. With an effort, he pulls himself together. Denethor is waving a finger at him. So the One Ring has been found. Pippin looks guiltily at Gandalf. To send it all with a witless halfling into the hands of the enemy himself, as you have done, that is madness. To Boromir it should have been entrusted. Is there hope for Frodo? Gandalf. Never there was much, Pippin. Just a fool's hope. And you, Denethor, tempt me not with madness. Madness would be a great comfort to me. Boromir died well. Be content. They exchange looks in silence. A curious lull overtakes them. The air rings with cries of despair and panic and the howls of orcs. The tumbled pall of smoke and cloud hangs over them, now reddened by the blazing fires of Minas Tirith. A cock crows far off, startling Pippin from this moment of stillness. A cock crows? What omen is that? Denethor and Gandalf, despite their private agonies, laugh at the hobbit's inconsequential remark. Pippin is embarrassed. Gandalf. Beyond this world of gloom, the sun is rising. They scan the distant horizon looking for hope, and instead of a cock crowing, a distant horn is heard. Gandalf turns to look across the Pelennor fields. The riders of Rohan! Exterior, the fields of Pelennor, day. A great wave of the riders of Rohan gallops across the plain, Theoden at their head. The riders next to Theoden is blowing a long, melodious line on his horn. Eomer is leading another host of riders. A horn cries out in answer to the other. The horn next to Theoden signals again, and all the riders break from a fast gallop into a synchronized parade-like canter. Their lances are at the ready, swords are drawn, their armor glitters. From a distance, they present thousands of points of light shimmering and moving. They ride on in a regular, if not sinister, canter towards the breach in the outer walls of Minas Tirith. Exterior, inner walls. The soldiers of the Minas Tirith cheer wildly from the battlements as they watch Theoden's force of cavalry galloping towards the breach and orcs fleeing before them. They also see Eomer's men charging toward the distant concentration of Mordor forces, cutting in behind them. High on the battlements, Gandalf stands, waving his sword. Men of Minas Tirith, to the breach! He jumps over the battlements onto an orc, scaling a ladder. His feet crash through the rungs, and he plunges into the orcs. He directs the fall of the two poles of the ladder onto the terrified orcs. Swords in hand, he flings himself at them. The soldiers, dazzled by this example and encouraged by the arrival of the riders of Rohan, fling themselves after him with renewed vigor and swarm down on the orcs. Exterior, the square inside the gates. Cries of joy run like waves across the city. The doors which gave onto the great square of Minas Tirith are flung open. The people of Minas Tirith flood the square. The main gate is open. The people pour out, exultant, lightheaded from the rigors and privations of the long siege. Civilians and women, as well as soldiers, swell the ranks bearing any kind of weapon that comes to hand. They are ragged and dirty. The fires have blackened their faces. The soldiers have not shaved for days. Many of them are weak from lack of food. It is an undisciplined rabble that empties out of the garrison city into the Pelennor fields. The orcs flee before this crazy onslaught. Exterior, outside the breach. Theoden and his men charge the breach. The orcs retreat in front of them, rushing in all directions, piling up against each other in increasing numbers. Orcs are pouring out of the breach, driven back from Gandalf and his followers. Behind them, other orcs stumble over each other as Theoden presses them back into a solid wall of quarreling, swarming, hysterical orcs. The orcs in front, prodded by those behind, leap out at the riders in manic sorties. The orcs pile up in front of them, and the riders are brought to a halt. Meanwhile, Eomer's company sweeps in a wide arc, cutting a path through orc encampments, and then driving in towards the breach from another angle. Eomer uses the open spaces to keep up his pace, turning and charging in zigzags. Theoden's men have now dismounted and turned their horses such that their rears face into the orcs. The hindquarters of their horses are armored. They walk backwards, kicking their hooves. Between the horses, the riders thrust their lances. Only Theoden and his captains remain mounted, directing their troops. From inside the wall of orcs, mounted Uruks emerge. A Uruk captain armed with a lance breaks through a line of horses. Theoden starts off towards him. The king hurls his sword at the Uruk rider. The sword whirls through the air and flies into the Uruk. He falls to the ground but rises again, the sword sticking from his chest. He wails painfully and staggers away. The wall of orcs opens up and reabsorbs him. The cheers of the riders mix with the agonized wail of the Uruk. The wail of the Uruk is answered and echoed with increasingly hysterical intensity by swarming bands of orcs and trolls deployed all over the Pelennor fields. Responding to the cry, the Nazgul appears, galloping madly across the plain on his skinned horse. Exterior outside the breach. Armed with a quivering lance, the Nazgul charges. The Nazgul charges towards the rear of the wall of orcs, emitting a terrifying vibrato wail. The orcs open up, and he thunders between them, galloping directly at Theoden. At the sudden apparition of the Nazgul, the horses of the riders of Rohan go berserk. They rear and bolt. Among the riders, there's confusion and panic. Theoden bravely spurs his horse towards the Nazgul. His sword is gone. He draws a pathetically small dagger, which he waves at his foe. The Nazgul's lance pierces Theoden's chest and passes through his back. He is jousted to the ground, landing on his feet. Grasping the long lance, he pivots around, swinging the end of the lance into the hind legs of the Nazgul's horse. The horse stumbles, and the Nazgul is thrown to the ground. He gets to his feet and draws his sword, moves towards Theoden's body, which is now sprawled on the ground, the great lance impaled in his chest. One of the riders spurs his horse up to Theoden. Merry is sitting before him on the saddle. The Nazgul jeers and wails. The horse rears in fear. The rider jumps to the ground while Merry topples off. The rider confronts the Nazgul, who advances menacingly. The rider calls out in a voice trembling with emotion. Merry is terrified, but manages to draw his blade. Rider. Begone, foul lord of Carrion! Leave the dead in peace! The rider charges the Nazgul. The Nazgul strikes a mighty blow. The sword arm of the rider drops in agony. Merry jumps recklessly at the Nazgul, who slashes at him with his sword. Merry gets in under the blow, which just catches his thigh, cutting deep. Merry is right up against the Nazgul and thrusts his dagger into the Nazgul's knee, in a joint in the armor. Meanwhile, the rider, dropping his sword, catches it with the other hand and drives it into the Nazgul, lunging the sword into him. The Nazgul shudders with convulsions. He crashes to the ground, breaking into the components of his empty armor, from which dark fumes rise. The Nazgul's horse has risen from the ground and gallops in berserk circles. It comes up to the fuming remnants of the Nazgul, picks up the empty helmet in its mouth, and heads off towards Mordor. Merry and the rider have fallen to the ground, lifeless. Gandalf, followed by the men of Minas Tirith, is fighting his way towards the breach from the other side of the wall. Orcs pour out, only to be confronted by the riders of Rohan, whose captains have rallied their men and formed a circle of horsemen with a kicking rear of horses facing the enemy. Theoden is dying. Above him stands the Hornbearer, blowing a plaintive dirge. Merry, wounded and dazed, looks across at the rider, his companion. The face is deathly white. The eyes are glazed. The rider's helmet is dislodged, and locks of hair show through. Merry crawls over to the rider and removes the helmet. Long blonde hair cascades out. It is Eowyn, daughter of Theoden. I should have guessed. Merry sobs and cries. His head sways as if he was about to faint. The wound of his thigh darkens. He begins to undress her cold, stiff body, removing the thick leather armor. Her beautiful body is revealed. A terrible wound disfigures her arm. The riders crowd in wonder and despair at the sight of Eowyn. It is Our Lady Eowyn. She rode in disguise with the hero halfling. At this, Merry looks up, his head sways. He slumps to the ground. His consciousness fades. See to the lady. A rider begins to clean Merry's darkening wound, but the other riders are too much in awe to approach Eowyn. The last glimmer of life drains out of Theoden. The hornblower blows the same plaintive dirge. Over the... Yeah. This is just like... I should have guessed. Why should you have guessed? What? Why would there have been... What? Yeah, this scene is worse than the book and the movie, huh? Whew. Over the mounds of rubble at the breach, Gandalf and his followers appear. Some of the riders cheer, but are barely heard over the sorrowful cries of their companions, the howling of orcs, and the moaning of the wounded. Gandalf, followed by Denethor and Pippin, walks into the circle of riders. Denethor drags the crown behind him, hanging on a leash from his belt. Pippin rides to Merry's side. Gandalf kneels down before Theoden, and gently lifts up the king's head, caressing his brow. Froth bubbles at his mouth, his face is gray. Above the horn call, Denethor's crazy ranting is heard. Our blood is rotting, and we fall into a deeper dream of terror. The Dark Lord will snatch our bodies, and we shall linger in the edge of life and become his accursed wraiths. Gandalf, surely you can heal us of the Black Shadow. He lies down beside Theoden and grotesquely goes through the motions of dying, although he has suffered no wound. Gandalf does not answer Denethor's provocation. The distant din of high-pitched bugle calls has caught his attention. He rushes off, drawing his sword, his cloak billowing. The hornblower continues his dirge. Merry's eyes half open, he sees Pippin and smiles. He talks as if in a daze. Hello, Pippin, I'm a hero. And I am a jester, Merry. Heroes and jesters are equals of the Shire. In the Shire, aren't they? We shouldn't forget the dear old Shire. Exterior, outside the gates of Minas Tirith in Pelennor Fields. Shrill, piercing bugle calls, obsessively repeating, announce the advance of a great horde of orcs, who come pouring over the knolls. The orcs that were fleeing before the citizens of Minas Tirith turn about and join their fellows in thrusting towards the wall. Great troll orcs whip the air with red banners bearing the black evil eye. Orc trumpeteers precede the implacable onslaught, breathing frantically to squeeze out every ounce of breath into each trumpet blast. An orc trumpeter is struck by arrows. Blood gushes out of the trumpet and rains down upon the orcs. This whips them into a lustful frenzy. They break into a run. The whole horde of orcs, a massive front, is running towards the walls. At this sight, the soldiers and citizens are suddenly sobered from their sword-happy interlude. They flee towards the gates. The gates are jammed by the citizens who are now seized by panic. The guards of the gate attempt to organize an orderly retreat. That great horde of orcs squashes the people against the wall, reducing them to a confused phalanx 6 to 8 men deep, which extends from the breach of the wall beyond the gates. The onslaught of the orcs is murderous. The people in the back of the phalanx are squashed and battered against the wall and trampled and suffocated, but the first rows are put up a furious fight against the orcs. The fighting line of the phalanx of Minas Tirith is made up of a chaotic succession of regular soldiers, such as archers, pikemen, and swordsmen, and sections of the populace of Minas Tirith. Among these are the bee cultivators, dressed entirely in leather, with wicker masks, and bees swarming around their gloved hands, blacksmiths with leather aprons and long-handled hammers, farmers with an array of pitchforks and spikes, women, some pregnant, some nursing, clad in armor impoverished from kitchenware. The people have hoisted improvised colorful banners, while the soldiers fly their regular flags. The children, the old, and the infirm are on the walls, hurtling down pieces of the battlements onto the orcs. Through this throng of humanity, Gandalf wades, trying to organize the men into a formal phalanx to resist the onslaught and to retreat in an orderly way. Whew. So, the movie was like pretty normal until we got to the bee cultivators, I think. we just broke up like a really long stretch of what would seem like a normal interpretation. And like, when did the people make improvised colorful banners? I don't think when like civilians are under siege and they have to like improvise things, I don't think they're thinking about flags. We got pregnant ladies out here still in armor, improvised from kitchenware. Yeah, this it all just like became very silly. All right, I need a break to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna go do that real quick, and when I come back, we might just like polish off the last like 35 pages or so, huh? Hell yeah. Arts and crafts will save us from the orcs. Yeah, right? Like, what the hell? Anyway, BRB. It's almost 9 o'clock. We've got 30 pages left. What time did I start? 4 o'clock? So that's 5 hours. We did 150 pages. So that's like 30 pages an hour. So we have a little bit over an hour left of this tale. I hope folks are enjoying it. I know I am. Don't get to do something like this very often, and I have been wanting to find time to read this in particular, and that's kind of the fun of variety streams, is getting to slot in stuff like that, do something a little bit different. Cool stuff. All right. What is this? We are reading John Boorman's 1970 Lord of the Rings script. He is the same person that directed Zardoz, for example. And when this movie didn't get made, he used a lot of the scenes and imagery and shot locations that he had planned for this movie. And he put those into Excalibur, which is a banger of a film. But most Lord of the Rings fans are pretty glad that this movie didn't get made, because he takes some pretty serious liberties. He's mashing all three together, and then he still like does some weird shit, like has Frodo and Galadriel fuck and stuff. Yeah, the 70s. But yeah, they scooped the rights from him and gave them to Bakshi for his film. The film that Ralph Bakshi threw out? No. Well, he threw out this script and had a different one made. This script was never made. This script was never made into a film. Ugh. All right. Outside the breach. Eomer gallops into a circle of horsemen. He leaps from his mount and lands on Theoden's side. Father! Denethor is writhing on the ground, ranting crazily. My son, the Dark Lord took him, and soon he will take us all. Pluck us all from these vain efforts of war. Pippin cradles Merry in his arms. Death, all this death. Pippin, how is death in the Shire? I can't remember. Pippin strains to remember. Death in the Shire? Do hobbits die? Ah, yes, remember Sam's great-uncle? Merry nods. He became overripe and fell out from being there. Into fireside stories. Merry swoons away, but with a smile on his face. Eomer's head is buried in his father's chest. Theoden stirs, and his hand drifts feebly to his head. His trembling fingers draw the crown from his wispy white hair and drop it weakly onto Eomer's head. Then he dies in a spasm. Eomer rises. The riders cheer, while tears run down their cheeks. Riders, hail Eomer, king of Rohan! Eomer leaps onto his horse. His tears give way to anger as he acknowledges the homage of the riders. Exterior battlements. A clamor of horrified cries rise from the walls. Far to the right, winding across a hillock and approaching Minas Tirith, is a monstrous snake, perhaps 100 yards long. Children scream and elders fall to their knees in despair. A shudder of horror trembles through the people of Minas Tirith. Gandalf is at the gates, organizing the retreat. The orcs react to the calls of despair with brutish joy. Gandalf rears up on Shadowfax. He is perplexed by the sight of the snake. Eomer is standing on his saddle, watching the snake move through the orc encampment, and his own troops responding to it with dismay. He drops down into the saddle, his face flushed and reckless. He calls out to his men. Before we drown in a sea of orcs, let the riders of Rohan slay this monster, snake, and avenge the death of our king. His men rally as he rides into the orcs. His ferocity opens a path, and the riders break through the orc lines. The orcs pile up up in front of the riders and press in from the sides. The riders hack and swashbuckle a way through, their progress growing ever slower. Some of the riders are forced to dismount, and they use their horses to kick at the enemy. Also, having all of the horses, trained to, walk backwards and kick or whatever, well, and then their, backsides or... This would look very silly if depicted on screen. Here it doesn't show how they're, they flip the horses around and have them back up. Very odd. You can also armor the front of a horse, and then the horse can, see where it's going. Yeah. Just saying. But they are closer to the snake now as it twists ever nearer. It seems that Eomer will not break through. The orcs have brought the riders to a standstill. Suddenly, the snake disintegrates. It breaks up into sections, each part living and moving. The enormous head collapses, and out of it breaks a great white banner with a tree embossed on it. The snake was made of warriors, their shields painted and held over their heads, forming the stripes in the shape of a snake. As the snake disintegrates, the warriors run cheering to Eomer's aid. Eomer can scarcely believe his eyes. Despair becomes elation. The orcs are forced to turn from the riders as they are attacked from behind. Eomer. No hope was our last hope. Interior of the tower. Search parties are ransacking the tower. Sam awakes under the shields to see orc feet trampling all around him. They turn over shields and throw them to one side. Sam takes the ring again and prepares to put it on. A shield is dislodged, and Sam is revealed, pointing the ring at the orc standing above him. The orc convulses and lashes out his arms, accidentally hitting a companion in the face. A fight starts, vicious and noisy. Others join in and try to separate the protagonists. Sam takes advantage of the distraction. He crawls away between the legs of a fighting orc. He makes for the ramp and, keeping in the shadows, creeps up it. All around and below, he can see orcs searching, violently tearing at sacks, smashing open anything that might conceal a hobbit. Further up the spiraling ramp, Sam notices a lot of activity in one archway. Important-looking orcs come and go, and a sentry guards it. From the shadows, he looks around, not knowing how to get to it without being seen. He glances distastefully at the ring and shakes his head. Just then, 2 orcs come hurrying up the ramp, carrying armor for a great troll orc. As they pass, Sam jumps under the armor and runs along, concealed beneath it. As he goes up, Sam sees a figure, cloaked and hooded, who is walking urgently down the ramp, towards the important arc. 2 orcs follow him, one carrying the helmet, which belongs to the slain Nazgul. In Sam's eyes, the figure is unmistakably Gandalf. Sam, to himself, Gandalf? The figure stands in front of the important arc. The guard is unlocking the door. Elated, Sam walks out from beneath the shield and up to the figure. Sam's face falls when he catches a glimpse of his face. He realizes he is standing in the midst of orcs. He falls to the ground. One of the orcs carrying the armor suddenly sees Sam just in front of him. He blinks in disbelief. He looks again and Sam is gone. Sam is on the floor, at the feet of the white-cloaked figure. He has no resort but to scuttle under the cloak. The door is flung open. The figure enters. Interior, torture chamber. The figure walks into the chamber. It is windlass and rigged with torture devices. Sam crawls out from beneath the trailing cloak and squeezes himself into a corner. He sees Frodo lying on a slab, naked. Man, Frodo gets naked so much in this movie. And he has multiple members of his party, helping him undress. And then he bones Galadriel. Man, I kind of wonder who Boorman had in mind to be cast as Frodo. That would be a wild part to play. He sees Frodo lying on a slab, naked. An orc is fitting over his head the Nazgul's helmet. There are rusty clamps on it, and he slowly and with difficulty screws these down until they bite into Frodo's cheeks and forehead, holding his eyes wide open. Frodo moans and arcs his back from the pain. Sam is horrified. He dares not stir. The figure is given Frodo's clothes by the other orc. He searches through them, but obviously does not find what he's looking for. Without a word, he leaves, Frodo's clothes over his arm. An orc remains behind to guard Frodo. He bends over to examine Frodo's face. Using all his strength, he gives the clamp an extra turn. Exterior Pelennor Fields. The back of a great orc obstructs the view. An axe blade cleaves the orc asunder. The two halves splay open, revealing Gimli. An orc throws himself through the two halves of the clothes of an orc, but is shot dead by an arrow released by Legolas. Between Legolas and Gimli comes Aragorn, wielding the sword that was broken in either hand. Above him, on the great white banner, ripples the white tree of Elendil. Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli cut a path through the enemy. In front of them, Eomer appears, forcing his horse among and over the orcs, as if riding through wild eddies of water. Eomer jumps from his horse, hands outstretched to embrace Aragorn, who is followed by a strange army. They are a bizarre collection, dwarves wielding axes, tree elf bowmen dressed in leaves and feathers, tall lean rangers with two-handed swords. But most startling of all, the risen dead, dressed in bleached white clothing, their faces blanched, their hair silver. Beyond fear, they pitch themselves at the orcs, smiling radiantly. Aragorn bends his knees before Eomer, who wears the crown of Rohan. "You come none too soon, my friend. Much loss and sorrow has befallen us." Aragorn, "Let us avenge all sorrow before we speak of it. To Minas Tirith!" Aragorn rises up. Eomer turns to his riders, and the two groups march together towards the breach. From the walls, the children and elders cheer wildly. "Aragorn! Aragorn! The mighty ranger has come!" Battle-weary but radiant, Aragorn enters the circle where lie the dying and the dead. Eomer, Legolas, and Gimli follow him. Gandalf strides forward to welcome them. Disbelief and elation show on their face at the sight of Gandalf. "We meet, Aragorn, beneath the banner of your ancestors," Gandalf says. Aragorn, "Beyond all hope, you have returned to us in our need." They embrace each other, overwhelmed with emotion. Pippin comes up to them, still attired as a jester, his eyes swollen with tears. "Hello, friends of the Fellowship. Our Gandalf, remember how he fell in the bottomless pit and the great light came up? Well, all those fireworks, he kept hidden in his cloak. They exploded. When he met him again, he was all frizzled." Everybody laughs, but Gandalf is slightly taken aback. Pippin takes Aragorn's hand and pulls him towards Merry. Legolas and Gimli take in the sight of the city of Minas Tirith. They seem a bit disappointed. Gimli, "Some good stonework there, but also some less than good." Legolas, "No trees, no gardens, no birds." Aragorn stands over Merry. He draws the two halves of his sword and thrusts them into the ground. With loving concern, he kneels beside Merry and takes him in his arms. Gandalf, "The black shadow is upon him." Aragorn, "Merry, Merry, wake up!" Merry is still as death. Aragorn embraces Merry tightly and kisses him on his brow. He holds him for a long moment. "Wake up, I say. It is Aragorn." Merry stirs. Pippin cries out joyfully. Faint, delirious words come from Denethor. Denethor, "The hand of the healer are the hands of a king." At which Gandalf, who stands above them, breaks into song in a deep voice. "From the ashes a fire shall be woken. A light from the shadows shall spring." Merry stirs again. His eyelids open. It seems like he looks up at Aragorn. "I'm hungry." "Aragorn, how?" Aragorn, "There is no time for travelers' tales." Aragorn rises, while Pippin helps Merry to his feet. The others are amazed and awed. Aragorn looks down at Denethor. "The Lord Denethor. He hasn't been himself lately." Aragorn kneels by him and takes him in his arms. The others watch in tense silence. Far off, the battle rages. "Lord Denethor. Boromir is my blood brother." Denethor, "Blood." Aragorn goes on to embrace him. Denethor has a dagger in his hand. Unseen by all, he points his dagger at his own heart. Aragorn embraces him, and in doing so, his chest plunges the dagger into Denethor's breast. Aragorn rises and quickly pulls out the blade, but too late. Gandalf takes Denethor in his arms. His despair was too strong, even for the power that now rises in you, Aragorn. Aragorn sees the lifeless body of Eowyn. He takes her in his arms. Gandalf rises trance-like and rips the banner of Elendil from its mast. Aragorn summons all his strength and strips Eowyn's body tightly to his. The onlookers are deadly silent. Eowyn does not stir. Aragorn spreads out her arms and covers her with his body. He presses his palms on her palms, his legs on her. After a moment, she moans, and her body writhes, trapped under Aragorn's great weight. When he feels her stir, he rises, lifting her with him, enfolding her in his arms, pressing her mouth and body to his. Gandalf folds the banner as if performing a ritual. Aragorn releases her mouth, and she sucks in a breath, gasping. He looks into her face, enraptured by her pale beauty. Aragorn whispers to her in a low voice. My breath I give you, Lady Eowyn. My life I give you. By the ache of exile I draw out your ache. By the long nights I have lain alone, I call you back to me. She stirs. Her eyes flutter open for a second, but she fades again. Aragorn grasps her and kisses her with passion and intensity. Gandalf dips the banner, now lightly folded, into the blood of Denethor. The blood soaks into the white cloth. Aragorn floats out of her deep coma and looks into Aragorn's sad, loving eyes. Her face flushes with color. As the grayness fades, she smiles. They look into each other's eyes with love. Gandalf unfurls the banner with a sweeping gesture. On the white flag is a beautiful mandala in blood, radiating from the center of the white tree. It is as though the bare tree had burst into blossom. Gandalf holds it above Aragorn and Eowyn as a canopy. The two embrace as the great banner billows about them. Gandalf calls out in exultation. The hands of the healer are the hands of the king. The king has returned to Gondor. Wild cheers break out. From the hills, the children and the elders burst into a chant. Aragorn king! Eowyn queen! Above the chant, Gandalf can be heard continuing his song in a deep, resonant voice. From the ashes a fire shall be woken, a light from the shadow shall spring. Pip's excited voice is heard. The sword! Look, look! Renewed shall be blade that was broken, the crownless again shall be king. The two broken ends of Aragorn's sword are glowing with incandescence. The makeshift handle of one half is burning into ashes, while the ground into which the other half is plunged is scorched and smoldering. All eyes turn upon it. Aragorn kneels by the sword. Eowyn, still weak but radiant, stands leaning against Merry. Aragorn lifts the two halves of the sword above his head, bringing the incandescent parts together, and immediately they fuse. He rises, holding the immense sword by its handle with his two hands, and swings it through the air. The wild cheering and jubilation augments from the walls. A choral rises up. Renewed shall be the sword that was broken. The crownless again shall be king. Aragorn king, Eowyn queen. Aragorn swings the mighty sword above his head in a great triumphant arc. Then he turns as if struck by horror and despair. Where is Frodo? What of Frodo? Interior torture chamber. So, I just want to say this whole, like humping and kissing a lady back to life. Really fucking weird. That's all. And, fucking Gandalf's doing blood magic or some shit on the side. I don't know what all that is. I don't know what's going on there. That's what the what I don't know. Very odd. Anyway, interior torture chamber. Sam has climbed up on the stretching rack that is fixed to one wall. He leaps down from it, Sting held out in front of him, like a gull diving for a herring. The guard is turned facing Frodo, and Sting drives down into his back. Sam lands with the sword between his legs and his feet on the guard's shoulder. The orc turns his head and looks up at Sam with an expression of surprise, then sinks down dead. Sam pulls out the blade and goes to Frodo, who is still in a swoon. He examines the helmet with distaste and begins to unscrew the clamps, which are on the point of perforating the skin. The helmet comes loose, and he throws it to one side. Frodo stirs. Sam strokes his forehead and calls to him. Master! Master Frodo, it's me! Frodo's eyes are still wide open. There's a distant, strained look about him. His skin is taut and translucent. He fixes Sam with a cold scrutiny that makes Sam shudder. Master, please. It's Sam. You remember CalebDMTG? The Shire, Mr. Bilbo, Merry, Pippin, Gandalf, Galadriel. The words penetrate Frodo's mind as he struggles to recognize them. His eyes are open but glazed and unseeing. Frodo. The ring. For the Master. For Sauron. Sam. Don't you let them make you one of them, Mr. Frodo. And Sam's tears begin to flow. He bends down and takes Frodo in his arms. This, more than any words or devices, brings Frodo to himself again. He blinks. At first, he is cold and limp, but gradually he begins to cry, and finally he clutches hold of Sam, and their tears mingle. Is it you, Sam? Is it really you, not another trick? No, Master. It's your Sam. I've been on a terrible journey. They've broken something inside me, Sam, that'll never be mended. Frodo falls limp again in Sam's arms and swoons away. Sam strokes his brow and pulls out his water bottle. He puts it to Frodo's lips. He comes to and drinks a little, then falls asleep, this time more peacefully, lying in Sam's arms. Sam looks nervously at the door and manages to get hold of Sting in his free hand. Exterior, outer walls of Minas Tirith. The forces of Minas Tirith have retreated inside the city, and once more it is laid under siege. The gates are closed, and the breach in the outer wall has been rebuilt. The battering ram has been incorporated and faces outward defiantly. The orcs are dragging up engines of war, rams, huge catapults, scaling ladders. One catapult shoots orcs over the walls, bat-like wings breaking their fall. Another catapult uses the heads of dead men and orcs as ammunition, terrorizing the populace. Eomer and the surviving riders patrol beyond the walls, galloping up and down, destroying orcs that manage to scale the outer wall or arrive on kite wings. On the outer wall, the archers pour arrows into the wave upon wave of orcs that sweep up the walls. The soldiers of Minas Tirith are firmer and steadier now, fighting with greater discipline and tenacity. Dominating the outer wall is the regal figure of Aragorn, now resplendent in the red and silver cloak of the king. On his head is the golden crown of Gondor, in his hand the sword, reforged. He stands alone, engaged in combat with a horde of orcs that have scaled onto a section of the wall. Further along the wall, Gandalf surveys the Pelennor fields as the never-ending orc hordes march down the cities of march from the Gates of Mordor. At his side are Merry and Pippin. They are watching Aragorn with open admiration. Who would have thought our nice old ranger would turn out to be king? The Dark Lord himself would tremble if he could see him now. Gandalf looks down sharply at Merry and Pippin, and then he follows their gaze to the mighty Aragorn. If Sauron could see the mighty Aragorn, he would surely believe he bore the ring of power. Now he addresses the hobbits. A trick to gain time for Frodo, if time is what he needs. To win by our arms is far beyond our power. Power. Sauron weighs all things to a nicety in the scales of his malice, but the only measure he knows is desire. Desire for power. We shall be bait. Let folly be our cloak. Interior torture chamber. Supported by Sam, Frodo is getting dressed in clothes which belong to the dead orc, who lies naked on the floor. Frodo is still very pale and shaky. Are you feeling more yourself now, Master? Frodo. Well, I'm not feeling like somebody else anymore. Out of the habit, his hand drifts to his chest. He feels for the ring. It is gone. A deep, agonized moan escapes him. They've taken everything, Sam. Everything. Not everything, Master Frodo. I took that particular thing and kept it safe. It's around my neck now, and it's a terrible burden, it is. Frodo looks up, unable to believe his ears. You've got it? You've got it here? Sam nods and fumbles with his tunic, pulling out the ring. Frodo's face lights up with joy, but when he sees the ring, his expression changes to one of lust and avarice. Give it to me, you thief! It's mine! He snatches the ring and clasps it against his chest. All right, Master, but be careful. It's got a very powerful in here and heavy to bear. For a moment, they face each other belligerently. Then Frodo recovers and embraces Sam. Oh, Sam, what have I said? Forgive me. I understand. That's all right, Master. We've got to get out of here, and I think that little fellow is our only hope. He points sheepishly at the ring, which is back on Frodo's neck. Frodo looks up at Sam and nods agreement. Back to the Gates of Minas Tirith. The gates are open, and from them comes a magnificent spectacle. Aragorn, King of Gondor, strides forth, his sword held high, his head bearing the crown, his armor shimmering. By his side is his queen, Eowyn, her gold hair flowing, silver armor following the contours of her body and breasts. Then comes Gimli, Legolas, Gandalf, Merry, and Pippin, all in fine regalia, followed by the greatest warriors of Gondor and also tree elves, dwarves, and the risen dead. They bear the white banner of Elendil with a blood blossom tree flaming from it. Flanking them and driving a path through the enemy is Eomer and the riders of Rohan. Their flags fly proudly, too. A small brass band brings up the rear, and it strikes up a brave tune, making as much noise as it can. The gates close behind the chosen party. Cheers ring from the battlements. In front, the orcs are building up and challenging Aragorn's advance. Eomer and his riders circle the group, galloping round and around, creating a protective ring. A mobile no-man's land. The strange and beautiful group advances through the sea of orcs, walking straight for Mordor. So, a couple points about the last few sections. I always like it when the invading army launches severed heads over the battlements, like with catapults and what, because that's something that happened, both to demoralize the enemy army, like seeing like the heads of their friends like rain down upon them, and then you're also like potentially spreading disease and stuff if it's going to be a long siege, which is obviously not the case in this battle. I laughed when I read about Eowyn's armor because it's pretty ridiculous. Silver armor following the contours of her body and breasts. So obviously, Middle-earth is not, like, actual Earth, Like, there's fantasy and magic and, like, all of these. You have some suspension of disbelief. And this version seems to have, like, even more magic worked into it, right? Like, Gandalf is using magic willy-nilly, doing crazy shit, like freezing them all to escape some wargs, and the sword, like when Aragorn becomes king, like magically melds together. Instead of having to be like actively reforged, stuff like that. That said, like effective armor does not like follow the contours of your body. It's like specifically designed to deflect arrows and stuff. And if you have plate mail or any kind of mail or whatever following the contours of your breasts, it's going to guide swords towards like your organs. It'll like trap sharp things where you don't want. You'll direct them to your most like your heart and stuff, Whereas like the whole purpose of plate armor is to deflect stuff away from you. We have paintings of women that fought in medieval times, and they wore regular plate armor. They, because that's effective stuff. You don't need like contours or whatever to like look sexy on the battlefield, it turns out. And they don't like the regular plate armor doesn't like squash you or whatever, because there's all these layers of padding that everybody wears, padding and then chain before the underneath the actual plate, and all that weight gets dispersed over your body and such. Like Joan of Arc, like we have paintings of Joan of Arc wearing like regular ass plate mail. The other ridiculous thing about this, but that's not ridiculous. Again, we're in Fantasyland, and it's specifically like John Boorman's like super over the top, more fantastical, more magical version of Lord of the Rings here. The other thing that makes it ridiculous is this all happened in the middle of a battlefield. Like, she was indistinguishable from a male rider of Rohan in the previous scene. Like, Merry was like, oh, I fucking should have known. Should you have known because she was wearing breast armor unlike everybody else on the battlefield? Or did she, like, swap plate mail to a completely new set of, like, lady boob armor that just, like, happened to be laying around? Again, still in the middle of the battlefield. And so she goes from, like, being, like, raised from the dead. Like, did Aragorn fucking, like, magic up, like, tit armor out of nowhere? Where did this come from? Where did the silver tit armor come from, Boorman? I want to know! Discerning minds want to know! Oh, all of the riders of Rohan are wearing sexy boob armor. Ah, that would fucking do it, I guess. A dead orc. Yeah, a dead orc was wearing it. Anyway, so that's why I laughed when I read that line. Where are we going? Oh, here we are. Interior torture chamber. Sam and Frodo stand poised by the door of the cell. Frodo is dressed in an assortment of clothes, some from the orc, some from Sam. He has Sting now, and Sam has a curved short sword belonging to the orc. Footsteps and the drawing of bolts are heard. Sam glances back at the stone slab on which they have arranged the dead orc, not looking much like Frodo. The door opens and two orcs enter. They tower over the hobbits. Sam and Frodo swing their swords and crack them across the shins. The orcs double up, and as they do, the hobbits dash out of the door. They close it and bolt it. They creep out of the archway onto the ramp of the open wall of the tower. They start to work their way down, keeping to the inside shadows, but they are quickly spotted. Orcs on the ramp on the far side give chase, running round and down. Stealth no longer being a virtue, the hobbits scamper down. Hundreds of orcs on the floor of the tower look up excitedly, and some start up the ramp. The hobbits are trapped. The pursuers close up from behind. Sam, quick, the ring! Frodo fumbles for it and loses his footing in doing so. He slips off the ramp but clings onto the edge, then looses his grip. He slides down onto a stalactite which hangs from the underside of the ramp. He hugs it. The stalactite is slimy and transparent. Sam leans over the ramp, attempting to grasp Frodo. The orcs lean out from the tier of the ramp below, waiting to catch Frodo when he falls. His hands, clasping the stalagmite, attempt to slip on the ring, but each attempt weakens the grip, and Frodo slides further down. He can see his hands distorted and enlarged through the transparent stalactite. The ring looks enormous. Sam. Master, put it on! Frodo attempts to slip on the ring, but he slowly slides down, his hands clawing onto the slimy, smooth rock. Finally, he falls. He is caught by the orcs below. They hoist Frodo above their heads in triumph and run down the ramp onto the open floor. Sam, clutching to save Frodo, loses his balance and falls. The Gates of Mordor. The band surges into a climactic fanfare. A signal from Gandalf's staff brings the music to a sudden, unexpected stop. A deadly silence ensues. Only the gloom is heard above, tumbling and churning like soft thunder. The chosen group stands at an arrow's pitch from the enormous gates of Mordor, shaped like open jaws. An endless wall winds away to the horizon in either direction. All around the chosen, orcs stand, waiting, silent. Between the gates and the group is an empty space. Aragorn stands a few paces in front of the others, his armor gleaming. He holds the sword's handle with his two hands, at the height of his chin, while the point of the blade rests on the ground at his feet. Above him ripples the great banner of the tree and blossom. Gandalf walks to Aragorn's side and breaks the silence. His voice booms out towards the gates. The King of Gondor has returned. King Aragorn, heir of Elendil. Aragorn the Arrogant demands that Sauron come forth and atone for his evils. Silence reigns. Then the gates hinge open without a sound. Noiselessly, two hideous black horses with flames burning on the sockets of their eyes and nostrils draw out a black chariot, upon which is the great emblem of the evil eye. The companions hold their weapons ready. The chariot draws closer and comes to a halt at 10 paces from Gandalf. A figure descends from the chariot. A gasp of disbelief goes up. The figure is a splitting image of Gandalf. His cloak is white, but it shimmers with threads of many colors. A cobra is coiled around his staff. Pippin whispering, like him, yet unlike him. Gandalf and the figure are face to face, glaring into each other's eyes. The figure's voice is low and melodious. Its sound is an enchantment. Figure. I am the mouth of Sauron. Gandalf. Saruman. Don't you remember your name? Is such the power of the Dark Lord over you? We meet again, Saruman of many colors. Of many colors and many powers! As he talks, Saruman swaves his staff hypnotically. The cobra rears ready to strike. All eyes are fixed upon the snake. It seems as though it will strike at Gandalf. But instead, it strikes Saruman, sinking its fangs into its leg under the cloak. The snake falls to the ground, writhing in the dust, and in a convulsive spasm, it dies. Saruman laughs. Gandalf points at the snake. Saruman! I am the snake about to strike. Saruman. I am the staff that crushes the snake. I am the fire that burns the staff to ashes. I am the cloudburst that quenches the fire. I am the well that traps the waters. For a second, Saruman hesitates, unable to continue the contest. I am... just words, old fool. Gandalf. But words are a part of everything, as water, seeds, and blood. Saruman, I say to you, the king has returned. Saruman. It takes more to make a king than armor and elvish polish and rabble such as this. Aragorn has remained aloof throughout. At Saruman's words, he pivots slightly, his great sword sending a blinding glint into Saruman's eyes. Saruman squints and averts his face. Gandalf. Aragorn, the king, wields a power which Sauron has lost and not found. Saruman, panicky. I spit on your Ringbearer. He spits towards Aragorn. The hunchback Wormtongue jumps out of the chariot, laughing vindictively. He bears an effigy dressed in Frodo's clothes. Its base is a spiked pole which he thrusts in the ground. The chosen are aghast. They cry out, unable to conceal their anguish. Aragorn. Silence! Nobody moves or talks. Saruman points gloatedly at the effigy. I see he was dear to you. Was his errand one that you hoped would not fail? Saruman laughs. Gandalf's feigned sincerity. Gandalf. Frodo is dead. Our little spy in the vast and terrible land of Mordor. Saruman. That little brat from the rat hole of the Shire. Saruman begins to stutter and cannot continue. Interior of the tower. A teeming throng of orcs is turned towards a central point where Frodo should be, but is not. Inside the center is like a nest of angry serpents. The orcs smash against each other, tear, rend, and scratch, a howling holocaust of misery. To one side, under the ramp, stalagmites jut upwards. Orcs that have fallen from the ramp are impaled on their angry points. Sam is impaled on one of them as a result of his fall, but surprisingly, his eyes open slightly and a grin comes to his face. He looks across at the orcs. Sam to himself. He did it! He put it on! Sam slides down from the stalagmites, revealing that its point has been truncated. He had been balanced on the flat edge as though the missing point had pierced him. Sam stalks between the stalagmites and the rotting bodies of the orcs. He moves into the throng, crawling between the legs of the orcs. Exterior, the Gates of Mordor. Saruman trembles and struggles to conceal his loss of power. His jaw is slack, and strangled sounds come from his mouth as he tries to speak. He turns slowly and looks back in the direction of the tower. Gandalf and Aragorn exchange looks. Gandalf. Dare we hope? Sam fights his way through to the center of the maelstrom of orcs. Feeling a terrible dread, he looks up. The light floods down from above and is resolving into the shape of the eye. Frodo! Take it off, master! Frodo appears at Sam's side. His face is twisted in agony. His fingers claw his own flesh. Immediately, he collapses into Sam's arms. As soon as the ring is taken off, the orcs calm down, and they spot the two hobbits, even though Sam has desperately tried to drag Frodo away. The orcs approach them, a little wary. Sam takes the ring and swings it round on a long chain, trying to create a circle of inviolability. The orcs shun it, feeling pain when they get too close. But they press in, pushing from the back, anger rising, little sharks building up courage to strike. Sam looks down anxiously at Frodo, who begins to stir back into life. The eye gets brighter. The orcs scream and charge. Sam slips on the ring. The orcs close at hand and go crashing into each other and are thrown into spasms. The raging confusion begins again. Frodo is being held by the invisible Sam. The violent chaos spreads through the tower. The light burns brighter. Exterior, the Gates of Mordor. Saruman makes a supreme effort to recover from the spasm that has betrayed him. He attempts to speak. Sauron, against the words again, the words catch at his throat. His arm works convulsively, and he sinks to his knees like a man suffering from a stroke. The companions cheer. They start to surge forward, brandishing their weapons. Gandalf, however, watches Saruman acutely and signals that they should hold back. But Legolas and Gimli dart forward and snatch the effigy of Frodo from under the noses of Saruman's guards. They hold it high up and run back to their own ranks. Great cheers greet it, and a chant starts up. Frodo lives! Frodo lives! Interior of the tower. Frodo is recovered and warding off orcs with sting. The confusion is even greater. The light from above fades, then intensifies, then fades again. Sam reappears, pulling off the ring. He swings the ring around, attempting to drive off the orcs, but Frodo snatches it wildly from him. Their own struggle with the ring whips the orcs into greater frenzy and confusion. Together, they make a way through the masses of orcs. Frodo slips on the ring for a moment, then Sam, then Frodo. The light of the eye suddenly reappears with burning intensity. Its force seems to calm the orcs. They gradually become frozen and look up at the eye as though awaiting instructions. Frodo is struck down by the force exerted by the eye. He falls to the ground. Sam shakes with fear. They crawl painfully towards the wall and the opening in it. Frodo. It's burning me. I'm melting inside. Sam. The door! Not for now, master! The light grows even stronger, bleaching everything into a white translucency. Frodo wraps his arms around his head, and Sam holds his knees tightly against his eye sockets, his body rolled up into a ball. Blindly, they stagger and roll and finally crash into the wall as they grope for the door. The orcs are all perfectly still now, looking upwards into the searing eye. Suddenly, there's a great roar from the orcs. They burst into activity. Saruman rises up, his power recovered. The mouth of Sauron opens! It is a signal. The great chariot bearing Saruman splits into two parts as the horses drawing it gallop in opposite directions. The canopy behind Saruman with the insignia of the eye tears apart. A company of horses revealed. Great black horses, masked and blind against the light. Huge Uruk warriors are mounted on them, bearing barbed lances. Behind them comes a band of giant men, also blind, bearing spiked clubs. These creatures wear harnesses and are driven by orcs with whips. They swing their clubs in great arcs as they lumber forward. Hundreds of orcs vomit out of the jaws of Mordor in their wake. The tower. Sam and Frodo crawl and stumble towards the door. The frenzied orcs gather weapons and rush towards it. Sam and Frodo find themselves to be on the ragged rocks outside the tower. Mount Doom looms above them, the gloom rising out of its cone. A river of orcs gushes out of the door in the wake of Sam and Frodo. They hurtle down towards the Gates of Mordor. A few orcs break away from the main contingent, fanning out across the land and slopes of Mount Doom. Sam and Frodo scamper down the ragged rocks, dodging the orc patrols. The hobbits crouch into the rocks for shelter. They've escaped the tower. Only the open mountain lies before them. The Gates of Mordor. The battle is joined. The Chosen make up for a long line and take the full impact of the forces issued from Mordor. Aragorn's power is awesome. He holds one flank alone, rotating the sword reforged around his head, cutting swaths through the enemy. Gandalf is on the other flank, employing a mixture of conventional swordsmanship with his elf sword and wizard tricks. Stabs of lightning fly off his oscillating staff. At his mysterious behest, some of the giant men turn their clubs against their orc masters. At the center are the others, Legolas, Gimli, Merry, Pippin, Eowyn, supported by the Chosen. Two bearers hold high the effigy of Frodo. They fight bravely and fiercely, but are pushed back by the overwhelming odds. They retreat in an orderly way, leaving many of their comrades killed and wounded, but they take a heavy toll of orcs. The slopes of Mount Doom. Sam and Frodo clamber warily above the ever steeper slopes. Their hands and legs are lacerated by the jagged rocks. The ground is loose and shifting, and they keep losing their footholds and slipping down, forced to grab on the sharp points of rock that grow like prickles on the back of the mountain. Frodo has thrown off most of the orc clothes. He is naked above the waist, and the ring swings free. Sam still carries the frying pan and other implements, but he stops and loosens his belt. He throws his pack to the ground. We shan't be doing much cooking, might as well travel light. He keeps his water bottle, however, and offers it to Frodo, who has a glazed, distracted look. Frodo drinks, having to turn it upside down to find water. Is this the last, Sam? Sam nods. Frodo hands it back. Sam rummages in his pocket and pulls out some broken lembas. Here, master, look what I found in my pocket. Eat. Frodo shakes his head, refusing. He looks back. Below is the tower. Above it, Frodo sees the eye appear. It searches the land, seeking probing, and turns its gaze towards him. He twists his head away, keeping his eyes down. I have no hunger, Sam. Nothing is left of me. No taste of food, no memory of tree or flower, no sound of wind. Sam looks at him with deep concern, for Frodo is transformed. He has grown thin and gaunt, hardly a hobbit. That's how I felt, master, with the ring on. On or off makes little difference now, on or off. Frodo drifts in a kind of reverie. A thin smile crosses his face. I think I know how Gollum felt. Poor Gollum. We should go now, Mr. Frodo. But Frodo scans the landscape, still shading his eyes from the side of the tower. Sam follows his gaze down to the Gates of Mordor. They see the forces of Mordor flowing out of the gate like a river, brown and gray in color. The orcs move forward inexorably and from all sides press against a much smaller force, which stands out as a patch of vivid color. Far beyond, the fortress city of Minas Tirith is under siege. Flame and smoke curl up from the battlements. Too late? We come too late? Sam takes Frodo gently by the shoulders and turns him away. He coaxes him up towards the summit. Keep going, Mr. Frodo. Keep trying. The Gates of Mordor. Gandalf and Aragorn fight to keep open a line of retreat, but sheer weight of numbers beats them. Two bearers keep the effigy of Frodo raised up, and Gimli and Legolas defend it. A determined bunch of orcs attack them. Gimli's axe swings, cruel and crude. Legolas is a nimble and graceful swordsman. He wields a slender blade, but it works devastatingly. The dwarf and elf work beautifully as a team, Gimli doing the heavy work of destruction, Legolas dancing from side to side, quick to see and avert fresh dangers, protecting his friend. But they, too, are forced to retreat. One of the bearers of the effigy is struck with a lance, and Frodo's likeness topples forward. The orcs go wild, cutting and slashing at it. The head is half severed. A sword is driven through the heart. It crashes to the ground. The slopes of Mount Doom. Frodo collapses. He falls to the ground and slithers down the hill, loose rocks tumbling after him. Sam goes back and crouches beside him. Nearly there, master. A few more paces. Frodo, half-conscious, tries to crawl up the steep slope, but slips back further than he climbs. Sam pulls him, but is deeply exhausted himself. Sam looks down the slope. Groups of orcs are climbing the mountainside. They search and probe as they go. The orcs, master. They're looking for us. Frodo looks at him feverishly. He speaks quietly, coaxingly, again shading his eyes from the tower. I know you're there. Come out, Gollum, old friend. Sam looks around nervously, but can't see nothing. But a sound is heard, which might be Gollum hissing. Sam turns back to look at the sad sight of his master lying helpless on the loose rock. Let me bear it a little way for you, Mr. Frodo. A wild light comes in Frodo's eyes. Stay away, it's mine! The angry moment quickly passes, and Frodo manages a smile of apology. You can't help me in that way again, Sam. If you try to take it, I should go mad. Well, if I can't carry it, I can carry you, master. And with that, Sam collects Frodo's limp form in his arms and starts up the mountain again. Sam looks back towards the Gates of Mordor. Look there, they're not beaten yet, and neither are we. Sam sees that the Chosen are now completely surrounded and trapped inside a huge orc army. They are obviously doomed. However, they have formed a ring, and this thin circle of bright color holds yet against the enemy. Below the Gates of Mordor, the ring of the Chosen gradually shrinks. They fight on as wave upon wave of orcs confront them. Gandalf and Aragorn are side by side now. Defeat shows in their eyes. Eowyn fights next to Aragorn. Gandalf. Against all reason, my bones believed that Frodo somehow would... He is cut off by the need to fight a fresh assault and soon swept out of Aragorn's earshot. Merry and Pippin are fighting side by side, flanked by Gimli and Legolas. I think we're losing. I suppose that means poor Frodo and Sam have perished. I don't think adventurers are nearly as good as people make out. I'd like to have seen the Shire again, just once. The fighting sweeps them apart, and they can only just yell to each other from time to time. Lie on the riverbank! Smoke a pipe! Fresh bread, fresh mushrooms, featherbed! And they disappear in the fierce melee. The summit and crater of Mount Doom. Frodo is on his feet, but Sam is still half carrying him. The way is gray and ashen. Sulphurous vapors rise from the pitted rock over which they travel. Ahead, up a steep incline, is the crater of the volcano. A heat haze rises from the cone and becomes the gloom. They move painfully, slowly. Behind them, the slopes are crawling with orcs, but they are still some way off. Frodo slumps to the ground again, as though dragged down by the weight of the ring. He begins to crawl. The long chain about his neck reaches to the ground. The ring is dragged across the rock. A strange thing happens. The rocks seem to tremble. They watch the ring with fear and fascination. It rumbles as it drags across the rocks. Sam looks up. "Nearly there, master." Frodo follows his eyes. The crater is just ahead. They can hear the roar of the deep fires. Sam looks back. The orc patrols are closer. He turns to Frodo and clasps his arm. "What do you have to do, Mr. Frodo?" "Just throw it into the fire that made it. That's all." Unaccountably, Frodo begins to sob. They are both crawling now, at the very end of their tether. Sam is struck by a sudden blow which throws him down. He looks up and Gollum is upon him. Sam gets into a kick and pushes him over. They struggle. "Wicked masters! Mustn't hurt prescience! Gollum." Frodo watches the struggle. Gollum has become as thin as they are from his endless suffering quest. "I was expecting you, Gollum. I thought you'd be in at the end." Gollum breaks free of Sam and hobbles over to Frodo. He clutches weakly at Frodo, but Frodo is weaker still and cannot evade him. Gollum pulls Frodo to the ground and grabs for the ring. "Give it to us. It is ours. Thief, please, master." The threat to the ring brings a sudden charge of power into Frodo. He protects it with one hand and pushes Gollum away with the other. "Don't touch it! You Gollum! I am Frodo, Lord of the Ring!" Gollum backs away, terror in his eyes. But behind the terror burns the eternal longing, the insatiable lust for the ring. The Frodo starts to move forward again. Gollum clutches at his legs, holding him back. "Please, master. If precious goes, we'll die too." Sam, mustering his strength, staggers over to Frodo and Gollum. He tries to break Gollum's grip on Frodo's legs. He strains with all of his might. Gollum hangs on, whimpering. At last, his grip breaks. "Go on, master. I'll hold him here." Frodo drags himself up towards the precipitous edge of the crater. Gollum struggles with Sam, but they are both so exhausted that their movements are slow, languorous. As the ring gets closer to the brink, the rumblings of the earth increase. Sam hangs on desperately. They are bathed in the red glow of the fires. "Quick, master, do it. I can't hold him much longer." A deep tremor shakes them all. The eye appears, turning from the battle. It grows larger and fixed on the crater. Frodo cries out in agony, but he inches on towards the edge. Another tremor, stronger still. Frodo gets to his feet. He stands on the edge. He slowly takes the chain from his neck. He holds it quite still for a moment. The flames leap as though to greet the ring, and Frodo is silhouetted against them. The ring hangs from his hand, the tiny band spinning on the end of a slender chain. Frodo turns to Sam. "I have come, but I not choose to do what I came to do. The ring is mine." He sets the ring upon his finger and disappears. Sam cries out and is hurled back by the impact of a great rending of the earth. The eye grows to blinding intensity. Below the Gates of Mordor. As the earth shakes and Mount Doom rumbles, the forces of Mordor cease fighting. They turn to look up at the mountain. Gandalf, Aragorn, and the Chosen, fighting a bitter last stand, are stunned by the sudden pause. They too look at the mountain. Hope lights up on Gandalf's face. Back in Mordor, the orcs on the battlefield and those patrolling Mordor suddenly burst into action. They race frantically up the mountainside, screaming and moaning. They run on towards the crater. Many throw away their weapons to gain speed. Some of the men of Minas Tirith, grasped by the insatiable urge, rush off, racing the orcs. Back in Mount Doom, Gollum finds the last ounce of energy and tears free from Sam's tired hands. He runs up the slope to the edge of the crater. He gropes this way and that, and seizes the invisible Frodo. Sam crawls desperately over the erupting ground to try and help. Gollum fights his unseen foe with a mad fury on the edge of the abyss. To and fro he sways, sometimes teetering at the brink, then drawing back. Gollum draws up his clasped hands to his mouth. His fangs gleam as he bites at something. Frodo gives a cry and reappears, falling to his knees on the chasm's edge. Gollum, dancing crazily, holds aloft the ring, a finger still thrust within its circle. "Precious! My precious! Oh, my precious!" Gollum looks up adoringly at the ring. He steps back too far and finds himself teetering on the brink. He wavers for a moment and then with a shriek, plunges into the abyss. Out of the depths comes his diminishing cry. Precious, precious, precious. Gollum plunges into the molten lava. There's a great roar. Flames leap up out of the inside of the crater, high into the sky. They burn into the great pall of gloom. Sam stumbles forward and drags Frodo away from the edge. Blood trickles from his bitten-off finger. Frodo is suddenly calm and aloof. He holds up the finger, which isn't. Sam drags him away. The lands of Mordor quake and rend apart. The great tower of Sauron crumbles at its foundation and falls in ruins.
Oh shit,
The fire from the volcano reaches high into the gloom. The flames spread wildly across the sky. The gloom burns out and disappears. The sun shines through. It is a beautiful summer's afternoon. The earthquake subsides. All is calm. On both sides, weapons are thrown down. All thought of war is gone. All heart for fighting is lost. The orcs, rather like snakes, shed their scaled skins of armor, revealing themselves to have disgusting white slug-like skin, but rather human. The risen dead stretch with relief in the sun and fade from sight. Frodo and Sam come stumbling, falling, loping down the mountainside towards the men and orcs below. Cheers and shouts and tears of joy mingle with a great fanfare of triumphant music. Sam holds up Frodo's four-fingered hand, acknowledging the cheers. A path opens up in the ragged ranks of men and orcs through which comes Aragorn, crowned and glorious. In his train are the Chosen with Merry and Pippin carrying the effigy of Frodo. Men and orcs pick up abandoned swords and beat them on discarded shields. The wild cheers transform into rhythmic hosanna, with chants and counter-chants. I don't know what hosanna means. A word used as a cry of praise or supplication, particularly in religious contexts. In Hebrew, it means save us or please save us. And in Christianity, it's associated with Palm Sunday. Cool. Men and orcs. Hail, Frodo, Lord of the Rings! Hail, Frodo, Lord of the Nine Fingers! As Aragorn comes through the crowd towards Frodo, he is acknowledged too. Hail, O Aragorn, King of Men and Orcs repented! Merry and Pippin break away from the others and run to greet Sam and Frodo. The hobbits hug each other and shed their tears. Frodo is slightly detached, but allows them to hoist him onto their shoulders. This is a signal for a fresh wave of cheers. They start down towards Aragorn and the others. The weight of Frodo increases their pace, and finally they are running, almost in a free fall. Hail, Frodo, Lord of the Ring! They stagger down until suddenly Frodo finds he has fallen into Gandalf's arms. Gandalf is beaming and crying at the same time. You did it! You hobbit! Frodo forces a smile, not able to respond fully. I thought you were dead, but then I thought I was dead. Many times. Gandalf, holding Frodo aloft, starts down the slope, others following. Aragorn takes Frodo and embraces him, then lifts him onto his shoulders. As they go down towards the Gates of Mordor, Frodo is passed from hand to hand. Gimli, Legolas, Eowyn, and Eomer all take their turn. The orc trumpeters and the hornblowers of Rohan join in the triumphant, circus-like music, and the exultant men and orcs follow, cavorting wildly. This is a very fast turnaround from from the orcs and the fighters of Rohan having fought to the death for generations to having coming together and their musicians even forming a fucking triumphant jug band, whatever this is. Frodo walks hand in hand with Aragorn, who is radiant with light and majesty. Merry and Pippin again bear the effigy of Frodo. As they walk, they pull out the blades and arrows that have pierced it. Frodo glances over at his shoulder, reminded of his own hurts. Merry and Pippin takes Frodo's clothes from the effigy and pass them to Sam, who gives them a hasty dusting before helping Frodo into them. Frodo walks on, allowing Sam to dress him. The naked effigy is now passed over the heads of the crowd. A sea of hands stretch to touch it, to tear a fragment from it. It passes rapidly across the crowd, disintegrating until nothing is left. Accepting this, a chant begins. Frodo lives! Frodo lives! All right, I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to go do that real quick. We'll come back. We'll finish this up. The orcs just change sides fast. Immediately. Ring dead, orcs fucking out of there. Hey, thanks for the sub there, Commander Dorm. Thanks for the 53 months. Is cavorting in this story? There's all kinds of cavorting. Oh, yeah. All right, I'll be back in a couple. All right. The Gates of Mordor. They walk Through the Gates of Mordor, the cheers and triumphant music continue. Gimli looks disparagingly at the terrible, grimacing jaws of stone of which the gates are made. With a masterstroke, he strikes one corner of the mouth, transforming half the face into a smile. Now the gates are like the Greek mask of comic tragedy. Many stop to admire and dismiss Gimli's work, but he slings his axe across his shoulder and walks off, leaving them to it. The crowd argues about the enigmatic stone face, forgetting Frodo. A very fickle crowd here. Also, is the crowd still made up of a mixture of orcs and Rohan riders? Like, all right, outside the gates of Minas Tirith, Frodo, Sam, and Gandalf walk on through the crowd, with Gimli and Legolas following on. Celebrations continue. The various military bands are now stationary, but still playing, and around them groups of men and women dance and sing. Stalls have been set up and people are trading. Legolas veterans beg by the wayside. Aragorn sits on an improvised throne on a raised platform. Eowyn is at his side. They are surrounded and pressed upon by citizens with petitions and complaints. Scrolls are thrust forward as people clamor for a hearing. Aragorn reads a parchment using a glass as he seems a little long-sighted. Pippin, the Jester, and Merry, acting as page-in-waiting to Eowyn, yawn with boredom. Frodo, Sam, and Gandalf. Have they called it Gandalf before? Or is that just a typo? That's gotta just be a fucking typo. Yeah, it's Gandalf right here. Gandalf's kind of fun, though. Frodo, Sam, and Gandalf pass the scene trying to catch the eye of their former comrades, but Aragorn is much too involved. Got fucking big-timed. Get the fuck out, Gandalf. However, Merry and Pippin see them and wave, shrugging their shoulders to indicate that they are helplessly caught inside the crowd of litigators. Frodo, Sam, and Gandalf, with Gimli and Legolas behind, cross the Pelennor fields, the crowd thinning as they move on unnoticed. The battlefield is scattered with debris of war, but already a horse and plow is at work, making furrows in the scorched and barren soil. A flock of crows follows the blade, cawing and swooping. It is Shadowfax that pulls the plow. What? You're having this sword, this fucking horse of legend, this mythic beast. You're putting it behind it. This is probably like the most insulting line of the whole fucking book. As they trudge on, they pass a desultory group of men and orcs gathered around an old man in a cloak. He is squatting on the ground playing a sleight of hand game of the cup and pea. He has 3 helmets instead of cups, and he's using a marble, or is it an eyeball? The man glances up with an apologetic smile. It is Saruman. Gandalf shakes his head, disparaging the Saruman. The little party walks on. They pass the withered tree under which Boromir was buried. The tree has burst into red blossom. They look at it distractedly and pass on. Legolas and Gimli follow, pausing for a moment to shed a tear over the grave. But when they look up at the blossom, they smile happily. They have come to the road that leads down to the Shire. Frodo. I can't, dear Sam. I have been pierced by blade, sting, and tooth. I can't. Sam covers his ears. He will not listen. He turns to hide his face, distraught. Gandalf ruffles Sam's hair affectionately. Sam walks away down the road by the waterfall towards the valley of the beloved Shire. From below, a crowd of hobbits with banners of welcome comes up to meet them. Sam's buxom girlfriend runs ahead and embraces him. Frodo averts his face sadly from this scene. He walks slowly on, humming "The Road Goes Ever On and On." Gandalf fumbles in the pocket of his soiled white cloak and produces a crumpled firework. He lights it and throws it in the air above the hobbits. It sputters and fails to light. Gandalf shrugs ruefully and walks on. They are strung out now, first Frodo, then Gandalf, then Gimli and Legolas. Sand dunes. Standing in the dunes is the slender figure of Arwen, her dress and hair undulating in the breeze. She sees Frodo and beckons him on. She turns and is hidden again by the dunes. Beach and sea, the sound of waves and the call of gulls. Frodo and Gandalf cross the wet shimmering sand. A small sailing boat lies at anchor. They head towards it. Behind them, Gimli and Legolas appear from the sand dunes. They stop to take in the sight of the sea. Legolas. The sea! At last I behold it. Wailing voices spoke of it in dreams. It was the gulls. Gimli picks up a shell, inspects it, puts it to his ear. Of stone, yet alive. Listen, Legolas. It will remind you of the elms. Legolas listens to the shell. They look up. Frodo and Gandalf have waded into the sea and are being helped aboard a little vessel. Legolas shades his eyes. He can see several figures in the craft. Galadriel, Elrond, Bilbo, and Arwen. The boat is cluttered with ancient tomes, mysterious alchemical objects, beautiful cloth, and dried fish. They greet the newcomers with smiles and gentle embraces. Their lips move, but Legolas cannot hear what they say. Legolas. And so the last of our fair people depart, forever. They look at each other disconsolately. Gimli indicates their surroundings, the beach. Let's stay here. 'Tis neither cave nor forest. Legolas nods contented agreement. It's not quite leaving, nor is it yet remaining, for a beach is between, like the twilight. Men may need others than men. Gimli looks out to the sea. The little craft moves away. He squints but cannot make out Frodo or Gandalf. He cups his hand to his ear. Immediately, he hears Gandalf's voice. Gandalf. Across the ocean, I shall talk less and laugh more. But it is a hobbit's laugh that comes tinkling over the sound of the waves. It belongs unmistakably to Frodo. He laughs happily, and the others join. A rainbow arcs up from the water beyond the little craft. Legolas. Look, only 7 colors. Indeed, the world is failing. The tiny vessel sails on, a smudge on the glistening sea. Well. So I guess Legolas and Gimli are roommates? And, You were only here for the last act or so, but that was quite the masterpiece. Yeah. I mean, the first act has the most batshit stuff going on, I feel like. Frodo and Galadriel go to Bone Town. They tell the whole tale of the rings through theater is how like that exposition dump comes through, and it's like really reliant on a trained dog. And Sauron is like who's that fucking singer from the Rolling Stones? Mick Jagger. The guy playing Sauron is described as a Mick Jagger-looking character. Very odd. Yeah, Punch, like a combination of Punch and Mick Jagger. And there's a chicken dance at some point. The orcs shedding their armor and being white human slugs was weird. Yeah, that was odd. And then just like everybody immediately getting along with like Saruman is like doing the dice game, like doing the fucking cup game, and what? It was kind of odd to have him be the character at the gates too. Like they like he felt like, so he had to combine 3 different books into one. And I guess like combining the gate person and Saruman together let him like keep both characters. It was still really weird though. You liked Saruman becoming the voice? Like, if you are gonna cut something from the books to slim it down, it kind of makes sense to cut the Ents. And they tried, I think he tried to have like some nod to that, because like he had them interact with trees a lot, and they had trees move and help them out and such. But they removed all of the slow Ent conversations, which I think is just necessary if you're gonna have this move. If you're gonna put like all 3 books into one movie. Yeah, a lot of I feel like a lot of the depictions of women don't hold up super well. Everyone's just like immediately thirsty for Galadriel. The fucking king is just like, and then my son got to bone Galadriel, right? like the movie still cares about that, and that's like basically all that she does. is like shows up is a sex symbol, and then they all move on. The Lembas joke, yeah. Yeah, wild film. I expect that if it had gotten made into a movie, I would still enjoy it because I enjoy fantasy schlock. That's just you're just not gonna lose me. But yeah, it's probably for the best that it wasn't. You don't know how to feel about it. You want to say it was surprisingly decent, but you don't know how much of that is that Lord of the Rings is great, right? There are big sections of this that are just like straight up taken from Lord of the Rings. There's sections that are weird, like the orcs like beating their hearts to life or something. But a lot of the final battle was on point and such. And the finale with the them climbing up into Mordor rang pretty true to other versions. Part of it is that, like, it's written descriptively, which you don't really need to do. Like, a lot of times when you're writing a script, you just need to have, like, the call signs and the lines and, like, important stuff for the sets and everything. And then you'll have nice, like, there's points where he uses, like, metaphor and stuff, which you really don't need to do in a film script. But, you know, makes it a lot better to read. Makes it a lot more readable. Cool. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out for this. This was quite the script. I had a good time. My voice is very tired. I'm done. I'm done with my stream for tonight. Tomorrow, I'll be back on my regular cube nonsense, of course. I don't know when my next reading stream will be. It'll probably be a while. But this was sweet. Thanks for keeping me company. And cheers, folks.